The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work such as a mashup and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Na 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 na. I ain't never gonna give up. No. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up. No. They never thought I'd get this lit when I fell, but I'm on my way up. Whoa. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up. Never thought I'd get this lit. Never thought I'd get this lit. I know they wishing I would quit and I would stop this. I know they wishing they could fit me in the boxes. I know they wishing they could sit me in the coffin. I know they wishing that my writtens wasn't hot shit. I'm a goat, I know they wishing I was not this. I got my soul, I know they wishing I would chop this. Wishing on my downfall, but when's the only option? I'ma do the rap and I'll let y'all do the talking. I know they wish I wasn't sipping, I had no bitches. I know they wish I wasn't pipping all yo bitches. I know they wish that I was sitting in the low ditches. But now I'm coming for it, gon' get it, no limits. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up, no. They never thought I'd get this lit when I fell, but I'm on my way up, whoa. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up, no. Never thought I'd get this lit, never thought I'd get this lit, yeah. I know they wishing I would give up on this rap life. I know they wish my kids would say that I'm a bad guy. I know they wish that all my words were just a fat lie. I know they wish that all my memories were sad times. I know they wish that they could bum me, make me hurt more. I know they wish that I was ugly and just dirt poor. I know they wish I catch a bucky in the turf war. To making waves, I'm a rider like a surfboard. I know they wishing all my efforts are just hopeless. I know they wishing that I'll never get my roses. I know they wish they never see me at the top, just tossing up the guap while I'm cooling in the rose whip. And better now they wish they never made a song, right? They see me winning and they think they got the wrong guy. But I'ma wish that all my haters have a long life, cause I'ma need you here, we're going for a long ride. I know they wish I quit this shit, but I ain't never gonna give up, no. They never thought I'd get this lit when I fell, but I'm on my way up, whoa. I know they wish I quit this.
All fucking right. Welcome everybody to another Ultimate Verbal Championship. All right. We got a exciting one for everyone tonight. I hope everyone has had a beautiful week. All right. What I want to do first, we are going to start with introducing the judges for tonight. Okay. I don't need to introduce myself. I hope if you're here watching, I hope you already know what it is. Okay. But our judge one here, King Blackout. Just give everybody a little bit of a introduction.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Blackout here. You know me, I'm the mod in the best chat, hands down on YouTube. Let's fucking go. Excited, let's go.
Fucking go. Thank you. And judge number 2, Jeremy.
What's going on, guys? It's supposed to be Jeremy, but I'm filling in because he wasn't available.
Yeah. So as y'all know, I mod here for Easy. I also mod for Bricky. JS said I wasn't cool enough to mod for his channel, so I only sent for Chair. Yes. You're already coming in with a disadvantage, buddy.
Let's fucking
huge disadvantage. True enough.
let's fucking go. And
I'm not anti-modding, Jeremy. Just
listen, first off, in the blue corner, all right, coming to you from across the pond, Bricky himself. Introduce yourself.
I'm Brick. Hello. Nah, I'm joking. Look, I'm a regular on this show. I love the place to bits. I do, and I appreciate the chance to actually have a proper debate. And trust us, chat, everyone. I am gonna do my best. I keep it serious, and I'm gonna do my best. But let's fucking go. Let's have it.
Let's fucking
go.
go. Let's fucking go. And in the red corner, our champion of tonight. All right, I don't know if you guys remember, but JS is a UVC champion defending his belt tonight. JS Urban Adventures. Tell everybody about yourself.
Let's go. Jazz Urban Adventures. I'm going to prove indisputably, undeniably. I'm going to weave you a very likely tale that dinosaurs helped build the pyramids tonight. It's a solid foundation, and I'm going to stand on it. And all the other topics, I'm just going to body brick tonight. That's all that matters.
Ooh, rather.
We don't care. We want Chair.
You don't get the chair tonight.
Easy, you're muted, bro.
Oh, of course. We had to start off like that. We had to. Just in case we don't do it later. So JS, just I don't know if you saw in the back. So you have something to present at the starting, right? So do you want to just get that present? You see in the back where it says present there? Yeah, so just
Slides
click
and
that
PDFs.
and then pick whatever it is you want to present. So then it'll be ready.
Oh, it lets me go straight to my Google Slides. Hold on, I got to sign in. Should I be doing it this way?
Yeah, you're good.
So when you hit present, right? Oh,
yeah,
shit.
it's opening something right now. It should be.
So you'll go to share screen, and then are you in a Chrome tab, a window, or entire screen?
It should already be down there. Can you click on it? You see it?
Yeah, I do. But are you sharing it as a Chrome tab?
I'm just sharing it through StreamYard as Google Slides. It let me go straight to my Google Slides account.
Was that in the first thing, or did you have to click window or entire screen?
Usually it asks me window or share screen or share window, but it took me straight to Google Slides.
I just want to make sure. Do you have sound on it?
No.
Oh, there's no sound? Okay, then it doesn't matter. All right, that doesn't matter then. Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do is let me just make sure of something real quick. Let me see if I do this and then bring it. Yeah, it'll do this. Okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah, and I can just click on it through here.
Yes. Nice. Okay, perfect. So, chat, I want to let you know real quick. There is some rules here. Okay, the first round is going to be an hour. First topic here is did the dinosaurs help build the pyramid? Okay, this is the first topic. We're going to be doing this topic for an hour. All right, the rules here, simple, no terms of service. Obviously, we want to stay on the YouTube, so we got to obviously do that. Same thing as verbal combat. There's no attacks on children or using children as a weapon. We don't do that shit over here. Okay. With the attacks for the chat, I actually don't have. I'll have it going across the bottom here, but I didn't make a chat moves list for UVC yet. I thought I did, and it's not in here, and I can't find it in my other UVC file, so I guess I didn't. But I'll go through real quick. You can still do the $2 name changes, right? We have the $5 random sound attack, but there has to be a 5-minute grace period. You can't just like sound attack the whole time. because again, these rounds are shorter, so we're not going to let you just fucking mog the whole thing. There's a 2-minute mute as well, but that's $10. And again, there's also a 5-minute grace in between it, so you can't do mute. It would have to be 2 minutes, 10 minutes not muted, 2 minutes, 10 minutes not muted. Can't do the stacking, just again because we don't want anyone muted for a whole round. That'd be garbage. You can also do a taking away 4 minutes from the round. All right. So to take away 4 minutes from the round, it's 20. But again, you have to have a 5-minute grace. But every attack has a 5-minute grace period, so you can't stack attacks. That's just the best way to think about it. You can change the topic that has been voted. You can force the topic, but that's only after the first round. So for the first round, you can't change any topic. It's sticking to the first round is an hour of the dinosaurs in the pyramids, but you cannot.
It's not
that,
a troll.
You can switch it. Yeah,
it sounds like a troll.
It does, though. We have $60 to add 30 minutes to a round. So if you want to make one round longer, like say you can do that in the first round as well. If you want to make a round longer by 30 minutes, it's 60 to do that, and it's only once per round. So you can't just keep extending the round. And then if you want to skip because we judge each round, but if you want to be a solo judge for the round, it's $100. To solo judge one of the rounds. So if you want to say fuck us three, you want to judge it, it's $100 to judge that one round. All right. So again, that's going across the bottom there, chat. If you have any questions about the attacks, ask me and I'll let you guys know. Okay. Just so King to chair me. Yeah, you can also change the judges' names too, just if you want, just for the fuck of it.
Thanks, Jeremy.
The rules with the judges too. Also, this is not like the one difference too with compared to verbal combat is if it's getting too wild, and I tell you guys, hold up, stop, listen to the moderator, because it's not the same as verbal combat. You can't just go off the rails. You gotta stick a little bit formal. You're still allowed to be blood sport about it, but not, where we're just yelling over each other. If it gets too much like that, I'll calm it back down and bring it back to level. You know what I mean? But we're going to get started into this. Also, normally we go right into it. Anyone who's been at a UVC before, we just go right at it after the round one intro video. But JS has a video that he's going to present, and him and Brick have already just agreed that he's going to do a bit of an opener, and then we'll go from there. So everyone, I hope you're ready. Chat, thank you all for coming tonight. Fighters, let's get ready for this. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another night of UVC. These are your fighters for the night. And without further ado, Bruce Buffer.
Now, this is the moment UFC fans watching around the world have been waiting for. Live! It's time! All right, gentlemen, we've been over the rules. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. We're going to keep this clean. Touch gloves now if you wish to. All right.
All right, there's my slideshow. I put the slideshow together because originally this was just going to be a debate on this topic, but we made it a UVC. So I'm going to do my opening, and then Britt can have uninterrupted time if he wants, or we could just start arguing. But Did dinosaurs help build the pyramids? Dinosaur, from the Greek Dinosaurs, meaning fearfully great or terrible lizards, did not only exist but walked amongst humans since the beginning of time. Historical science, a pseudoscience, may disagree with this statement, but I beg to differ. I believe our dating metrics are flawed in that we not only lived amongst dinosaurs throughout history, but also worked with them the same way we work with animals like horses and oxen. And I've never done this with a slideshow, guys. We're doing the slideshow because we need the pictures. Horses, oxen, and elephants too. We did elephants for work. So this will lead to my position that dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Since neither my fellow interlocutor or myself have time machines to go back and observe the pyramids being built, neither of us can accurately claim to know how they were built, but I believe I can, using science and observations, historical science, mythology, and history, lay a possible and even likely scenario where ancient people utilized the work of ancient creatures like serpopards and mammoths, just like elephants, like we do today. In order to paint this picture, I have to first contend with scientific dating of fossils, the dating of the pyramids. Scientists use radiocarbon dating to figure out the age of fossils or other organic matter by referencing half the life of the carbon-14 versus the 12. It's the half-life. It's science stuff. But that can only go back 50 to 100,000 years, but somehow they give us fossils like this that are 3.4 billion years old, allegedly. So first, I'm going to talk about the behemoth from the Bible. It's going to sound a little Bible thumpery, but I'm going to go to the Bible. I'm kind of getting off my script now and just going to go along with the slideshow. Behold behemoth, which I made as I made you. He eats grass like an ox. Behold his strength in his loins and the power in his muscles of his belly. He makes his tail like a steep cedar, like a cedar tree, a great tail. People will say this is a hippo or a rhino. It's not. It's a dang sauropod, which is the dinosaur I showed earlier. The sinews of his thighs are knit together. His bones are tubes of bronze. His limbs are like bars of iron. He is the first of the works of God. Let him who made him bring near his sword, for the mountains yield food for him. Where all the wild beasts play, under the lotus plants he lies, in the shelter of the reeds and in the marsh. That's the behemoth. The last verse is, verse 24 is, can anyone take him by his eye or pierce his nose with a snare? I'll leave that in so nobody says I'm cherry picking. I don't think that debunks the idea that the behemoth could be used for work. If he's raised from an egg, the biggest dinosaur egg was the size of a football. They raise the baby behemoths. They raise them up. There's other examples throughout the world. Let me get caught up on my slideshow. Gilgamesh slayed a dragon in Mesopotamian legends. Norse stories tell of Fanfir, the dragon who guards treasures, and they have to Sigurd slays Fanfir in Norse stories. European folklore has St. George and the Wyvern. Marco Polo talked about when he journeyed from, I believe it was India to China, and he stayed there. He came back and he said that the emperor was pulling his sleds with dinosaurs. And they believe these were stegosauruses because he talks later about how they had to cut the nails off of his tail. There's images from Asia of what looks like a stegosaurus wearing a harness. So we've got archaeological, mythological, historical. A really interesting one is Yu the Great. Yu the Great used a turtle to irrigate canals after the Great Flood of China, which the Great Flood of China is historically proven. Yu the Great is historically proven. He helped form the Zhao dynasty afterwards. And he says he used a turtle, a giant turtle, to help irrigate canals. So you're going to say, well, a lot of those things are dragons. Dragons are dinosaurs. That's the next point. I'm not even reading this script. I'm just going with the slideshow. But whatever, it works. Dragons are dinosaurs. That's the first argument. Dinosaurs wasn't a word until 1842. So everything referred to as dragons in all the folklore, in all the Norse mythology and everything, those are dinosaurs. And then you would say, well, is there evidence of dinosaurs around Egypt? Yes, there's 4 different types of dinosaur fossils found around Egypt. The Manosaurus shahine, however you say that, that's a brontosaurus. This is our candidate right here, but another word for him is the Paralotitan. There's Spinosaurus aegiaticus, a little swimmer, finny dolphin-like dinosaur. We got tamer raptors, giant raptors. All these bones and these fossils are found near Cairo, near Egypt. But the important one is the Paralotitan. I'm almost done, guys. The Paralotitan, which is this thing, which is called the tidal beast or the god beast. It's referred to in Egyptology from famous Egyptologists as Ra-Nik-Ka. Ra-Nik-Ka, they call it in Egyptian. And that's the Paralotitan, which is the behemoth, which is a dragon, which is a reptile. So they had these big things. They wrote about them in Egyptology. The Narmer palettes talk about these. Well, not talk. I guess this is how they talk. But these images. Some people say this is a serpopard, which is the long-necked cheetah thing. But they have it on a leash. These are the Narmer palettes. Narmer talked about Ra-Nik-Ka, the tidal beast, the god beast, the Paralotitan, which is a sauropod. And people would say that you can't train reptiles. Reptiles are dumb. There's a turtle on a skateboard. So, come on. No, actually, this is in my notes. There are 3 types of trainable reptiles that we know today. If you've ever been to alligator land in Florida, you know they put their heads in the alligator's mouth. Crocodilians. I forget the science words. It's in my notes. I've gone off the script. But turtles, monitor lizards, and Komodo dragons. And this ties in with you, the Great, using it as a flood. There's some trained crocodiles. I'm done with the slideshow. That's my opening. Go ahead, Brick. I went off my script there, but it works. Let's just go.
Well, I didn't see much, if any, proof that the dinosaurs helped to build the pyramids. I mean, you made a pretty good case for them existing a little bit later than supposed, but I would just say, for me, I'm going to use the Bible, right? And again, it's been brand new to this. I would say there's a lot more chance of the fact that fallen angels and giants, the Nephilim, those were spoke about in the Bible. Genesis 6, I think, was one of the first places.
Did they build the pyramids? You want to go uninterrupted? You want me to not interrupt?
Okay. Well, just
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. You take your time to open, but I'm gonna write notes so that I can respond to this.
Don't worry. I'll take these on you. Okay. But as a godly believer, JS, I would really struggle to think how you would say that it wasn't more likely to be fallen angels and giants, over than dinosaurs, because we don't see any written texts, like hieroglyphs, that were left by the Egyptians and stuff. Because let's face it, they were very good at documentation, so they would document a lot of stuff and they'd picture stuff. They used to speak about people coming from the sky, star people. Now, obviously, that wasn't aliens. I mean, you could call them an alien because, like an angel, technically, it's from out off this planet. So I would really love to know where all these dinosaurs' bones are and should be, and why we don't see big pictures of dinosaurs. Because if they had that big a part in building the pyramids, I would have thought they would have had a little bit of a say, like when they're drawing the hieroglyphs. Other than that, JS, I'm willing to just bounce straight into the back and forth, mate.
Okay. So, giants, I'm not against the giants, and I gave you biblical evidence of it. There's 12 different animals mentioned in the book of Job. Why would we assume that the Leviathan and the behemoth aren't real? So God's talking about that. And the behemoth was a peaceful beast. The Leviathan, the whole chapter about the Leviathan, it talks about how nobody's messing with the Leviathan. So they weren't using Leviathans, but the giants could have been using dinosaurs. Wouldn't it be easier for a large human to wield the mechanical advantage of an animal that is large if they're also large? Giants just help my case. If you're willing to agree that there were giants there.
Yeah, I do. I believe that the giants were in place of the dinosaurs, because I don't think the dinosaurs. Why do we not find evidence of the dinosaurs? Why is there no written scripture?
I showed you. I wrote that down.
No. to help build the pyramids. Yeah, you showed me a lot of pictures.
I showed you. We
Dinosaurs.
found fossils of 4 different species of dinosaurs: raptors, the finny dolphin.
Where? But where did
in
you
and
find
around
them?
Egypt. There's been raptor bones found inside the pyramids, but you're right. They probably weren't, this ties back. They probably weren't security raptors. They were probably more like sacrificial and ritualistic things. There's records of people using dinosaur bones, dinosaur blood. And when I say dinosaur, I'm saying that was one of my arguments. I can interchange that with dragon. So anytime any ancient writings or anything talks of dragons, that just means a certain type of dinosaur. There's 7-headed ones. And you want to go biblical with it. Dragon is mentioned 33 times in the Old Testament. No, wait. 35 times total. It's 12 times in Revelation. And the rest is in the Old Testament. They mention dragons throughout the Bible. And the Egyptians are good at keeping records. What do you mean? They didn't even have a written language. They just drew pictures.
What? Yes, exactly. And do we see any pictures of dinosaurs?
Yes, I showed some of them.
What? Written on 2 moles? Written to give with that story? I don't see these.
The Narmer Palace.
Yes. Okay. So what were they feeding them? Right? Where were they buried? They would have had to
Plants.
use
What do you
more
mean? The behemoth would have eaten plants.
Right.
The
So where
mountains
they
give
buried?
it.
Where is the graveyard for all these massive dinosaurs?
They found the bone of the paralotitan. They found a vertebrae and a leg bone and a shoulder bone.
Yeah. Right.
And part of a skull,
So
I believe. But
that was it. Just one dinosaur.
you know who discovered it? Joshua B. Smith, which is my name.
And what kind of dinosaur was it? Did you say?
But I didn't discover it. It's a guy named with the same. It's pretty cool. He's named the same.
What kind of dinosaur was it though? What kind of
A
dinosaur?
paralotitan or a paraletian. It's a sauropod. It's one of the biggest sauropods, and it was discovered in a rock quarry near Cairo. I think it was 108 miles from Cairo, which is where the dinosaurs would be going to build the pyramid, is the dang rock quarry.
So give me a little example on what dinosaurs you actually like. How do you see this working? What dinosaurs were doing what? Did we have the flying ones dropping stuff off at the top and whatnot? And did we have like big ones with long necks dragging stuff up? What were T-Rex in that doing?
Since you wanted to go into giants and angels and demons, just like Satan was able to either embody or I don't know how it worked. I don't know if Satan put his mind into the serpent or if Satan just took the form of the serpent, but maybe the behemoth could be one of these fallen angels taking the form of this friendly reptilian giant lizard monster that pushes some rocks into place, helps them out a little bit. If they're nice to it, if they're
nice
feeding
to
it, they're taking care of it, they could raise it from an egg. And then
so you did see
it's the same way it's the same thing we do with horses. We've done it with elephants. And I think not woolly mammoths, because it would have probably been hot, but mammoths, bigger versions of elephants might have been involved too. But those aren't terrible lizards.
And what you did say was you're going to show without a shadow of a doubt. I
didn't like the slideshow thing. That threw me all off. I need to either read read my opening or do the slide. I can't do both.
Hang on a second, because you're claiming that the dinosaurs did help build the pyramids, right? That's what you're taking your affirmative stance.
Yes.
I still don't see any definite proof. Okay, there's no definitive proof yet, because as I say, you found dinosaur.
I mean, what's the
bones.
definitive proof of giants doing it? We found more dinosaur bones than we have giant bones. I'm on your team with the giants, but
I'm saying it. I'm
all
saying
the
it's
bones
more. I'm saying this is more
pretty
likely.
much fraudulent. I've looked.
But I'm saying this is more likely to be a case, right? I don't know. Like you said, we do not know for a fact, but you're saying you do. I would say that my method, the way I'm looking at this, right? Okay, would be
it's more likely that angels and giants did it than dinosaurs did it. We have less evidence of angels. I believe that there could have been angels and giants,
star people, would they talk about them? There's multiple gods, which let's say the multiple gods are
but I don't
real
think
gods.
that's more likely. I don't think that's a more likely
dinosaurs. And dinosaurs, especially with the new evidence that we've just found now under the pyramids.
Yeah, there's tunnels. Where do you think the dinosaurs are? They're deep in the earth in Sheol, bro.
It's out of this.
Why?
So still
of course, there would be tunnels
there.
to the pyramids that they helped build. Why wouldn't there be? Now you want to go deep down the rabbit hole.
So where are
this is just the
they?
tip of the iceberg, Brick. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It goes way deeper, literally, down into the earth. But we don't have to get into all that. But you brought up giants into. Where do you think the giants and the demons are now?
Well, they're probably hiding somewhere, aren't they?
They're probably down in those tunnels and under those pyramids they helped build with the dinosaurs and the dragons.
So what the dinosaurs eating underground? They got like an underground garden or something.
That's a good question. There could be well, there's water down there, so we're getting distracted. We're going off.
You still haven't proven to me, right, without a definitive doubt, where the dinosaur, like where's the text evidence? There's no evidence to say that. When what I'm saying is they've literally to talk about.
I don't know.
Gods, right? Over multiple gods. Okay, we all know that giants roam the earth, right? Okay, that's a fact. And again, Noah's flood that was sent.
We have more evidence that dinosaurs walk the earth than giants walk the earth.
Yes, but that was a long time before pyramids.
How long?
Yes.
How do you know when the pyramids were built?
How do I know?
Yeah,
I don't know.
When do you think they were built?
About 4.5 to 10,000 years ago.
Somewhere between 4.5 and 10,000. Okay.
Right. Okay. So when was the latest? When was the earliest latest dinosaur?
4.5 is what science says is 4.5. I think 10,000 is actually more accurate.
I'm sure I did just say.
And when do you think the dinosaurs went extinct?
Oh, millions of years ago.
Millions of years ago?
Millions.
How do you figure if carbon dating only works up to 100,000 years accurately? How are they giving us million-year dinosaur bone ages?
Well, hang on a second. That still proves my point, right? Okay, because 100,000 years, even if that was the latest to go to, you have never gotten a dinosaur bone that's been carbon dated. That's less than what? Well, 10,000 years. Say there's no carbon dating dinosaur bone that is that late, is it?
So you think Adam and Eve?
I'm asking you a question.
Well, you said you wanted to go biblically with it.
I'm asking you. Well, I'm referring to the text, right? Okay, but because basically, I'm not understanding why you wouldn't think that this would be a more possible. Like
the biggest proponents of this theory are like Bible thumper people. Brick. This is a young Earth theory. What I'm laying out here.
Right, but you still haven't answered me first
what
question.
This debate really breaks down to is I think the Earth is younger, and I think dinosaurs were around with humans. And if dinosaurs were around with humans, humans would have been using the work of these large beasts. If they were placid and if you could wield it, why wouldn't you?
Right. So
we've done it with every other large docile animal in the history of the world.
There's a lot of ifs and maybes in there, right? And you did use in your opening slide science.
You're talking about aliens. You're talking about giants and angels, which is space, but also like
right. So are you doubting that
maybe the giants were riding dinosaurs?
Are you doubting? What? Wait there. Are you doubting that they were actual thing?
No, I think there were giants. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Noah, what's it called?
And I think they were riding demonic dinosaurs and building these pyramids. Or men of God were riding angelic dinosaurs to build the pyramids.
Wait there. I'm just trying to find that name that refers.
You believe that dinosaurs were on the earth with Adam and Eve?
Angels. 2 seconds. No, I don't.
You don't?
No, I don't. I don't know. 2 seconds. Right. I fucking lost it.
You're like that Razim Zoomer guy who does the evolution justification with the Bible thing.
Who, me?
Yeah. How do you get dinosaurs weren't here with Adam and Eve, but you said you wanted to go biblical? You're talking about Nephilim and angels and stuff.
I'm brand new to the Bible, mate. Yes, what I'm trying to say to you is you know.
Are you flipping through a Bible right now?
Maybe.
Well, debate. What the heck? You should have done your research beforehand.
Anyway, so the name to the term for angels, right? Okay, it's in the Bible.
Seraphim, cherubim, oraphim.
No, it's
the archangels, guardian angels.
I just fucking had it before then. You distracted us, you little tit.
Yeah, I know the Nephilim, and then there's the Aruyim and the Shumims, and there's like 4 different types of giants. I know there were giants.
B'nai Hal Elohim, something like that, to that effect, right? That's how I've got it written down. B'nai Hal Elohim.
Okay. Elohim means God. What's
It's a
the
term,
first part
what's
mean?
a term? So beneath, I don't know. I'm asking you. I'm saying to you, this is the
You're
term
asking
that
me to translate Hebrew?
No,
I don't have that in my
you're the
notes.
right.
Elohim
So
means God.
That term is used in the Bible multiple times, and it refers to angels. Am I right or wrong in saying that? Right? Okay.
I believe you. Yeah.
And we do know that the fallen angels, they mated
bred with humans, and they made the Nephilim, and there's other types of giants too.
Then that's why Noah, right, had to build that big boat, okay, and stick 2 of every animal on it.
You think the flood came? You think the pyramids were made before or after the flood?
No. Obviously before. The flood was before.
So the pyramids were around in Noah's time.
There was still Nephilim that were alive after that, right? Okay, because it even states in the Bible that again, right, before and after.
Yeah, what would giant demons on dinosaurs do when the floodwaters were coming? They would build large towers or dig holes, or dig holes under large towers.
So Noah didn't put the dinosaurs, 2 of each dinosaur, on the ark, did he not?
He might have put eggs and small dinosaurs, yeah. And he didn't have to bring anything that.
So you done with lions, tigers, stuff like that, elephants and whatever. I mean, which we all see today. Why don't we see dinosaurs still alive today? I mean, maybe it's a crocodile, okay, but
we do. Yeah, we do still see dinosaurs alive today.
What the ones that helped build the pyramids? Or this is what I'm trying to get. Yeah.
All right, real quick. One of the rules I did forget to mention is that every super chat is read by the fighters, so it goes back and forth. So with JS being the champion, that means Bricky, we're going to start with you reading one. And then we'll go to JS to read the next one. So read this one out loud here.
Name change JS to Hebrew translator.
Thanks. Oh, hit the wrong thing. Sorry, JS. Keep going though.
What were you just saying?
Come on. Again, JS. Look, I'm brand new to this whole Bible.
I know when you did your rebuttaling statement or whatever. Everything you brought up, I had already addressed in my opening. So you got to give me something more.
I'm challenging you.
I thought you were going to, I was prepared with like information on simple machines and when pulleys first started being used. I thought you were going to go with
No. I wouldn't, I genuinely, right, would have thought ages ago that there was, that was the case that we done, but there was some influence, right? Okay. And I don't think it was dinosaurs. But I know it wasn't, right? It cannot be. It just there's no evidence.
Maybe the fallen angels, who we know can take the form of animals. It's not
the fallen angels. No, it's the giants that were still kicking about with that knowledge that were then used by the humans to help build these pyramids. Hence why the big rocks and all the movement, all of that could be done with superhuman power, right? Times a million, times 10, right? Okay, but we have the Bible clearly states that they were still about after then, right? And if you're looking at the underground tunnels now, GS, they are big tunnels. They're not like little tunnels like the cartel would dig, mining.
Well, tunnels. I think that's what those coils are.
This one's for JS to read.
Brick, 2 of every animal means dinos too, does it not? Also, did you say pyramids before or after the flood? He said before.
Flood before the pyramids.
So really your argument about dinosaurs not being around, even if Noah didn't take dinosaurs on the ark after the flood, if dinosaurs weren't around, that doesn't matter because the pyramids were built before the flood. You agreed, right?
No, the pyramids were built after the flood.
You said before.
No, I didn't. No, I did. Wait,
I thought you said before. Okay, so the pyramids were built after the flood.
In my opinion, okay, this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. You're the one needing to prove us wrong, okay? And prove yourself right now. I believe that the pyramids were built using the giants that survived, But this time, like they were ruled and controlled by the humans in a sense, and the knowledge was passed to these Egyptians and people.
The giants get wiped out by damn Joshua in Joshua. The giants is about to be dead right after dang Deuteronomy.
Wait there, hang on a second. What do you mean? The
giants get wiped out there with the Canaanites and the Amorites and stuff. Once
was this before the flood or after the flood again? I'm trying to, because I'm
after the flood. This is Moses' time,
right?
So
Is
you
that the
think
one?
between the
Is that-
flood and when they wiped out the giants in Joshua, sometime between there, the giants built
So,
the pyramids.
When was
What
David
would be
and
cooler
Goliath?
than a
Wait there,
giant building a pyramid than a giant riding a demonic dinosaur?
When was David and Goliath? Then was that before Joshua or after what is what? Because I don't know. I'm genuinely asking you. When would that be?
When was what? David and Goliath?
Yes.
Way
When would
after.
that story? Way after Joshua.
Yeah, but Goliath wasn't a giant. Goliath was maybe had some leftover, a little leftover Nephilim in him. No, he was only like 9 feet tall. These giants were like 13 feet tall. That's a fact. Goliath is like an ancestor of a giant.
Right.
He was just a big old dude.
So why did he pick 6 stones up if God had his back? Right.
There's like been a 13.
Wait there. Answer that question.
In modern
Why
times.
did he pick 6 stones up? Right. Go out and pick 6 stones up if he knew God had his back. Right. And he only used one of them. Why?
I don't know.
Because there was more of them. Obviously, he knew there was more of them. The giants were still kicking about.
Well, there was a whole
Josh,
army. There was
They
a whole
were
army.
still there. But you've just said that.
No,
He
Goliath
got
was
rid of
like
them.
an anomaly among the army. Goliath had a brother too.
Did he?
Yeah.
At least 5 of us. At least 5 of us, because you wouldn't have picked 6 stones up. What do you have? So anyway, back to the dinosaurs.
That's an interesting
building these
theory.
pyramids.
It's irrelevant though. What are you talking about?
I'm just
Okay,
saying.
so the
you
giants are
you
still
said
around,
that they were
so-
all taken out. You said they were all taken out by Joshua.
For the
That's
most
what you
part,
said.
they get
Right,
wiped
okay.
out after that.
But the story of David and Goliath was after that. Okay,
Comes
now I
later.
would.
And there's still some
Right.
big dudes left.
So there's still some evidence of giants being there after you just said they were all
Yeah,
wiped
but
out.
most of them retreated. They left. They disappeared after the
Well,
flood.
this one's actually for Brick to read.
Yes, please say everybody get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur.
Everybody
Boom,
walk the
boom.
dinosaur.
You gotta read
Boom,
the whole
boom,
thing.
laka laka boom, 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 laka laka boom. LMAO. Come on, Fred Flintstone. Tell me a bit more. Tell me a bit more. What was the methods that they would use to to tame the dinosaurs?
Why don't you address
to train them?
Dude, they talk about dinosaurs working with and living amongst humans throughout all of history from all these places. Why don't you address that? Why
Right,
in
they don't
Asia
do it.
are they using?
But with there, they don't do it. They don't do it in the Egyptian.
Why wouldn't
text and
these
like the-
giants use these creatures, this behemoth?
Because they weren't there. Because they weren't there. That's why they had to do the work themselves. Pass the knowledge on to the Egyptians. Then all that knowledge. But this is why we have a lost knowledge. If
When
you
do
go
you
back
think-
just go,
when do you
go
think
back
Job-
110 years ago. Go back 110 years ago. Okay, we
When
were
do you think
literally
Job takes
crapping.
place?
We were literally crapping out of windows, right? Okay, hiding in the streets. We were diseased with. There was so much knowledge lost, right? Okay, that was given to us from somewhere, something, somebody. I believe that this was passed on, okay, and then lost. Right now, I believe that the pyramids were helped build by the giants, right, which were descendants of the fallen angels and humans. And this, what the knowledge they had. The humans took
And
from them.
Britt,
Obviously,
what are angels and fallen angels known to do? They're known to
Fall.
take the shape of strange animals, strange beasts, like long-necked tigers and like griffins with lion heads and human heads. That's what is in those hieroglyphs I was showing. There's hieroglyphs
So what about
of freaking a lion with a human
what
head
about
and wings on his back.
What about all the references to like outer space beings coming down? You know, God's got star people to call them. There's a lot of references.
I'm
in
still standing on
a
we
lot
have
of
more
ancient texts.
Look, all those theories are fun, but we have more
Right.
evidence of
But
dinosaurs.
they don't
than we
talk
do.
about dinosaurs. They don't say, well,
We have more
evidence.
evidence of dinosaurs existing with humans and doing
Dino,
work for humans
Dino,
than we
okay,
do that
this-
aliens exist, that I
Aliens,
believe
that
demons and
aliens
giants
do.
existed, but we have more evidence that dinosaurs
Well,
existed. So my
the
theory
al-
is
the
actually more
alien
logical
was-
and more plausible. You're a
the
bricklayer.
alien was the angel. Okay, that's what the alien was.
Whatever, it's an alien angel demon dinosaur, and it's getting wielded by a
Extraterrestrial.
giant to help build the pyramid. All you're doing is adding to my theory because that's all part
There's
of it. too.
no proof of your death. So if that's the case, and these angels,
I just don't want
were
to sound
going
too
into-
crazy and say that
and
they're
the-
actually demon possessed dinosaurs that are getting ridden by giants to dig tunnels into Agartha. I don't want to go that deep into it, Brick, but if you want to go there, we can go there. You're helping.
I mean,
me.
I still want. Well, I may be, right? I may be, but you're not helping yourself, are you? So why do we not? Again, I'm going to go back to this.
And they might have had some ramps. They might have even had some ramps and some logs to roll. But that doesn't debunk the dinosaurs.
Why do we not see evidence or a bit of
we do see more evidence that dinosaurs were in that area.
Right. So where's the pictographic evidence, which would be called a hieroglyph? In hieroglyphs, you get to see, right, people dictating a story. Okay.
I showed you the hieroglyph.
Where the hell? What if dinosaurs helping build the pyramids?
Have you ever heard of the Isthmus Gate?
You showed me a turtle. You showed me a turtle and a crocodile
on a skateboard.
Cheers, come on, kid. Seriously, where is the evidence in text? Where's the textual evidence? Again, and that's how stupid it is.
I gave you textual evidence. How about cryptozoology? There's a whole field of science pertaining to this.
So again, I'll go back to my other question you never answered, right?
They believe the Loch Ness Monster is similar to a behemoth, but
when are the latest dinosaur fossils dated to? What have we dated them? What's the youngest? Let's say. The youngest
they say dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago, but carbon dating only works up to 50 to 100,000 at the long end. So how are they doing this? Also, we don't know how much carbon-12 was in the air back then. Carbon-12 in the air today from fossil fuels changes the ages of fossils and stuff. You don't want to go into the fossil thing with me, Britt, because I don't think they're that old. Even if they're using uranium radiating, which goes back farther, we don't know what radiation was like pre-flood if there was a separation of the waters.
So you can't use science. So then you cannot use science in your defense, like you.
I know, because it's all pseudoscience.
No, you said science. You said science says right.
Because I can use observations from
pseudoscience and mainstream, right?
This one's for JS.
Name change JS to Denver the Last Dinosaur. I don't know who that is, but I'll take it.
There you go, dinosaurs do. Dinosaurs still roam the earth, right? We've got one, yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, back to what you were saying.
That wasn't in my slideshow. I got a picture of a 24-foot alligator they hunted in the Congo, and they say that's one of the small ones. You haven't seen the big ones yet. The big ones don't let you see them. You know how many countless stories of krakens and giant squids there are? You know why we don't see them no more?
Pyramids, OGS. They did not build the pyramids. What role would a crocodile have in building a pyramid?
A crocodile was an asshole. That's why the story of Narmer the god beast, Narmer saves the baby sauropod from the damn crocodile because there's a giant.
So these raptor bones, that they found inside the pyramids.
Yeah, they could have been. Okay, the security raptor idea, I'm talking about the small chicken raptors, and all you do is throw them in a... Have you ever heard of a snake pit? Have you ever seen, like, Indiana Jones, a snake pit?
Well, I have seen Indiana Jones, yes. What do you mean? What's your point?
So reptiles were used in traps. Why wouldn't they throw a bunch of chicken raptors in a tomb in case any thieves break in and chews them up? But I don't know that that's what happened. It could have just been for
right. Well, so are you making that claim? Is that the claim you're making, or what? Because
I mean, you could try to debunk that claim. I'll make that claim, but
okay. So what were the feeding on when they were locked in the tomb is alive, obviously, and again thieves. After that, what thieves? Right. Criminals. So why don't we see that when they go hungry, right? When there's nothing else to eat, if the thieves don't burgle in for, I don't know,
they get hungry and they start fighting each other. So
right, okay.
But you hope why don't we say trying to break in?
Why don't we see the bones curled up in the corner of a room where they just gave up?
You do. That's actually exactly what you see. It's a person covered in a blanket, and they've been like they look like they died there, huddled up in a corner, and there's little baby chicken raptor bones, velociraptor bones around them. The velociraptor's not the big one like you'd think because the movies lied. But
so is it not really just a chicken?
No, it's a chicken lizard. It's not a chicken. Right.
So do we find these full skeletal remains like crouched up somewhere? You know that we can.
You find a bunch of bones scattered around this person in a corner with a blanket over them. But then there's other parts where they find the bones wrapped up in cloth.
So that where you find them a bunch of bones next to someone with cloth wrapped around.
So
them.
they're probably using some of them to do rituals. You know how like Haitians do rituals.
Yeah. So they didn't. So they didn't put. So they weren't put in there alive, were they? They weren't put in there alive.
Some cultures do rituals with animals, and they do chicken stuff with chicken.
So they weren't put in there alive, were they? Because I'm almost certain if they were, they would be ripping the bandages off and trying to eat the mummies. You know, try and get whatever meat they cut off it.
Well, they can't get inside of a freaking tomb, a sarcophagus. They can't get in a sarcophagus. This person looks like they died in a corner with a blanket over them, like they were hiding from the raptors. That's the bones they found.
Oh, my life. So wait, is this a Harry Potter wizard blanket or something? An invisible blanket that makes you... Come on, Jess. So anyway, let's go back to the outside of the pyramids, right? Okay, and let's talk about that, right? How this would have been constructed. How would the tame, you know what I mean, the dinosaurs and keep them on track, you know, like have a horse.
So that's what I was showing. The three most trainable reptile species are the three largest, and we know that reptiles continue to grow throughout their entire lifespan. I believe pre-flood, when the pyramids were built, humans lived much longer, which meant reptiles lived much longer and got a lot bigger. And there were probably bigger people too, like giants. And those giants, the peaceful sauropods were plant eating. The god beast, they called it the god beast because it chilled among the Nile banks in the reeds, like it says in Job about Behemoth. They're very similar. And it was probably a nice big old dinosaur, and they put some leaves and throw some ropes.
Name change easy to towering easy. Towering.
So if we can train big turtles and we can train big alligators, why wouldn't we also train big perilous
because
items?
they weren't there then, just when is the fossil, what is the carbon dating of the latest
so you're being pretty inconsistent.
Bones?
How are you going to justify your ideas about the giants and the angels and the Bible when you're talking about evolution, saying that the dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago?
Because the Bible actually states that there was angels, fallen angels and giants, right? And the Egyptians reference to the star people, gods coming from the sky, right? Again, and if you look at the construction of the pyramids, hang on. If you look at the construction of the pyramids, we all know that it's a wonder.
It talks about Satan embodying a serpent.
How did they do this, right? Okay, and when you look, the mainstream archaeologists and people want you to believe that, and what they call them loopy ones.
The mainstream archaeologists want you to believe the pyramids were built in 2,500 BC. I think they were probably built in like 10,000 BC. Because then they would be more aligned with Orion's belt.
So there's no evidence of dinosaurs being
pre-flood.
Then was it? There's no evidence of dinosaurs being that like like late. There's no evidence of that.
Well, the evidence that they use to disprove that is flawed. I believe dinosaur bones would look and age exactly how they look and have been aged if the flood happened. And archaeologists acknowledge this. If a giant flood happened, it changes their datings on everything. Their whole geographic column is screwed up.
Yeah, because you're using science, but then you're also like saying science is wrong. But
I'm acknowledging that it's pseudoscience.
So you're using science when it's right and it suits your narrative, and you're canceling it when it doesn't. I'm just telling you what I've learned from the
bones. We found bones of dinosaurs.
Yeah, how old are they?
And we've maybe found bones of giants, but they're not very convincing, and there's a lot of bullshit behind a lot of them.
So there you go. How old are these dinosaur bones?
I don't know if most people just debunk them. I don't know.
They're a lot older than 10,000 years, so aren't they, GS? Like, let's just be honest with each other. There's no dinosaur bone being found at all, right? Recorded that is 10,000 years ago.
There's giant reptile bones. There's still. I'm saying dinosaurs just got smaller. They're just smaller.
The ones that you are referencing and referring
to. There's Komodo dragons and monitor lizards and giant turtles and alligators and all these things. Some of them
still exist. They still exist. Although we've got crocodile. Look, I'll give you this, right? If they could get a crocodile to do something to help build the pyramids, okay, then they may be.
They have crocodiles that train you to let you put your head in their mouth in Florida.
But we still have crocodiles now, okay? And
I
we
know
don't
they used to be way bigger.
But so I still don't understand why they didn't get a shout out in history.
They still are
why they
way
never
bigger
got a
in some
shout
parts
out
of
in
the world.
history.
In Peru and the
Come on.
Congo.
Why didn't they give them a shout
like
out?
30-foot alligators.
Big up the
Crocodiles.
dinosaur massive. Why didn't the dinosaurs get a shout out and a nice little picture of a monument to say
Because
these
the world
creatures helped
wants
us
to make
build?
us think that the Earth is 66 million years old and they hate God, Brick. You know that one of the biggest proprietors of this theory, his name is Vince Finesse, and he's a French educator, which sounds bad, but he's pretty based. And it's literal creationism. It's taking the Bible literally for what it says. And I'm not totally on board with it, but I think that it's pretty more close to true than a 66 billion year old Earth. I don't believe that.
Yeah, but you did say at the start you were going to totally prove without a shadow of a doubt that dinosaurs helped build the pyramids, and I still can't see any evidence
I can prove it as much as you can prove,
other than what you think. The burden of proof's not on me. This is an alternative perspective. This is what I would have said would be more feasible, right? Based especially off the book that you read, right? And I'm tempting to read it now. Okay,
yeah, but you're not debunking anything I'm saying. You're just saying, well, why don't we have art?
I'm not chat to debunk. I'm not chat to debunk. I'm not.
We do have.
I am not chat to debunk.
Why don't we have fossils? We do have fossils.
I'm not here to debunk. You're here to prove without a shadow of a doubt. And we don't have hieroglyphs that show dinosaurs helping to build the pyramids.
You gotta destroy my argument.
We've got pictures, hieroglyphic pictures, right, of construction work being taken place, right, which would refer to building of tombs, pyramids and stuff. Nowhere in any of them do we ever see a picture of Dino from the Flintstones.
Jay, dinosaurs. This one's for you.
Name change king to land of 1,000 lakes.
10,000 lakes. Come on.
10,000 lakes.
See, you're off with you're very off with your numbers, aren't you? Even there.
Yeah, I'm not great with numbers. I'm bad with numbers.
Okay, so then you can't make the claim that you think this age, that age, whatever, science is okay for you when it suits your narrative, then it's not. Jess, I'm literally just reading from the Bible, okay? Well, I'm reading through what I've read from the Bible.
What science have I used? I've used archaeology of stuff that we found, and I've
your opening statement, you use science.
So yeah, because we found fossils,
right? But how old are they?
And I did say pseudoscience. I said since
how
this is all
historical
science is a pseudoscience.
Look, we're not ancient astronaut theorists, right? Okay, I totally think that they are absolutely loopy as, you know what I mean? You've seen that dude anyway. It's definitely something wrong with him.
Ancient astronaut stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you're kind of doing the same thing. You're just calling them demons instead of aliens.
Do you not believe that they exist?
I do believe demons and giants exist, but I also believe
there you go. Then there you go. But you can't. There's no proof, right?
When do you think Job was written?
Jess, I'm not big. I don't know the Bible as much as you, right? At all. I probably never will. But this is what the little I do know from it. I'm very confused in the fact that, especially being a bricklayer and working with construction, right? How you would be able to do that and use them dinosaurs. Can you imagine if one of them just swung its neck around, right, with one of them big stones? And
yeah, I'm sure a lot of people died, and the same way when we were figuring out how to have an oxen pull a plow, I'm sure farmers got trampled and somebody got caught in a damn plow one day. I'm sure it happens. You know, people died.
And imagine, because obviously before that, human beings, right, would be the more, they're the more reliable. But again, a giant is just a human, right? And obviously.
So why do you think giants would not utilize the work of large animals like we've always done through history? And you know that they were smart.
Yes, they would have. Yes, they would have. But if they were there, but they weren't around at that time. This is what I'm saying. There's no evidence to suggest that either at all. So based off what I know,
the new evidence only shows that tunnels were dug under them. It doesn't say anything about dinosaurs.
It doesn't, right? But
okay,
when you look at so
explain
it proves my point. It proves
Rick,
my point. It didn't say anything about dinosaurs. No proof
explain
whatsoever.
Why the Narmer tablets and Narmer talked about Ra-Nika, which is the title beast or god beast, which is described exactly like the behemoth in the Bible is described. Why those fossils were found in a quarry near Egypt that match exactly what the Egyptians wrote about, what the Bible wrote about, and what other civilizations all over the world wrote about at that time before internet, before mail, email, any of that stuff. They all wrote about a similar looking beast and called it a similar name, and they found fossils of it near Egypt. So people from Egypt had seen this thing and talked about this thing. They found the fossils there.
Yeah, but how old were the fossils? How old were the fossils? Because you can find a fossil, okay? Like, look at the Roman wall. I could walk out my front door and I could go to the part of the Roman wall, remains of the Roman wall.
The Roman wall?
Yeah, Hadrian's Wall. Hadrian's Wall. Sorry, Hadrian's Wall.
You're in another country.
Yeah.
Whatever the Roman Wall is.
Right. Hadrian's Wall. We call it the Roman Wall, right? But, I mean, my house wasn't there then, right? And it's like, there's part of that that's buried underneath houses. Now, that fossil could have been there a long time before, even when Egypt, that part close to the out of Egypt wasn't like, didn't look like it does now. Well, the world's changed. Look at the world changes that much. There was actually a land bridge from Russia to Alaska, right?
Yeah, and a flood happened. I'm sure a lot of the fossils got washed away.
And even with the flood happening, right, the Bible clearly states that look at the Bible clearly states, right, that they were there before and after the flood. On about the Nephilim, the giants and stuff like that. So
okay,
yeah, so
and the Bible talks about dragons and mythical beasts post flood also.
Post flood, right? Okay, so what are the dragons help build the pyramids? I'm struggling to understand how what.
Yeah, dragons are dinosaurs. Yeah, terrible lizards, large reptiles, big creatures, and other animals.
Oh, haven't dragons got wings in? Haven't
you, Brick?
Name change easy to founder of VK and UVC.
The founder.
So, why don't we? Oh, look, I got a word wrong. You got numbers wrong. I'd rather be better with numbers than words. Right? Okay?
All I'm saying is that if there's evidence that these creatures were there, and there's evidence that they've been amongst humans in the past.
Around the time.
There's evidence that other cultures use them.
There's no bones lying around the pyramids, no graveyards of these dinosaurs, just none whatsoever. No reference to them in the hieroglyphs at all. But we do see references to star people.
There's reference to them in Mesopotamia on the gateway to Isthmus or something. It's this blue gateway.
The big dinosaurs, the ones you're saying helped build the pyramids, the big ones, them plant eaters.
Yeah,
them ones.
There's cave drawings and pottery and coins, and there's things called the Ick stones in Peru.
Oh, wait there.
1,200 of them, and they have people cuddling, sometimes cutting the head off a dragon, sometimes cuddling with a dinosaur, sometimes riding on a dinosaur. They have them in all over the world. Thousands and thousands and thousands of pictographs, coins. So if all these cultures,
listen, my son drew a picture of a dinosaur the other day at school, right, and brought it back. It doesn't mean that he was standing looking at the dinosaur in the classroom when he wrote.
A lot of them got hunted to extinction because they were probably working with the dinosaurs to build these big pyramids, and the people were like, we gotta run them off these dragons.
Keyword you just used. The keyword you used, probably.
It's all probably. We're using.
Yeah. No, you said you're going to show without a definite. But I'm not the one with the burden of proof, right? You're the one taking the affirmative stance that you're going to show without a shadow of a doubt that dinosaurs helped to build the pyramids. All you've done is give with an opinion. You've given with an opinion based off your feelings and what you think happened, which is exactly what I've done. I don't think that I know exactly what happened, but I think that this possibility, right, this feeling,
right, and I think my possibility is more likely than yours.
But you still can't show me any definitive proof. Why do we not see? Like I says, why is it not being a shout out?
I can't definitively prove it beyond a shadow of doubt, but I have more.
Boom! There you go. So I've just won. You've just absolutely admitted. You just admitted
evidence than you do.
You've just admitted there that you can't show
out a random thing out of your ass. You said it's demons and giants.
I pulled that out of the Bible. That's not up my ass. So
You didn't get from the Bible that demons and giants built the pyramids.
I never said demons. I said fallen angels.
That's
and
why
giants.
I'm not saying the Bible says that that dinosaurs built the pyramids either, but the Bible does talk about.
I never said that the Bible says that these
beasts
people built
that were fossils were found near the pyramids.
Listen. I'm not saying that
would have been the heart of the earth, Mesopotamia and Egypt. Talking a lot about
I am not
things.
saying that the Bible states that fallen angels and giants helped build the pyramids and show you everything. No, they don't. They also don't say the same about dinosaurs. But when you look at the evidence that we can see and gather, okay, today, there is more evidence that the fallen angels and giants theory, right, has more clout than your dinosaur theory. Come on.
It doesn't. It doesn't have more clout.
But you just said you couldn't prove definitively, and you said that you would. So technically, I mean, it might be a cheap one, but I think I won that one there.
I don't think so.
You just conceded to your point.
No, you haven't. But you haven't broken down any of my points. Every rebuttal you've thrown out, or every time you've tried to rebuke my arguments.
You gave us an opinion. You gave me but you gave me your opinion, and based off what your opinion feels like, you can use science to back it up. But then you can also cancel science out if it doesn't agree with you.
This one's for JS to read.
Do you want to cuddle and ride a dinosaur? I mean, if it was chill, I would.
We're gonna call JS Bam Bam, right? Because that's who would have kept the dinosaurs in check. Bam Bam from the Flintstones. That's more likely, isn't it?
We can both only use historical science. It's a pseudoscience. I understand that, but we can also use modern observations and history.
That's what I'm using.
And writings.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm using.
And there's more of that lends to my theory than there is of giants. Giants is pretty cool, and I'll maybe the giants were riding on dinosaurs, but I think there's more.
Look at Jess. I would love to see that happen, my friend. I'm not lying to you, right? Honestly, there's no way, no part of me that wants to not believe that, right? That it could, because it would be cool as fuck, right? But it didn't happen. There's no evidence to point of it happening. Whereas this year, I can imagine like about 15 million, like say 1,000 giants, right? Okay, being used to help construct the pyramids and passing this knowledge on to the Egyptians, the humans, the mere mortals, all right? And then eventually, basically what happens is, they start to die out and start, well, if we've got my knowledge off you, we'll just get rid of you and stuff. But there's no proof, right? I'm not the one with the affirmative stance. I'm the one asking you, right? You've got to prove that. I'm giving you this other alternative.
So now I've got to disprove your claim that giants did.
You've got to prove don't disprove this one.
Well, give me an example of a giant bone found near Egypt.
It hasn't been.
Okay, but there has been dinosaur bones that are described like beasts that.
Well, didn't you say that there was giant bones that were found? But
there's the Narmer tablet has one on a leash, bro.
So you said that. I haven't. Jess, I am brand spanking.
I had it in the slideshow.
I don't understand. I don't understand why you wouldn't be using the historical text from the Bible, right? Okay. Brick? Well, I was, but I just seen I seen a turtle. What's a turtle gonna do?
A turtle on a skateboard? Because
what reference does that have? What reference does that have to help him build the pyramids?
The Great used a turtle to dig trenches to save Egypt from the
But
Great
they're
Flood.
still here. Turtles are still here. We can see a fucking turtle physically. Still see it.
I know. We can still see.
There you go.
Yeah.
So there's no mystery there, is there?
Wait,
Turtles
so
were
if a
around
giant
then,
turtle
they're still there
dragged a
now.
rock, if a giant turtle dragged a rock, that's a dinosaur helping.
Oh
build
my
the pyramid.
life! I really do honestly believe the giant. Can you imagine what health and safety would have said to them?
To giants?
To the turtles dragging the rocks. Come on. And then you've got to think, right?
We didn't have OSHA.
Then you've got to think, right? Okay, I mean, these dinosaurs. What happens if like one of them just ended up having a fight with each other? Or falling into the pyramid, which is very.
They're
likely.
peaceful dinosaurs as long as you're nice to it. You can't try to enslave a behemoth, but you can.
So how are you gonna make them do what you want without
positive reinforcement? You give them food. You throw a rope over its back, you tie a rock to it. See, I thought you were going to go with simple machines, like they had pulleys and stuff. How do they get these these 70-ton rocks across 50 miles of desert. And
well, this is where you were wrong, isn't it? This is where you were wrong, because that's what you prepped for, and I know that's what you prepped for me being
I know. I thought that's where a bricklayer would go.
Well, this is where I knew you would go.
Instead, he says giants. Okay, well, the giants were riding on dinosaurs.
Right, but I'm right though, aren't I, about the existence of giants and fallen angels, because referring from the Bible, which is your book, by the way, brother, your book, what you read and you follow, you've done this a lot longer than I have. I actually think that as using my construction skills, right, and knowledge, that I would have said, imagine trying to tame a dinosaur to carry a rock. I mean, it's just
not what I really
nearly impossible.
I really think men of God like Adam used the help in the labor of animals because he had dominion over the animals. And
dinosaurs, though, but dinosaurs.
Maybe later it got taken over. They found the giants found the Great Pyramid of Giza, and they decided to build some copycat little ones on the side and dig their tunnels and stuff under the little one off the side.
Well, there's a whole theory of the Pillars of Enoch being the Great Pyramid and stuff like that. But that's, there's a lot of stuff we could delve into that I'd love to talk to you about just off
the Bible talks about angels, fallen angels, and angels taking the form of animals and speaking through animals. So, and this thing was called the God beast, this tidal beast that God says, I created alongside you in Job, talking about the behemoth. And
so were the dinosaurs
very descriptive about it.
But were the dinosaurs, to the point, were the dinosaurs?
Yeah, well, it would have been called a dragon back then.
Where's the Diplosaurus or the Diplopod, whatever pictures in like these hieroglyphs again? And where are these skeletal remains? Like, where were the buried?
There are. I didn't want a 4-hour slideshow, but there's thousands of pictures. There's cave art from. Don't you think that would have been? Don't you think that would have been better evidence than a fucking turtle on a skateboard? No, I mean, I know. I fucked the slideshow. I never do.
I really do think it would have been more warranted. It would have been more warranted and a better use of your time to show us some skeletal remains that were found. Okay, in a ritual sense.
I showed fossils. I showed there were pictures of the Paratitan. There were pictures of the Manosaurus Spinifinidae or whatever it's called. There was fossil pictures in there too.
I'm on about
there were trained crocodilians.
Right. So how much archaeology has gone on in there?
Reptiles are trainable.
How much archaeology?
There's fossil record of it.
How much archaeology has gone on in Egypt? How much archaeology has gone on in Egypt over the past 100 or so years? Even
a lot, but they're not telling us the truth about the dinosaurs because.
There you go. So when it suits you, you'll say they are doing, and when it doesn't, you see what I mean? It's a bit of inconsistency.
No, I've said from the beginning I don't agree with their dating methods.
But you agree with other stuff.
I agree that we found bones. I don't know how old the bones are. I think the bones are much younger than what they say.
Yeah, you think, but let's face it, yes, right? Because you're not a scientist or an archaeologist or a paleontologist, right? You're not.
That's an appeal to authority. Neither are you.
Well, I'm just.
So we're not allowed to have this debate because we're not smart.
Well, technically, both of us aren't that smart, are we? Because like you think that dinosaurs built the pyramids, and I mean, I'm still trying to convince you otherwise using your own Bible, right, to show you that this is a more practical method. And
no, all you're doing is adding. You're just adding to. Like I can still agree that maybe it was giants and fallen angels.
So you can agree with
dinosaurs. Ain't the fallen angels would have taken
where's the proof?
That's why there's strange creatures in their hieroglyphs.
Where's the proof of strange creatures?
Why people have animal heads and stuff like that. Those are fallen angels taking forms.
So people have animal
demons
heads, right?
And sometimes good angels.
And nice because if that's the case, right, they've done that because they had a big part and a role to play in the construction in their livelihood. Why does it seem if dinosaurs were part of that, then there would have been a picture, right? At least some sort of fiend picture graphic evidence to go.
Yeah,
dinosaur dragon stone, dinosaur carrying stone. There's none.
No, there's none. A long neck. There's lots of long neck beasts among men. And it's There's hieroglyphs where there's like this long neck thing and there's people walking around it. We don't know what these are all just them drawing pictures of stuff that was around them. So they have pictures of long neck beasts, which I would call dragons or dinosaurs. They have them on a leash in the Narmer tablets. So there's no direct pictures of them hauling stones, but there's pictures of them around the pyramids. And there's bones in and around the pyramids.
I mean, but you're saying that helps build the pyramids, right? If they've got pictures of these long neck beasts,
I'm saying the men of the time and the giants of the time would have utilized the work of large creatures like we always have.
Yeah, but
I mean, let's have this big thing. Let's have this big, slow, nice. Look, he follows me when I have a leaf. Let's have him pull the rocks. Why wouldn't they do that? They're smart enough to build the pyramids. They're not smart enough to figure out how to have this dumb reptile drag a rock for them.
I could agree with you, right? If they were around and then
in every other time.
Just carbon dating clearly shows that there's no dinosaur bones as young, right?
Yeah, and that's flawed. I already explained why that's flawed. Don't bring up carbon dating. You don't understand carbon dating.
But you just referenced carbon dating.
How does carbon dating work?
Well, basically, you get carbon and you date it.
It's the relation of carbon 12 to carbon 14. You figure out
right,
the half-life of carbon 14 based off of the proportion of carbon 12 to it.
It's
depending
irrelevant.
on the amount of carbon.
It's irrelevant.
In the air
It's irrelevant. You're not a scientist. You're reading Google. You're reading fucking Google. You're reading Google. You're reading Google, and that's all you've done, right? And if you're reading Google, your science is flawed because now you're trusting. Oh, you have peanut authority. You're peanut authority. That's what you're doing. 10, 9, 8, 7. You lost, brother.
You lost.
If you won, you lost. Even if you won, you lost. Right?
Good luck judging that.
All right, fighters, to your corners. All right. It is time for the judgment to be put upon you. Okay. Let me actually, where's my camera? Why is it off? I forgot it was off. All right. So for this round, we'll start with King. We're gonna chat, just to let everyone know how this goes here. It is we do a judgment for each round, okay? Unless someone pays the $100 for a solo judge of one of the rounds. Other than that, we do a judgment. So the two judges will give who they pick for the winner. If they pick the same person, opposite people, I'll be the tiebreaker. If not, obviously we don't have to go to me. And also they'll give a reason for why they did that. And chat, also, while we're doing this, you have until we're done this little section here to decide what the next topic is going to be for the fighters, okay? For the next round. The next round will be a 30-minute round. So, yeah, again, we'll start with King. Who do you pick for the winner of this round and why?
All right, so I'll start off. I did actually take some notes, so I actually did pay attention a little bit. First off, JS, it's Minnesota, not Michigan, the land of 10,000 lakes. So that's -2 points for you, bitch. No. So I guess I'll go ahead and I'll just straight in and say I'm gonna have to give this round to JS, even though those 2 points will come back and bite you later. I promise you that. I guess really it falls down to me. What the biggest thing was Bricky's retort to the fact that it wasn't dinosaurs was that it was giants and fallen angels, not dinosaurs. Granted, he didn't have to prove that stance. However, when JS brought up the fact that he said there's been more dinosaur bones than giants, hasn't there? And at first, Bricky glossed over it, but then when JS brought him back to it later and said, have we found giant bones? And Bricky's like, no, flat out, no, there hasn't been. So I don't know how you can really contend with giving an alternative view with no proof of any kind. So that's why I chose. Plus, chair reigns supreme. So
based. All right, Jeremy.
All right. So let me start off. Bricky, you actually did take this quite a bit more seriously than I thought. It was pretty evident you did do your homework. You actually started out with a really good argument in that the whole opening statement that JS didn't actually say anything about dinosaurs building the pyramids. That was a really good point you brought, but then you went away from that. and from there on out, JS actually kind of carried the debate and led you to a land of spurginess. So unfortunately, JS had chair in his ear, and clearly that gave him the win.
JS gets 2 votes, and that means it doesn't matter what I was going to vote. So JS Urban Adventures is the winner there of round 1. Again, chat, you guys have voted that the next topic will be how many votes did we have, by the way? 29 votes, and you guys voted that the next topic will be UK versus America. So JS and Brick, get ready. This is going to be the topic for the next round, and also this next round will be 30 minutes. Let me remind chat of your attacks. It is scrolling across the bottom, but I don't have a chat moves list I can bring up for this one. So I'll remind you guys quickly of your chat moves for this one. And remember, there's 5-minute grace periods between like same attacks. So you can't stack the same attack on top of each other except the name changes. That's 2-minute grace periods. We have the $5 random sound attack. Okay. We have the $10 2-minute mute again, but there's 5-minute grace periods. $20 take away 4 minutes from the current round. All right. If you really want to just like speed the round up, that's up to you. $40 to force a topic switch. So now if you want to force a topic switch onto the round, you can. So $40 and you'll force them to switch the topic they're debating. 60 to add 30 minutes to the current round. This can only be done once per round. And then $100 if you want to skip us judges and go to solo judging. You get to be the solo judge and skip what we would have said. All right. So those are your attacks. It's also scrolling across the bottom. Just so you guys can remember. And again, fighters, you guys have 30 minutes for this round. It is UK versus America, and get right into it. Right when you guys get brought up here, get right into it. Okay, let's take a peek in on the corners and see how the fighters are doing, and start this next round. The
fire's coming. Are you ready for the fire? We're firemen. We are firemen. The heat doesn't bother us. We live in the heat. We train in the heat. It tells us that we're ready. We're at home. We're where we're supposed to be. Flamethrowers grenade us. What do? We control the flame. We control them. We move the flame when we want to. And then we sing. Hey, look at me. This is where champions remain. You understand me? That's what the jabs are for, to close the distance. Start with the backside. Start looking for your runs, but start with the backside, then finish. Okay?
Right hand, okay? Still drop your right hand, okay?
You can't stand with you. You've got to keep. He's holding you there too long. When you get his back, just come up, fight his hand, come outside like when you got it. That doesn't mean careless, but you got to pick up the pace. You're throwing one shot at a time, and she's just sitting there on the outside waiting to counter you.
In the championship of UFC 6. Let's get it on!
I'm leading with Brick. You're not even going to be able to talk about half these things without going to jail in your lame ass country.
Listen, I'm telling you what, right? The 2020 election was more fairer, right, than that there, okay? That was rigged, okay? You didn't prove that anything that the Dinosaurs built. But let's move on to the UK versus US. Right, anyway, the judges say it's final, okay? I'll agree with that. And, I mean, I will get better. But come on,
I'm assuming you're picking the UK in this one.
No, I'm picking US. You can have UK.
If I were you, I'd pick US. Oh, wait, you're picking US, and I gotta. No,
of course, there you go, right? Okay, obviously. So, what would you say that the US is better than UK for?
Economically, our GDP's higher. Our GDP per capita is higher. Let's see. Socially, We got problems with immigration, but you got bigger problems with immigration because you're smaller. And healthcare. You got commie healthcare. It's lame. We got a nice single payer insurance system set up here. What do you got? Why is the UK better than the US?
Well, for starters,
It's not.
For starters, without the UK and British influence, you wouldn't have your founding fathers, okay, your constitution, or
They were running away from you. They didn't want to be there.
But they were British.
So what? They left. No,
Right?
they were American. From as soon as it turned
British.
77,
So hang on a second,
1775, they turned American.
Just a couple of things, right? Okay, so Britain.
How'd that war go?
Britain gave everyone the railways. Okay, give with the modern bicycle, which is also called
The railways.
Railways, yeah, railways. Britain invented the railways.
Whatever. Americans invented the airplane.
Whoa. Actually, jet propelled, right? But the aircraft, right? First actual aircraft. I'll get to that, right? Okay. But we've got the
Wright brothers were in America. Weren't they in Virginia?
We've got the modern day bicycle, right? Okay. Also known as a rover safety bike.
No,
right?
you guys rode that big front wheel bicycle.
Yeah, which is like the descent. It's
goofy.
A bike is a descendant of that. Like we invented.
That thing is goofy. It doesn't even make any damn sense.
But still doesn't.
That big old front wheel and a little back wheel.
Still doesn't say that.
That's a British ass
disprove
bike.
it. So we made the first bicycle. Okay, then we've also got the steam engine, right? Okay, and we've got the piston ring.
And
we
then
invented that.
You've got
right?
soccer.
We've got We've got the petrol and the diesel engine, right? We've got we've got steel ships and propellers.
Are you talking about
ships.
inventions and industrialization?
This is stuff
America
that we
has
get.
far surpassed England.
This is why Britain is better than America. We gave you everything, right, that you have, even your country, your constitution, your founding father.
We took it.
You have all descendants of non-Americans, right? Okay, so you are just like a collection of people. I mean, I get you. I'd rather
You sound like a damn commie. We're all descendants of Adam and Eve.
Listen, I have to try and defend fucking Britain, so shut up, right? Okay,
it's tough. Right? I know.
Now we've got the steam turbine, right?
How about soccer versus football? Football's way cooler. Soccer only women should play.
We've got the turbo prop aircraft.
The turbo prop. Name change JS to chair wouldn't disrespect MN. That's Minnesota, I think. Yeah.
And so back to your point about the aircraft, right, and the planes, right? We basically gave you the turbo prop.
I thought Asians gave us the railway anyway.
The aircraft. No. Well, that's where you're wrong, isn't it? That's where you're wrong. Okay. And you know what's it called? The pneumatic tire. You know, not a steel tire. We invented the pneumatic tire, right? Because we weren't really comfortable sitting in them cars, you know, and they're clunking along. So,
I don't know that any of this is accurate. We've invented way more stuff than you. How about the light bulb?
Also, hang on a second. I'll give you a chance, right? Also,
you're making all this stuff in the dark,
we didn't invent the roads, right? But we did give you tarmac, right? You know, we'll give you steel bridges, right? We'll give you modern day roundabouts, you know, where we give way to traffic. Yeah, we
I'm
invented
gonna
a lot of
Google
stuff.
American inventions and start going through a list of American inventions. We got more.
Do you know what a cat's eye is? We invented that as well. We gave you that, which everybody uses.
You invented the cat's eye?
Caterpillar tracks as well, and tanks. We've done that as well.
We gave you the computer, GPS, internet.
We gave you the Industrial Revolution.
You wouldn't even be talking to us right now if it wasn't for Americans.
We gave you the Industrial Revolution, right, which led on to the spinning wheel and stuff like that. We invented the telephone.
No, Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone in America, I think.
Stainless.
I'm wrong about that.
No, sorry, I'm gonna make a correction on both of you. That was a Canadian. Sorry for you guys. Go ahead.
Who? Alexander Graham Bell?
Yep.
But did he live in America at the time?
I live, my friend. Yep.
But he lived in America.
Yeah, I just had to correct you guys. Sorry.
So he was American. That was made on American soil.
No, Canadian.
No, that was American soil.
The telephone was Britain invented the telephone, right?
If he had never come to America and
the television,
the great innovation here, then he wouldn't have ever been, motivated to create the telephone. He had to move to America first. And it's like a light bulb went off in his head. Light bulbs, America.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get off of inventions. You got some inventions. I think we've got better. We got the microwave oven. What's next?
No, we invented that. No, we invented
mine.
We invented the British person invented right the thing that goes into the microwave, right? Okay.
You guys have had stagnating upward mobility and increased inflation over there.
We're better than you still.
Your GDP wouldn't say so. Your healthcare system wouldn't say so. You damn commies.
I mean, if you go off history, GS, right? History, which basically, let's face it, without British influence, America wouldn't be America, would it? It would still be.
You guys are locking people up for speech, and you got basically open borders.
Yeah, that's irrelevant, isn't it? You were doing.
No, it's pretty relevant. I know you're not allowed to talk about some of it because you might go to jail.
Right.
Right. So
we're going off which is better, right? Again, without British influence.
Point for America. Let's go.
Back to when we were allowed to do stuff and say things, right? Britain gave you most of, if not all of what you have developed on, right? Without British influence,
no, we left. We didn't want that no more. And then we whooped you in a war afterwards.
What do you mean we left? Do you not mean British people? British people left British land and took British influence to American soil and created America.
No, there was Irish people. So there was German people.
Yeah,
there was Russian people.
So
there's damn atheists from Russia.
Irish people are British. Irish people are British. So without British influence, okay, you wouldn't have your America. Am I right?
No. This one's for you, Brick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brick, you also gave us Spice Girls and he ever hats.
I don't know what that is. I know what Spice Girls is, but I don't know what the other thing is.
You're a proper Spice.
Oh, thanks for Spice Girls. Great. We gave you Kid Rock.
And what's he doing with himself now?
More than Spice Girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Modern day Britain is a bit.
Trump's not hanging out with the Spice Girls. He's not hanging out with.
Jess, I ain't going to dispute you, right? Modern day Britain is absolutely.
You can't dispute me. We're better in every way.
Right? But if we go back in history, okay, without British influence, America wouldn't be the great nation it is now. Without all the British influence that is
without your negative influence that made us run away from there and start our own land and reject your ways and create the greatest country on earth.
Who ran away from where?
You're right. Without your horrible influence, we would have never left the UK.
So who ran away from where?
The Pilgrims. In the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Marie in the Mayflower, the settlers.
Where did your founding fathers come from?
All over the place. I think mine came from like Germany and maybe a little bit from the UK.
Right. Okay. And then what did they do? They brought a lot of influence.
I don't care. I'm a third generation damn American. I'm American.
I mean, come on, Jess. Without those British influence, you wouldn't even be a generation. You wouldn't be
focus
existing.
on modern times then. Let's stop going back to arbitrary dates in the past. Let's focus on modern times.
Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Because we dominated back then, right? And again,
the past doesn't exist. Let's focus on now.
Oh,
how much of your military do we subsidize?
The past doesn't exist. So you're disputing the Bible again now, are you?
World police, you'd be conquered by multiple different fronts.
Jess, again, without British influence, there's no way.
You got Russia to your right, you got Asia to your southwest, you got freaking the whole Middle East down below you.
I still don't see how, right, without the British
all you got's
influence.
A dang Mediterranean Sea and opportunity. I still
don't see without British influence how yous would be in the places are.
In America. The only thing standing between you and the rest of the world just conquering you immediately is America and opportunity.
America's not in the middle of us. We're in the middle, right? So there's a fact that
in a channel.
Right? I still don't understand, Jess, right? Without British influence, how America would be as great as it is. You've got to concede that point.
Yeah, a negative influence that drove us away from there. If it wasn't for that, then we wouldn't be as great as we were today. So thank you for being so garbage that we were like, we got to go live in the freaking middle of nowhere with these savages instead of be here. Thank you for being so trash.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna take our British knowledge and influence, and we're gonna go to a newfound land, right? Okay, and we're gonna turn it into what we really want as Brits, right? So basically, British people influenced American values. So technically, just because it's called America, right, it's influenced by British values.
By the 1800s, that was over. By the way, we were like,
but you're admitting it happened. But you're
just
admitting
as strict with British immigrants as we were with Irish immigrants.
But you're admitting the influence happened and it had an impact on how your country developed.
Yeah, a negative influence drove us out of the UK. Thank you.
So basically, a negative. So you're saying that America's great, right? And all we done was brought negativity. How does that work?
Yeah, if somebody's like living in a homeless shelter and then they move into a new house, that doesn't mean that the homeless shelter is better than the new house. They go to the new thing because it's better. It's upward mobility. It's moving up. It's taking hold of opportunity, seizing it, and making greatness.
Right.
Because that other place sucked.
Okay, right. But when you move from that other place, right? When you move from that place that you know, you're not very well, you don't like, okay? You don't like, but then you move to somewhere better. Right?
There was still some residual influence, yeah. There was some residual influence that helped us, but we got rid of all the bad ideas, which were
you haven't getting rid of the railways. You still use turbine engines.
Those bad ideas are collapsing your country currently.
I'm sure there's still bicycles going there. I'm sure people are still pedaling bikes around your fucking country, aren't they? I'm sure you've still got steel ships. You're still using
trains. What happened?
Oh, I did. Oh, I clicked it and it clicked to back down.
Name change JS2 is Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes. I come from Land of Lakes, Florida. We have a Land of Lakes in Florida. Fun fact. But the butter comes from Minnesota.
That's another British invention, butter.
What? Lakes or butter?
Butter.
Butter?
Butter.
Can't even pronounce a damn T.
Butter.
There you go. Butter. Butter. I can't believe it's not butter. Okay. What do you got? Address some of my points. What about that GDP? How are we going to tighten it up?
I don't understand GDP.
Where's your freedom of speech going? Why aren't you doing something about it? Stand up, British men.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
Your constitution and your First Amendment, right, is basically given to you by a British person.
Nobody knows what a damn dentist is.
I do. I've still got all my teeth. But anyway, go back to the free speech. That's one of your first.
My first was GDP and then healthcare, and then it would be free speech and your immigration.
In your constitution, right? Okay, the First Amendment is what? What's it called? What's it say? Tell us. Go and tell everybody.
The freedom of speech.
Right, okay. And where did that come from? The influence that Britain, I'll not like you, right? Okay. A lot of the founding fathers were religious, but they did say freedom of speech.
It may have been influenced by your whatever version of what a constitution you have, but ours is better.
Your constitution is basically a revamp of ours, right? Which is better, right? Because we got to do it for you. Instead of having a monarchy to overrule, instead of having one person, right, who may have a bad day, right, and there's a little bit of gout going on and likes to eat chicken legs and fucking pigs, right? Okay, like the king. They went away and they went, right, we're going to create this land.
This one here is for Brick to read.
Right. Yes, Brits gave us the Beatles. C.S. Lewis Tolkien.
C.S. Lewis Tolkien.
Tolkien, right?
I think there's supposed to be a comma in there.
Chesteron, Magna Carta, who we have no idea. Constitution or
why are you asking Brett to read things? You know he can't read.
we have no idea Constitution.
The metric system? Fuck the metric system.
Shut the fuck up, will you?
That is
And
the
candy
most
bars.
commiest metric.
And metric system is better.
No, metric system is for commies. Why don't you divide 10 by 3 and 4 for me real quick?
I tell you what, in an inch, right? What's a half an inch?
Tell me a third. Name change Jeremy to "You love my dogs." Why don't you convert? Why don't you divide 10 by 3 and 4 for me real quick, Brick?
Divide 10 by 3.
If I need a third of a meter, what do you got to give me?
I'm gonna say it's 333 millimeters
with a Rebuttal bar, so you actually can't be exact. It's impossible to be exact because it's 3.333333333.
So with that, how do you measure half an inch? It's 25 mil, that, isn't it? It's 25 mil. An inch is 25. Sorry, an inch is 25 mil.
No,
right?
Wait. How do I divide an inch and a half?
No,
how do an inch and a half?
How do you
3/4 of an inch?
3/4 of an inch.
Yeah.
And do you not have
that in half? It would be 3/16 of an inch.
So wait there. What do you use? What do you use to break up an inch?
Or no, it'd be 3/8 of an inch, and then 3/16 of an inch.
So is a centimeter your smallest mark of measurement?
A foot uses 12 inches.
12 inches in a foot.
By 3. I can say what's a third of a foot?
Centimeters.
A third of a foot is 3 inches. What's a quarter of a foot? It's 4 inches. What's a I said that wrong. I said that backwards, but
right. Okay.
A third of a foot is 4 inches. A quarter of a foot is 3 inches. A half of a foot is 6 inches.
How big's an inch? If I want to go down to what, like 3/4 of an inch,
and it's based off
right?
of real life things. And you know what a foot is? It's the average size of a full grown man is 12 inches. That's a foot. Maybe it's gotten smaller these days, but it used to be 12 inches. You know what an acre is? It's how far.
How do you get? It's more of an accurate measurement, right? Okay, let's just say we're going to use
acre is like a real measurement, like a kilometer.
Right, with that, Jess. Right, when we use an accurate measurement, right? Okay, when they go down to a
bushel and a peck.
If we go down to millimeters, we go down to millimeters. We don't go, it's close to an inch or a centimeter, because a centimeter still got, like,
you know what it is? It's globalism. You guys were trying to. It's the French. The French start, and also don't take. You didn't start the metric system. The French did, and it was to make a one world measurement system. It's globalism. They want to have one world language and one world religion and one world currency, and they want one world measurement. And America saying no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, and America says no, because America was given to you by British people.
No,
right?
It was
British
not given to us. We took it. We whooped your ass in a war. The Indians and the Canadians and the Japanese and the Germans, all of them. We took this place.
All given to you, all your history, right? Given to you.
Land. This is
given to you by British influence. Okay, you still can't get away from that.
You didn't give us this.
What did you do?
Did you give America to Americans? We took it. We earned it. We colonized it.
Well, without British influence, there would be no America, would there?
Sheer grit and American
I'm gonna
determinism.
I tell you what, Jess, I'm going to grant you this.
We walked into the wilderness.
I'm going to grant you this, Jess. Look, I'm going to grant you this.
You guys were just chilling in your castles, like, oh, let's have
now you're
and then we whooped your ass in a war. We threw your tea into the ocean.
Jess, calm down. Stop fucking
no
spurging.
Taxation without representation.
Stop spurging. Okay, right, kid. That was my trick last round. Now,
bro, you guys get scared when I say Paul Revere. Paul Revere just riding through like a horse in the darkness. The British are coming.
That's a spurging my life. For fuck's sake, Jess, will you stop spurging, kid?
We were shooting cannons. Bombs were bursting in the air just for decoration.
Oh, God.
While we were fighting you.
Right. So,
okay,
go
ahead. I'm
gonna grant you, right, that America.
I just want to say, I wrote down economy and healthcare.
You see what I mean? There you go. That's his more spurging filibustering. Seriously.
I wrote down economy and healthcare. You haven't addressed either of them. So,
economy and healthcare.
Yep.
In modern day.
Yeah.
You
keep wanting to go back to the past.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? They were the best times.
No, you lost repeatedly.
How did we
had
lose
to bail
repeatedly?
you out repeatedly? What time period are we going to?
Well, basically,
the only time the UK was better than America is pre-America.
I tell you what, right? Before like British people landed on American soil, right, and explorers did. But who was there?
The natives,
right? Okay, and was America great like it is now?
No,
Back then, right? Why not?
It wasn't America yet.
But I've just said who was in
Didn't
America
exist
when they
yet.
landed
What are you
there?
talking about?
So what was it called?
Called the wilderness.
Called the wilderness. Okay, right.
I don't know what they called it.
The wilderness.
So probably different tribes called it different things. Some of them probably called it Jukatakao.
So when it was called the wilderness, right? Okay, why wasn't it as great as it is today?
Because it
America's so great.
Because Americans hadn't got there and designated it as the new land.
But technically, the people that were there, right, would have been original Americans. Just they didn't call it that, right?
No, that's not true.
So, is it not?
So who owned England before it was England? Like Rome or something?
A lot of people. I mean, Romans. Yeah, we've got a lot of Roman influence. I mean, the Vikings, they used to just fucking raid our shores and, just plunder, steal, and take.
Okay, so were Vikings and Romans the original Brits?
They had a lot of impact. Vikings did settle. Some Vikings did settle there, okay, which again, then hadn't.
Yeah, see, and this is why this is dumb, going back in time. We can just keep going back farther and farther. What about when it was Pangea?
When was that? I think I was too young to remember that then.
Pangea, all the continents were together. It was basically Asia.
How many years ago would that have been? Over 200 years ago?
I don't know.
300 years? Well, wait there. You're referencing it because how old's America?
Like pre-flood, like 6,000, 7,000 years ago.
Yeah, and there was no America then at that time, was there? No America.
That was my argument.
Yeah.
You're saying that the Indians were the first Americans. I'm saying.
Oh, you said that. I asked you who was there before. You said the Indians.
And you said so. Doesn't that make them the first Americans?
Right. If it's called America.
And I said no because it wasn't America yet.
Right. So what are they then? If they're natives, right? They were there originally, but they didn't
They're
have
tribes. There's Crow, there's Choctaw, there's Seminole.
Right. So let's just call it the wilderness like you did before, right? Why wasn't the wilderness as great as America is today, right?
Because Americans weren't there to make it great.
Yeah, but who were Americans? It wasn't America back then, so were
as
Americans.
As soon as it became America, they were Americans.
Americans were British descendants, weren't they?
There was a mix. There was some Irish. There was some German. I'm sorry. We're going in circles.
So that's British, Irish, right? Okay, and you've got Scottish.
We're going in circles, Brick. Address the healthcare and the economy. Why does it suck in England?
Just tell you, it's absolutely shit because Labour are running my country and we've got an immigration problem. Okay?
All right, so currently.
Oh yeah, I'm going to fix it. I'll tell you what, right? What I'll do tomorrow, right? What I'll do tomorrow, right? Jess, what I'll do tomorrow is I'll get out there, right? Okay, and I'll just get into I'll get this sorted, will you? Okay.
Yeah.
A bit like. So wait there. What was your country going like?
America.
What was your country going like under Democrat rule? When Joe Biden and all that shit. You got Trump in, didn't you? And where's Trump? And where's Trump? Where's Trump from? A descendant of where? Where's Trump a descendant of? Where's Trump a descendant of? Scotland. In Britain. Boom. There you go.
I think he's German.
No, it's
Trump's Russian.
Trump's mother's Scottish.
You might be right. I know it's.
I am fucking right, man.
No,
I am right.
He's German too.
You're wrong.
This one's for Brick to read.
Scotland's not even Brit. What are you talking about? Scotland's not the UK.
Name change Brick to I'll fix it.
Oh, he's not going to address that. What does Scotland have to do with the UK? You don't get to claim all of Europe.
It's Scotland's not Europe. It's part of the British Isles. You fucking tit.
Is it? But it's not part of the... I don't know.
Oh my!
I know
life.
UK geography.
But you don't know if you don't know fuck all about the UK. Do you really?
Is Scotland part of the UK for real? Though?
Yes, I literally live all my life. Hadrian's Wall.
They actually tried, like, they fight constantly to separate themselves, but yeah, they are a part of it.
Is Ireland part of that too?
Northern Ireland's not. There's a part of Northern Ireland which is technically.
Oh, you're taking half a country. You're getting to choose a half.
No, we've took more than half of Ireland.
We're Scandinavian
more
countries.
than half of it.
You get to claim the Scandinavian fingers that dip into there.
See, there you go. Now we're just being stupid now, aren't you?
Well, no, because they're close to. I know how it's laid out. It's like, do you get to claim a chunk of Italy? I'm looking at a map in my head.
Italy is not part of Britain. British Isles, Wales, Scotland, England, and Ireland, right?
Wales, Scotland, England, and Ireland. Okay.
That's the British Isles. That's why if you look at the English flag, right? English flag, it's white background with a red cross, St. George's flag. You look at the Scottish flag, right? It's a white cross of a thing with a blue background. And you've got the Welsh flag, right? And you've got, that's what the Union Jack is a composite of all the nations' flags.
We don't need a history class. Why is it better than America?
Well, obviously you do, because our history influenced yours. That's my whole point.
Why does your GDP suck? Why does your health suck? Why do we have to subsidize your military? Why don't you fight your own wars?
What's the point in having a dog and barking yourself?
Oh, so we're your dog? We're bigger than you. This is like when the little girl owns the big bully pit and it ends up eating her one day.
Yeah, and again, going back to my original point, you're only as big as you are.
You're the little girl in
British influence. Because you are British influence. Okay? That's the only reason you're able to say what you're saying now with the right you have. Okay, sitting on your chair, right? Big up chair. How you doing anyway, Chad? I never said hello to you.
I have more German influence than British influence.
I'm half German, mate. Don't you start your bullshit with me.
Okay, well, so now you're going to throw Germany in the bag? You guys would be speaking German if it wasn't for America. So you probably are pretty close.
Well, look at the royal family. We've got German blood in them as well. But it's irrelevant. That's irrelevant at this point. It's irrelevant.
You're trying to count all of Europe, and maybe all of Europe is still not better than America, but definitely not the UK.
I mean, where would you rather live, GS? Right? Would you rather live in America or England?
I've never lived in England, but I'd rather. Well, I'd rather live in America regardless. But
so would I rather live in America? You know why? Because it's built off British traditional values.
I would probably live wherever I was born, even if I was born there. Name change Bricky to I bow to King Charles III. Dude, they like monarchy could be cool, but yours is like a matronarch. What's it called? Yours is based off the queen. It's the Queen's land. It's not even a patriarchy. It's a matriarchy monarchy. You value the queen more than the king. That's basic.
And then this one's for Bricky to read.
GS name change. I confused Australia.
Australia's not even real. How's it going to be number one if it's not even real?
You're gone all my life. You see what I mean? It's and again, Australia, Britain sent all of its criminals over to Australia, right? Which didn't
also,
do that
if you get a bunch of these people on a panel,
didn't do Australia any bad, did it? Didn't do Australia any bad, did it?
You get a bunch of British people on a panel on the internet, it's crazy. You can't understand anything that's happening.
Of course you can. I mean, you don't really understand what's happening now, do you?
You're going down, Brick.
Well, look at to be honest with you, both judges are
like
both judges are American, right? So I've literally got no fucking chance of winning this one.
This has been a reenactment of the American Revolution, brought to you by JS Urban Adventures.
Yeah, okay. American's not really America without British influence, was it?
Yes, without Britain's horrible influence to cause us to leave and make America, we would.
There you go. Just before it ended, he admitted it.
All right, fighters to your corners. To your corners. It is time for. Okay, and also chat real quick. Let me get this last topic written in here. I forgot to do it a little earlier. I didn't realize the time flew by so fast. And then should jury trials be abolished? So, chat, you got 3 topics to vote on in the poll. Okay, I'm putting the poll in right now. Get those voted on while we go over this. Again, for anyone who is just tuning in, the way this goes is we have 3 judges here. King and Jeremy will give their judgment first. If they are on opposite ends, I will be the tiebreaker. And then also I'll explain the chat moves that you guys have again after this. But we started with King last round, so we'll start with Jeremy this round. Who is the winner for round 2 and why?
All right. Well, unfortunately, Bricky, you called it. I am American. I have to vote for America, but it's actually not because I'm American I'm doing that. But your argument based on simply the fact that England being that origins of England, you got to remember, not all Americans came from England. We have a very diverse population at this point. A lot of people come from India. A lot of people come from Germany. A lot of people come from other nations in within Africa, or even a ton of Hispanic population didn't come from England. So as it is today, not a lot of need from England influence in America to be a great nation. So your entire basis for your argument was flawed on that. So I have to say America's greatest.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy. That means we got 1 going for JS and King. Who are you giving the winner to for round 2 and why?
All right. I scored that round a 10-9 with JS on top. That's going to have to be because Bricky, you kept pointing back to the past before America even existed as your reference to why UK was great. So that kind of just defeated the whole purpose of UK versus US. JS was bringing it back to all the great things that US is doing now. Also, he made a very great point about you to this point today get in trouble for your speech. Doesn't happen here, not like that. So simple as that. America's better. JS for the win.
Let's fucking go. So that means round 2 will be going to JS Urban Adventures. Okay. And it wouldn't have mattered what I voted because we got 2 there. And also, I would say real quick. So for JS, don't confidently say things that you don't know, like Scotland isn't part of UK when you don't know those things. That would be my criticism for you. And my criticism for Brick is, yes, there was actually some good arguments of today's, the way the system is today, you could have pointed to that maybe would have got you some points. I would have said maybe if you would have compared the policing systems and the criminals in the 2 countries, you would have maybe been able to fight on that side. That's where I see a lot of the really good arguments coming from when people try to argue which system is better. Obviously, I still obviously am on the other side, but I've seen the arguments come from the side of the UK having a better system that are actually pretty strong arguments. So yeah, that would just be my little criticisms I'd give you guys for that round. But chat, I'm gonna give you guys 1 more minute. Get your votes in. We got 25 votes there so far. So there's 37 of you here right now. So I mean, y'all can get a vote in. Get a fucking vote on there. You got a minute, and we'll decide which topic we're doing next. Real quick, let you all know. So first off, every super chat even if you just want to add to the convo or whatever, you just want to say something or have someone read something. Every super chat is read by the fighters, and they take turns each one. So if JS reads one, then the next one will be read by Brick, and then back and forth. So those are the ways that works with the super chats. Even when you're doing moves, they will be read by them as well. And the moves here we got. Remember, you can't stack moves. There's 5-minute grace periods between them. But we have except for the name change is a 2-minute grace period. So we have the $2 name change, the $5 random sound attack. We have the $10 2-minute mute, $20 to take away 4 minutes from the round, $40 to force a topic switch. And that's, anytime during the round you can do that. 60 to add 30 minutes to a round. And that can only be done once per round, and then $100 to solo judge the round if you want to bypass the judges being able up here to be able to judge the round, and you want to judge it. $100 to solo judge the round. So, and they're scrolling across the bottom if you can't remember them, and if you want to know which attacks you have, just let us know in the chat, and we'll put them there for you. All right, here we go. We got the last minute approaching here. 10 more seconds to get your votes in. I see where it's going to be, where I thought it would be, to be honest. It's where I thought we were going to go with this choices here. This or the second one that actually came in second. So,
hey, Easy.
Yes.
Before you go on to the next topic, can I give you a piece of critique?
Yeah.
Stop banking on the Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone was a Canadian thing, because he's not.
Listen.
Hey, to be fair, Jeremy, he is a Canadian originally, and he first conceptualized it.
No, he's not a Canadian originally. He was born in Scotland. He was born in Scotland.
Okay, all right.
That's
fine. But
that's
he conceptualized
He was born in Scotland.
And then he became a Canadian citizen, and then he became an American citizen.
Yeah, right. So,
but while in Canada, he came to conceptualize the telephone. It was conceptualized in Canada. Yeah, but it was conceptualized in Canada.
Right.
The original idea.
And then he went to teach deaf people in America.
Still Scottish originally.
Yes. Okay, true enough. Yes, you're right. I'll concede that.
He went there to teach deaf people.
He was born in Scotland. He was.
Oh no, I'm saying
no.
I mean, when he went to America.
I don't care why he came to America. My point is, he was born in Scotland. He was a Scottish.
Not Canadian.
Scotland.
It was invented in Canada. How about that?
Sure, that's fine. I'm just saying he wasn't originally a Canadian.
But I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. He was born in Scotland.
Otherwise, you run the whole argument. You go like Elon Musk. He came over here and he created Tesla here in America, right? But you guys say he's not American. He's South African. So, or no, you guys say he's Canadian. So I'm just saying the whole point is he's not from there originally. But anywho, that's it.
Listen, Jay. You know what? Do your schools take you through his house and show you where the invention was created? No, they don't. Okay, we do over here though. All right. Well, I'm in America right now, but in Canada.
Yeah.
Over there though.
Where is his house? Is his house in America or is it in Canada?
Brantford.
Right. So they're not going to take us there.
Yeah. Well, then. Sucks to be
it doesn't change anything.
Listen. You're right. He was born in Scotland, and then he came to Canada, and he actually was only here for 2 years, and then went to America. But he was a citizen here, and
sure.
that's the whole thing. He became a citizen here, and his invention for the telephone happened while he was here, and that's all that matters. He was a Canadian that invented the telephone. That's all that matters.
But then he also created the first phone company here in the States. So,
well, you know, you got to spread worldwide after
that. I'm just saying, you can't take credit for the guy who's not actually born in Canada.
You know what's funny too? He didn't even go to teach sign language to deaf people. He taught them how to read lips.
Crazy.
And like, how do you teach that? That's weird. All right, fighters in the back, I want you guys to know your topic is going to be, do we have free will? All right, and I'm guessing JS is going to be on the opposite side of this, of the no side. I'm guessing that's how it's going to go. So, I mean, more than likely. Oh wait, where did JS? Are you letting the chair debate the next round, or did you step away for a minute? Also, I was gonna say, because usually with the UVCs we would do 30-minute, 1 hour, 30-minute, 1 hour, 30-minute, 1 hour. But one of the things I thought about is I think we're gonna do just 30-minute rounds for the next 4, because you can people can extend the round to an hour if they want it to be an hour. And I think this is one of the things that holds a lot of people back from being able to do UVC, is how long it is. And they might, fear debating that long.
I think it's a good idea, personally. Keep it consistent. First round is an hour. Every round after that's half an hour. Let's extend.
Unless it's extended. Yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. So again, chat, and you can extend the round by 30 minutes to make it an hour. It's 60 to do this. So if you guys are really liking it and want it to go that long, you guys put it in the chat. All right. So let's get ready, fighters. I hope you're ready. We're gonna take a little listen in. All right, on the corners here. Oh wait, I have the wrong timer up. Whoops. Wait, where's my right timer? There we go. And let me put it at 30. All right. Fighters, I hope you are ready in the back there. Okay. We're gonna take a listen in and get right into round 3.
If you don't want to fight no more, I swear to God, I will have to say stop the fight if you don't want to fight. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? You understand that? Like, you understand that? Look, if you don't want to fight, then you figure out stop right now. Anything you feel, he's feeling the same for worse. You're just not digging. You hear me? And you can't talk about all the things you talk about if you don't perform. Now get back. Look, wake the fuck up. Look up. You want that or you want the belt? Let the shots go. You got a big man. You got to punch. You got to let punches go. Oh, he's going to run to survive. That's why we needed to get him out of there. Your volume of punches is too low. You're not punching. And it's not like you're tagging. You just got to let your punches go out of there. Fucking get it right on him now.
In the championship of UFC 6.
Let's go. Brick, I'm assuming you believe in free will, right?
I do,
Unless you want me to take... We agreed that at some point we might have to... But if you...
Look, I really don't mind the way this is going. I would really couldn't be... I'll take the opposite stance in any way. But again, just want to say first and foremost, right, that previous debate, there was no way I was going to use modern day Britain to compare to America, right? But never ever going to win. So forgive me for using the tactics that, of course it would, right? Okay, but the debate,
and just how I was wrong about Scotland, you were wrong about butter. nomadic tribes made butter by accident by walking with goat milk.
I just made that up. I made that bit up.
See,
right?
so you confidently said some bullshit too.
Yeah,
And Easy did too with Alexander Graham Bell. So
and you had to research it to find out if I was wrong or not, didn't you? Because I confidently said it to you, didn't I? But anyway, what we're doing, yeah? Which way is this going?
I don't know that we do not have free will. God didn't give us free will. We don't have free will. I would take a
JS. This one's for you.
Name change Brick to Free Willy. Thank you for the super chat, Robert.
And then this one here is for you, Bricky.
Name change Jeremy to I love Alexander Graham Bell.
I have an opening I'm working on for this free will debate, but I'm going to save it for another time. And I'll just give you kind of what I've always argued is biologically we don't have free will. If you believe in any sort of randomization or reaction, unwilled reaction, like if a rock's falling down a hill and you jump out of the way without thinking about it, that would defy free will. Any sort of randomization would defy free will. That's a biological one. Our decisions are already made in our brain before we actually make them, and we don't even control it sometimes.
So what about the person that doesn't move out the way of the rock?
JS to read.
JS to Graham Bell. Graham Bell.
Graham.
Alexander Graham Bell. What? I don't like Graham Bell. I think it's Graham.
Listen, I'm called Free Willy, so shut your mouth and get on with it, will you?
Yeah. Epistemically, I don't think God gave us free will. I think just prophecy in itself defeats free will. If we're going like with a biblical, it depends on what you mean by free will. When I'm saying free will, I'm saying the ability to make decisions outside of any, without any outside influence or consequence.
But
free implies no consequence.
I thought God and Jesus did that. God gave us free will. That's
where do you get that from?
I mean, does it not preach? Does that not? I may be wrong. I mean, I'm asking you as a.
Some
of the Bible.
Some hermeneutics and some exegesis could lead you to that, but it doesn't say it explicitly. But I don't think it actually says it through the whole message of the Bible. Anytime a prophet says that something's going to happen and then it does happen. So, and God is speaking through the prophets. So God already knows these things are going to happen before they happen. I don't think there's any other way it could have happened.
So God doesn't give you free will.
No, I think our minds make us think we have free will, and that's a deception.
So basically what you just said there is God already knows what's going to happen with all the individuals.
God is like a great like the great writer, the great script writer. He wrote the script, he produced the movie, he already knows the whole movie.
Right, wait there before you go off on your filibusters like you always do, right? Okay, now just tell me, if God doesn't give with free will and knows exactly what people are going to be, why does he create these horrible people that are walking the earth doing these horrible things?
Well, that's the problem of evil, and that's something that you have by believing in free will. You have a problem with the problem of evil. I see it as a necessary.
But we're creations of God, okay? And if God knows how we're all going to turn out, why did he create it to be that way? Like, he gave us free will, and we chose to do that, right? Okay, I get you that. I'll give you that, right? That we chose to do it.
No, I think our mistakes, what we think are mistakes, are part of us being us. Like, we're perfect in our mistakes. Like, we had to make those mistakes.
Jimmy Savile was perfect, was he?
Jimmy Savile. He's a comedian. Right. Who is that? I don't know who that is.
But wait, was P. Diddy perfect?
He was perfectly made to do exactly what he did. Everything he did, he was gonna do, and that was the way it was written.
Jeffrey Dahmer, was he perfect?
Yeah, he ate people perfectly. The way he was designed to do. It was written. God designed
him to do that. God
knew him before he was in his mother's womb and knew that he was going to eat people. And possibly he came to God in the last moments of his life, and God knew that was going to happen too. I mean, I don't know if that for sure.
I really don't understand how God was willing to sacrifice all them people, right, to bring one person. closer to them for going through
What do you
all of
mean
that. That just makes no
sacrifice
sense
all
to me.
those people? So in the
Well,
Bible
the
it
people that
says
he ate,
when
the people that he ate, the people that he ate, the people that he like he ate unalived. You know, all these people, all of these horrible, and let's go, you know, these PDF files, right? I don't think there's any excuse. Why would that even be a thing? Why could that be
it's the problem of
justifiable
This is for
thing?
Bricky to read.
Right. Name change easy to US, lost to Canada.
Yeah, the problem of evil is your problem, Brick, because you believe in free will. So the problem is, why are people choosing to do evil if they have free will? Why don't they just freely will themselves to stop doing these things? I don't have the problem with evil because I don't believe that. I believe everything that we think is evil is just our knowledge of good and evil that we aren't supposed to have in the first place. And really, it's just how it has to happen. Things just
the problem you've got, right? So am I getting this right? You're saying that like all these children, all these women that get raped and PDF files that do all these despicable things to these young kids. You say to me that has to happen because God said that. I mean, you're not doing very well.
I think if the rapist,
This one's for JS.
Bricky to Dahmer 8 gay sinners. Yeah, Dahmer 8 gay sinners.
There's a point with that. There you go. Right. So that would be something.
I think if a rapist raped somebody, if they could have chosen to do differently, they would have, but they couldn't. It was outside of their control at that point. That's demons.
Why was it? What? So was it God? But you said God knew what they were going to do. Well, you just said God knew what they were going to do.
God knows who's going to be his child and who's not. It's all been written. He knew us before we were in our mother's womb. He knew how many hairs we would have on our head. You don't think he knew? If God sees time, if God is outside of time and he doesn't see time as linear, he sees the end and the beginning. He already knows who's going to murder and rape before they do it. It's just part of the story.
So why does he create
actors
them?
In a play.
Why does he create them? Why doesn't he just feed them to Jeffrey Dahmer?
If you don't even realize that you're just an actor in a play, then how do you even have free will?
Why doesn't he just feed these people to Jeffrey Dahmer and get rid of them like the gay sinners? Okay, that were committing sin.
Well, it says in the Bible that if somebody dies from manslaughter or murder, that the victim actually was supposed to die at that time. That was their time to die.
I mean, I'm
still trying to
struggle with the concept that you're saying that God.
Isaiah said that Cyrus was going to save Babylon or save the Israelites from Babylon 300 years before it happened, and 300 years later, Cyrus read Isaiah's writings and decided he had to do it because Isaiah wrote about it, and he did it exactly as it was prophesied. Do you think he could have chosen to do differently and proven God's prophecy wrong?
Well, by your standards, he had no choice, did he? He was always going to do what he was going to do.
Yeah, I'm asking by your standards. I'm internally critiquing your worldview. If I'm you, and I think we have free will, I have to believe that Cyrus could have just chosen to do differently.
I believe we've got free will, okay? And what we choose to do with that is down to the individual. Then in turn, okay, that will decide whether God accepts them for. It creates us all equal, right? Gives us free will to go forward and choose to do what we want to do with it, right? Now,
that sounds nice.
Right?
We should live as if that's the case so as not to be nihilistic and think that there's no point in anything. But
when you're giving me the statement that God knew he was going to create a PDF, right, to go and do these despicable things to all these young children. Right?
Well, God creates us all perfect, and it's the world that corrupts us. But God knows who's going to be his children and who's going to be children of the world.
Well, God created the world. So what you just said in the start, you said God knows exactly what you're going to do.
Yeah, if we didn't have a crooked line, we wouldn't know what a straight line is. So God made some of the lines crooked.
So, I mean, why couldn't you just go that one? You know, like when
some of the lines start out crooked and then they get straight at the end.
You know, when you're in an office or something and you do a note wrong or something, you scrunch the paper up and chuck it in the bin, don't you? Because it's done with. Right? You don't put it on your file and just go, oh well, that was mistakes I made, so just ignore that, or that's part of it. But skip through it. You get rid of it.
This is Brick to read this one.
JS2, no one is gay.
We're always reading the opposite ones to go.
And then this one is for JS.
Name change JS to Will is free.
And I will get that name change in 2 minutes, William.
That's a lie. Will comes with consequences. We can will our choices, but we can't will our will. Is there anything you would never want to do, Brick? Like, do something gay with somebody. You think you could ever freely will yourself to do something gay with somebody?
Well, put it one way. If I have got the free will, I can choose to do that or not, can't I?
Have you ever said, I'm never going to do something again and then did it?
Loads of times.
Oh, well, where was your free will? I mean, why don't you just freely will yourself not to do it again? You said you would never do it again. Why didn't you?
Because I have the free will to be able to do it again.
No, but you said your will was saying that you never wanted to do it again. I'm never going to do this again. You're willing to never do it again, but you went against your will as if it weren't free, and you did what you were willing yourself not to do. Paul writes about that.
That's
the things I want to do, I don't do, and the things I do, I don't want to do. Why don't you just will yourself to be perfect?
That could be because nobody's perfect, are they? Or other.
Well, you said the other night in my chat that people can be perfect.
I said I'm perfect.
Wait, you have perfect free will, but you can't will yourself to be perfect. That's crazy.
No, we get given free will to do with it what we choose.
Yeah, so you don't want to be perfect. So your will is actually just your desires and your wants, which are influenced by countless variables.
Which, by your metrics, God knew I was going to do this, and He already had this planned out for us. So, if that is the case, then I mean, I'm a lost cause.
No, you're not. You're perfect.
By who? But you just said that whatever I'm going to do, or
no, you said nobody's perfect because you believe in free will. I don't believe in free will, and I believe you are perfect. I believe you're perfectly flawed. You were made flawed perfectly.
Yeah. Oh, right. That's a backhanded compliment.
Our flaws and our inability, our flaws and our lack of free will is what makes us perfect.
So you're okay with God creating these?
I'm a puppet on a string, and God is my master. Jesus, take the wheel.
Okay. So what if you were created to be?
Because when I go off of my free will, when I believe I have free will,
what if you were created to be? What if you were created to be it? What if you were created to be a P Diddy? Yeah. Yeah.
If I based off of my free will, I probably was doing some P Diddy like actions.
This isn't kangaroo court. I think you need to save that for kangaroo court, right?
When I was living on my free will, I would have been up at the dang party, not doing gay stuff.
I just don't see God sitting there and going, "Yeah, I'm just going to create a few of these monsters, create a few of these fucking touchers, create a few of them, and just stick them in with a lot of good people, just for shits and giggles." You know, I really don't. I really don't.
That's the world. That's the world that does that. So people are either slave to good.
Because this one is for Brick to read.
Name change GS to determinist for constipation in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I got you in 2 minutes, Bert.
So come on, Jess. You don't really believe that, do you? You don't really believe that God made these people this way and just wanted the earth to be like that? Because again, if that was the case, and he knew the flood was going to happen, he planned that to happen, right? He knew that he was going to send these people down, the fallen angels.
So
going back a bit, right? Okay, so what I'm still struggling to understand, because I'm new to this Christianity thing.
So if it's a narrow path and only few are going to find the righteous way, and God doesn't give us choices, He gives us commandments that we either follow or die. There is a repercussion for your choices. If you make the wrong choice, then it leads to death. Why would God give you that choice if He's a loving God? Why wouldn't He just make His children that He knows are His children, and they're going to come to Him and let them go through some suffering on earth? And then there's other people who He makes, who He knows are going to be taken by the world. Those are Satan's children. They're daddy Satan. Jesus says Satan is your father. We're either slaves to good or we're slaves to evil.
But God makes Satan's children and puts them on His earth, right?
Yeah, God creates everything.
Knowing, yes, okay. I'm saying like so with the understanding, knowing
God created Satan. Go forward. Why would he create Satan's children?
Right. So they're going to go forward and do all these bad things, okay, on his earth. When he gives with the 10 Commandments and expects to stick to them, okay, then why would he give with the 10 Commandments, okay, and expect to stick to these stuff if he could create with, and when he's created with, he's just we're programmed to do it. It would just be a case of, well, I mean, we're going to naturally follow that path anyway, regardless of what kind of influence we have.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand God's reasoning for things, but I can't. It's contradictory to say that God can see everything and then also say that we have free will. God's all powerful. And he's omniscient, so he's outside of time. He's all-knowing and outside of time, and he's all-powerful. From my perspective, if I see it as we're just actors in a play, we're playing out a script, that all makes sense. But from your perspective, we're freely able to defy what God knows is going to happen. So if God says, Peter, you're going to...
No, not by that. If God knows what's going to happen, I'm not defying anything. I'm following what he programmed me to do.
Yeah,
he made us. He made me. He made me. He knew what I was going to do. I ain't not following him because there's nothing to follow. He's already created me the way I'm going to be, right? And he put me there to do that thing by your logic and metric. He put me to do these to people that do these things. Okay. Immaterial, irrelevant, right, of any outside influence that were going to do these things, okay, and he knew that was going to happen.
Well, he is the outside influence,
right? So he's the creator. So he creates good and evil.
Yeah, God creates everything,
right? And
evil is just the absence of good. So God, name change easy to Canada gave you basketball. He watches women's basketball. Why would what was I gonna say?
Well, you were going to keep telling me why God likes to make PDF files and grapists.
I think the world makes grapists. God just knows that that's what they're going to be. So you think? So God
if he knows they're going to be that,
again,
right, and
this goes back to the problem.
Why would he let them be that person? Why wouldn't you just do exactly what I said with the wrong note theory? Just scrumple it up and chuck it in a wastebasket, right? And put something decent out there and just make the earth a genuine, happy place, right? But I believe,
I don't know how this is like an own on my position, because I could just turn this back against you. If God gave us all free will, and why did he give us the ability to choose to be diaper snipers? Why would God do that?
Well, then I would say that's outside influence of the earth, where bad people choose to do bad things, okay, because they like it, but the free will of being given allows them to do it. So is
Satan more powerful than God? Satan can steal God's children away from him? We're all born God's children?
Like you've just said, God created Satan, okay? But I'm still not getting where you're coming from, because...
But you're saying God makes us all as his children, and...
It creates we're perfect.
We have free will. We can freely will ourselves to not be his children and to be Satan's.
Yeah, basically what it is, Jess, right? It's like an initiation process, right? You have to do this whole stretch on this earth and avoid all the hazardous things. We've given free will, right? Avoid temptation and shit like that, right? To then get to heaven, right? If you fuck up, right? While you're here.
But when you die,
look at Adam and Eve. Look at Adam and Eve. Did Eve have free will to do that, or did God know she was going to do it?
No, God commanded her not to eat of the fruit, and she was influenced by the serpent, which influenced her will, and her will was slave to the serpent, and then the man made the woman's will his will.
But God knew she was going to do it originally.
So there was an influence on their will.
Wait there. God knew she was going to do it, didn't he? Before she even put her there with Adam. She knew she was going to get that greedy bitch was going to get hungry, right? Okay, and she couldn't
either. Well, if you're saying he didn't know, then God's not all knowing.
But there you go. So is he?
Yeah, I believe he is. I believe he knew Adam and Eve were going to do that. I believe he knew that that Rebecca was going to sell Esau's birthright to Isaac before he was ever born. God said it was going to happen. I don't think Rebecca had any choice to do otherwise.
See, this sounds to me.
Isaiah
You're painting God,
prophesied
a picture
Cyrus.
of God.
I believe Peter was told he was going to lie about Jesus 3 times, and he did it the next day. I don't think he could have chosen to do anything differently.
So are we just one big squid game for God?
So how does prophecy work, Brick?
That wasn't the question. I asked you a question.
How do prophets come and speak for God and say what's going to happen? Moses knew exactly when he was going to die.
Is this just one big game for God?
Aaron knew exactly when he was going to die. He said, go up to the top of that mountain, you're going to die. Why didn't he just not go up the mountain?
Is this just one big game for God that he's playing?
Like I've said, I think he's like an author.
You're portraying it
like he's an author of reality. He's the creator. He's the designer. He's the intelligent mind behind all of this, and he's authored all of this. And he's outside of time, so he already knows how it's going to end. And we just live our lives as if we have free will because of computational irreducibility.
See, I can't agree with that. I cannot agree with that because I can't sit for 1 second, right, and think that God is if he's a creator of all, yeah, but I'll agree with you on that. Hang on a second, can't agree with you, right? Because if he sat there, right, okay, and he's the creator of all these things, he knows it. Like that means to me that you're saying that God created PDF, right, and the whole process of that programming that into people's heads to do that, right? This is where I am really struggling to understand your logic. Okay, and I'm almost certain you're taking the opposite stance on this. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
Do you believe Satan can create?
I don't know, Jess. I genuinely don't know.
Well, I don't think so. I think only God creates. So who created Jeffrey Dahmer?
Well, God created everybody, and Jeffrey Dahmer was part of that.
God created Jeffrey Dahmer, regardless of whether free will exists or doesn't exist. God created Jeffrey Dahmer, right?
So he knew he was going to do these horrible, despicable things, and let him go ahead and do them.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't work. This doesn't like beat my argument because I could say he knew that Jeffrey Dahmer was going to choose. He was going to freely will himself to eat.
I'll be honest with you. The Quran sounds more inviting now the way you're trying to portray the Bible. That's why I really do think that you're just taking the opposite stance and you're full of shit, right? Okay, because we all know God gives us free will. It's up to us to choose to do what we're doing.
No, I've heard a lot of people say that, and I haven't heard a lot of good justification.
For Bricky to read.
Name change GS to Calvinist adjacent.
I might be Calvinist adjacent, but I'm not Mormon adjacent. I might accept that one. Mosman pissed me off because he called me Mormon adjacent. I'm not Mormon adjacent. I just live by him. But I am a little Calvinist adjacent. But
you're very fickle, aren't you? Jess? Can it really take?
No, I had you pinned down.
This one will be for Brick to read, but it'll be in 2 minutes. The name change, but go ahead and read it, Brick.
Name change, Jess, to I've never sinned.
I have sinned, but it's been part of the plan. Just like Paul was a sinner, just like David was a sinner. Solomon.
I mean,
was a
Jess, would you be happy? Wait there. Would you be happy and believe in God and preach to himself? Like if he created you to be a PDF, let's say, would you just think that was God's will and you would carry that out? And like,
if I was a PDF, I probably wouldn't believe in God. But I would assume most PDFs don't believe in God, or they think they do, and they're actually following Satan. Satan's using them.
And I'm just saying, if again, it's like if you're these people think and like that they're doing the will of God because that's what they were designed to do, or wouldn't you say, are they going to go to heaven or are they going to go,
I don't know people's hearts. God decides if people go to heaven or hell. I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of people.
I don't understand why
in heaven that you'd be surprised by.
I don't understand. It's like creating a business, right? Yes. Why the fuck would you want like 50 employees, right? But you would want 25 decent employees and 25 ones that just fuck.
If I have employees, I want them to do what I tell them to do. If I'm a father, I want my child to do what I tell them to do.
Why would you want bad employees?
You give them structure and order and laws and commandments, and they either follow them or they get punished. And if there's a consequence, then it's not free.
But let's just use AI for example,
I
right?
believe
If you can program robots, right, to do the job for you,
How do
you're
you
not
even
going to
define
program
free
one.
will,
With
Brick?
it, you're
What is
not going
free
to.
will?
You're not going to.
This
if you
one
done this from the
is
beginning.
for JS to read.
I lied. I am Mormon adjacent. I love the Mormons. Shut up.
Right, so, Jess, back to that point. Back to that point, right? Jess, right? Okay, if you're going to use AI robots, right? Okay, to work for your business, okay, and they're building cars, you're not going to program one of them to make the brakes fail on every third car, or the other one just to put a tire on dodgy, because it's going to affect your business at the end of it. You're going to program it to the way that you want it to work. And I would assume that would be efficient, beneficial. I can't see why, if you were the creator of said thing, you would create it to do wrong and bad by your very own metrics.
This one's for Bricky to read.
It makes it more interesting. It's a better story.
I tell you what, I'm getting some fucking good reading lessons in the night.
A story with no antagonist is
Name
not
change
an
just to
interesting story.
watching Cont is planned.
A world with no chaos would be it's a boring story. It's like writing a book with no antagonist.
So what you're trying to say is you had no way to stop you from opening.
I believe I'm not in control. God's in control. You believe you're in control.
So you're blaming God for everything.
It's
that you've
atheist.
done wrong.
It's do as thou wilt.
So you're blaming God for everything
you
you've done
stole
wrong.
your free will
So
idea from
if you're
some
blaming
philosophers
God,
and some atheists.
If you're blaming God for everything you've done, why do you need to ask him, repent of him? Because it's like, well, yeah, look, you made us do this, you fucking twat, right? Okay, so what am I to say sorry to you for? It's like you're gonna make us do something else bad for doing a line by the looks of it. Seriously, I'm really struggling to understand.
So you think if you died like right now and you didn't have time to repent for the sins that you've done up until the last time you repented, then you think God's gonna hold that against you or something? God knows my heart. He knows that when I sinned, it was part of the plan. There's no other way it could have gone.
Yeah, but when you sin,
this idea of free will leads to regret.
When you sinned, you watched a little bit of Cont or something, right? Yes, right. I mean, you have but I mean, you're not going out and you're not like unaliving people or graping or in our PDF and people, are you? You're not doing that, are you?
I hope not.
I mean, right? So, but we can both agree that they're wrong to do on that. God doesn't look like.
I was blacked out for like 4 years of my life, so I don't know, but
yeah. But again, you didn't go and commit any of these despicable acts and sins, did you?
Not that I know of.
Why not?
I don't know, but I did a bunch of other horrible things, and I don't know why either.
Right, okay.
Just because I wanted to. My want. And I couldn't control my wants.
Because you had free will to do it. You could have chose not to.
Did I, though? I don't think I did.
Well, you chose to do it, didn't you?
I think I was possessed. I think I was not myself.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're passing the buck to somebody else. This is like a little kid trying to blame everybody else but himself, right? For the actions.
I think Satan is the source of evil.
I think
all the evil we do
I think you need to own up and hold yourself accountable for the things you do wrong, right? And stop blaming other people. That's what I think you need to do.
I'm not blaming other people. I'm blaming demons.
I thought God created you this way.
You say built the pyramids.
God created you the way you are. What do the demons have to do with it? They've got no influence on you at all by your metrics.
What do you mean? They are the counter influence.
But
that's
if you're already programmed.
That's why our will is not free.
This one's JS to read.
Well, that's a long one, actually.
It's good stuff here. I wanted to high five you, but they all wanted a little of that 5. One's life coil is spent before you know it started, like carry thine own cross, bro, so choice. Okay.
They got plastic African in their chat.
And this one's for Bricky to read.
Oh, I love how I get the little ones, just name change Bricky to I have sinned. I have sinned. I will.
Yeah, why don't you choose to never do it again? Why don't you just freely will yourself to never do it again?
Well, I may choose to do that because I'm trying to be a better person, okay? But by your metrics, what you're saying is, if I do something
but when
wrong,
you fail, that'll disprove your free will. It's not my fault.
But I would put that.
All right, fighters, back to your corners. Back to your corners. All right. It is time for the judgment. Okay. I want to also, real quick before we get in this, because I was setting a bunch of things up here. So I got the super chat goal there. That's put in. Let me end the poll of who you guys or what you guys voted for. I'm going to start a poll for the next round. Round 4 it will be. 4's topics. So we got, let me bring up my list here. Bring up my list. Are the judges here? Make sure they're here. You guys fall asleep on me?
Nope, hell no, I'm here.
Okay, so. Oh, that, I spelled that wrong. Holy shit. Okay, so chat, get your votes in while we are going over this process here. Again, I want to thank everybody who's been voting and participating. I appreciate you guys, and want some more shout out to JS Urban Adventures. All right, make sure mods go ahead and share JS's channel in the chat, and same with Brick. All right, Bricky on a Rant is his channel. Go ahead and share that in the chat as well. Fighters out here doing some bloody debating. I love it. Okay, let me get these in chat. Vote what you want the next round's topics to be. All right, and so last round we started with Jeremy, so we'll start with King this round. King, who are you picking to win round 3 and why?
All right. So, for the record, I typically side with JS in this free will debate. However, due to his disrespect of Minnesota, -2 points, his use of gray ham instead of graham. Is it graham crackers or gray ham crackers, JS? That's -1. And it's now been 2 hours that we have yet to hear from Chair yet. So I'm going to have to give it to Bricky this time. Sorry, JS. Told you it's going to come back and get you, bro.
All right. That is 1 point towards Bricky for round 3. All right. Now, Jeremy, tell us who you give round 3 to and why.
Is neither an option? No. No, and in all honesty, if I have to choose between one of them, I mean, I'm half serious. I would actually vote for neither, but if I have to choose one, I would have to side more with Bricky than I would with JS. One thing that really sticks out for me in JS's argumentation is the whole point in that like I'm trying to figure out how to word this. In that where God knows everything that's going to happen, and in which case at that point then he's just playing it out and everybody's avoiding consequences. Well, you got to keep in mind consequences aren't always bad. There are good consequences as well. So regardless of whether you do a good thing or a bad thing, there are consequences of such. You're going to have. So the sheer fact is God gives you free will because he wants you to choose him. You don't want.
Wait, is that echo? 1 sec, real quick. Is that echo coming from you, King, or Jeremy? Which one is it?
Well, it would be King because I can hear myself as well.
Okay. Let me just mute you while Jeremy's talking.
No, sorry.
I got it. All right, there you go.
But the point I was saying is this. I just lost my train. Oh yeah. So basically, God wants you to choose him. He doesn't want you to come to him by his own hand, forcing you into that, knowing you're going to make those actions and then having them transpire. So he allows you to make the choices that he already knows you're going to make, because he would much rather you make those bad decisions on your own accord, as opposed to putting influence in there and leading you his path, in which case it wouldn't be a choice you actually made.
Right. All right. So that means we got 2 for Bricky on round 3. Look at that. We had JS up on round 1 and 2. Bricky comes back striking in round 3. Okay, and chat. Quick reminder, you guys have your moves that you can do, and every super chat, if you just want to send in a super chat to be read, every super chat will be read by either JS or Brick. It will go back and forth between them. All right. And also, all your moves, they just can't be stacked. They have a 5-minute grace period in between them, except for the name changes. They have a 2-minute grace period. But we have the $2 name change, the $5 random sound attack, the $10 2-minute mute, the $20 take away 4 minutes from the current round, $4 to force a topic switch. All right. $60 to add 30 minutes to the round, and $100 to solo judge. So you'll skip us being the judges, and you will be the solo judge for the round. And also, I would my little criticisms I would like to give is, one is well, first, Brick, you did a lot better than again, you've come a lot more serious in these few debates where than I was expecting, so W for that. One thing is, I'd say get your free will arguments like for free will. You contested his arguments good, but I would say get your arguments for free will a little better. And yeah, JS, I'd have to agree with Jeremy. When you keep saying he knows what you're gonna do, that means you can't affect that. I've explained this before, the tunnel analogy, and I think that it just, like, if I know what happens in each tunnel that you're going to go into, but I let you choose which tunnel, that still means you are freely choosing where you're going. You know what I mean? Even though I know what's going to happen, whether you go into tunnel A or tunnel B, I could still know the outcomes of your choice. You know what I'm trying to say, without influencing your choice. But yeah, that's why I think that argument sucks.
Easy. Did you add a sound attack? Did I see that in chat?
Yeah, there's a $5 random sound attack. Yeah, and these sounds are a little bit different than the ones we have in verbal combat.
All right, sounds good. I just wanted to verify that.
Yeah. But yeah, other than that, both of you, shout out to both of you, fucking killing it. We got 2 more rounds to go here, chat. All right, they'll both be 30 minutes unless you extend them another 30 minutes, then they'll be an hour. And let me look over here. Let's get this poll shut down and see what you guys have voted for. 1 second here. All right. We had 28 votes, and it looks like the next topic is going to be, should we prohibit alcohol? I know that JS is on the prohibition side. So, I mean, unless they're going to take the opposites, I don't know. They could surprise us. But let's definitely get this ready. Let me get the timer ready here. And then we're going to take a little peek in on the corners. But and listening. Sorry, I fucked something up and had to open it up again. All right, there we go. All right, let's take a peek in on the corners and see what the coaches are telling the fighters as we get ourselves into round 4.
Wake the fuck up. Look up. You want that or you want the belt?
Let the shots go. You got a big man. You got to punch. You got to let punches go. Oh, he's gonna run to survive. That's why we needed to get him out of there.
The fight is coming. Are you ready for the fight? We're firemen. We are firemen. The heat doesn't bother us. We live in the heat. We train in the heat. It tells us that we're ready. We're at home. We're ready to come up to compete. Flamethrowers grenade us. What do? We control the flame. We control it. We move the flame when we want to. And then we extinguish it. Hey, look at me. This is where champions remain. You understand me?
You can't stand with you. You gotta keep holding you that too long.
Now he's tired. I get
when you get in his back, just come up, bite his hand, come outside like when you got.
In the championship of UFC 6.
Let's get it on!
This whole opening. What, Brick? Let's go. Brick, I have a whole opening.
I'll say we shouldn't prohibit. That means like basically what you would want is you would want alcohol to be like banned and illegal, right? Okay. Yeah. I said that. Well, I just
illegal to transport, distribute, and large manufacturing. So we'd have to come up through legislation. We'd have to come up with an agreed upon size of still that you're allowed to have in your on your property, and you can produce, but you can't mass produce. We don't want liquor stills blowing up in the trailer park and killing 20 people.
I mean, I'm sure that's not how legal alcohol would be created in a factory in a controlled environment. I would assume, wouldn't it? You know, like Foster's, for example, or Jack Daniels. By the way, that's next name change for you. Okay, Jackie D's there. No, that would.
That's for you to read, Bricky.
Yeah, name change JS.
So this
Jack
is the
Daniels.
safety. Name change JS to Jack Daniels. So this is the safety argument. Well, go ahead. Give me the argument. I'm not going to help you.
Oh, please do. Please help us. Do you honestly think I need your help on this?
At some point, I'm going to run through a list of things that got better during Prohibition and got worse when they ended Prohibition.
Right.
The fastest ratification of any amendment ever was the 18th Amendment during the Volstead Act due to Prohibition. It happened quick.
Okay.
There was no filibuster.
Right. Okay. So do you agree with me that even when alcohol is outlawed, like prohibited, right, you're still going to it's going to force it underground, which then in turn, let's technically say, right, taxes, you're not going to be able to get off them at all. It's going to drive crime rate up. Okay. It's going to, I mean, let's face it, it's going to encourage bad alcohol because there's going to be no
black market alcohol. You're going to get things like the mafia rising up, and
there's going to be no regulations where people can go and check what's getting put into that. I mean, what happens if it's infested with
it's going to lead to more speakeasies. Without alcohol prohibition, we wouldn't have speakeasies. Speakeasy wouldn't have a name.
Are you referring to this show? Okay. You're never ever going to get any more.
The speakeasies that came around during Prohibition.
There's only
illegal stuff's still going to happen. Yes,
there's only one and ever will ever be one speakeasy channel, right? Okay,
yes. So alcohol sales will be done back in the alley.
People can go try and open another one, right? But what I'm saying here is,
you'll just get property and brew your own alcohol and not have to go out into the dark alley to buy it.
And then who are you going to sell it to? With that, who are you going to sell it to?
This restricts the area that we need to focus our law enforcement on.
So you would rather alcohol be produced in the backwoods, right? Okay.
Yeah, I would like things like drugs, and then prostitution, alcohol,
sold without taxes,
abortion to be in back alleys where we can have the police focus on that back alley and focus on that.
We're talking about alcohol prohibition, right? Okay, that's what we're talking about. So all them other topics you brought up, right? That could be a different separate debate in itself. But again,
I'll put them all together.
No, that's not the problem.
It's consistent.
Right, That's not, but it can be a
cigarettes
definition,
too. We'll ban cigarettes. But anyway, yeah. So let's
right,
stick to the alcohol.
Yes, exactly. Let's stick to the alcohol because the same argument could be applied to them things in a sense, right? Okay.
So what I'm proposing is the Volstead Act.
Well, hang on a sec. You go again for fuck's sake.
Because I don't know if you know what I'm saying.
How much Red Bull have you drunk?
I'm drinking beer that I bought from the damn gas station. They shouldn't be selling it.
Oh, well, hang on a second. Have you not? I mean, what you doing? You're actually promoting the very thing you want to be stopped. Exactly. And you know what
that's
it is?
a fallacy in a debate, though. So
that one there, that one there just came to me right without me even asking. Right? Okay.
I know you walked into a trap. You just stepped on my trap card. I was hoping you would go to argument from hypocrisy. You stepped on my trap card.
All right. Okay.
That's not a good argument, Britt.
So why are you buying alcohol from the
garage? So let's focus on some of the benefits during Prohibition.
Why are you buying alcohol from the garage?
Wife beating and lack of
why are you buying alcohol from the garage? Why aren't you doing what Mormons do, right?
That's for
just living by
Bricky to Guinness. And I have made my own alcohol before.
So why aren't you doing that now and drinking your own alcohol instead of going?
Because it's so convenient. It's so convenient when it's sold at every gas station on every corner.
Look, you're part of the problem.
If it was a little more difficult, maybe I wouldn't be drinking as much. I'd still brew up a little, dranky drank. You could brew beer. You could brew. I'm not against people on their own property.
Yes.
And you can grow a pot plant and you can grow a tobacco plant on your property. This is going to inspire people to not be homeless.
Jess, I've got something to read. Can you just...
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Jess,
I'm ready to go on this one. I'm prepared for this one.
God's sake.
Sorry.
Right. Good lad. You saw.
Read it.
Jess, the Minnesotans won't forget your disrespect.
How did I disrespect Minnesotans? I like Minnesota. I've been to the Mall of America. It's pretty cool. I rode a roller coaster inside of a mall at the Mall of America.
You've pissed a lot of people off tonight, Jess, haven't you, with your different views and opinions?
Listen, I don't want to incentivize profiteering off of sin. Sin tax and vice tax is not a good thing. So cigarettes, drugs, alcohol, prostitution, gambling, all these things. Yes, we should have prohibition against them.
Alcohol's a topic. None of the
I know alcohol's the topic. So specifically with alcohol, here's why. Wife beating and deadbeat dads was down by 82%. Assault decreased by 53.1%. Vagrancy declined by over 52%. Disorderly conduct was down 51%. Delinquency was cut in half. Deaths from cirrhosis were cut in half. The number of people in jails was reduced by 75%. That went in. That started going back up a little bit into Prohibition because what started happening was people were getting arrested for selling alcohol illicitly, like the black markets, like the mafias and things like that. Al Capone was killed by a Prohibition officer. So these mafias, yes, these black markets are going to pop up, but it makes them more concentrated and easier to focus on and shut them down. And with modern technology, the mafia ain't doing shit. Nobody cares about the mafia moving some alcohol. But we should stop encouraging the government to produce it and sell it everywhere and market it to everybody, which leads to more drunks and leads to more homeless people on the street who are drunk and just going to every liquor store and gas station on every corner and getting their pot
what you've just done, by
it dumbs us down and demoralizes us, and it destroys Western civilization.
Wait there, what you've just done, by the way, you're drinking alcohol from the gas station.
I didn't even read through the whole list. I only got halfway through the list, and then I started ranting.
Yeah, because you're a hypocrite. And I'm not going to use that argument again, right? Okay, but let's just
American savings account tripled.
Let's just say, for example, let's just go back on a few of the things you said there.
Just
right?
hear those sleigh bells ting-a-ling-a-ring-a-ting-a-ting-a-ling-a-too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a Jew.
It's
banging. That was a bop. That was a bop.
Anyway,
American savings accounts were tripled. Listen, I know it sounds like a gish gallop, but really this is all for one major point, that things overall got better during Prohibition. And each of those things taken individually could...
By your very own logic of the last debate, right, okay, God already knew that this was going to happen. So if it's God's will for it to happen, right, and he planned it
whatever, we didn't even get to...
your argument?
Also, Speakeasy, the damn Dr. Strange...
You trying to have outside influence. You trying to have outside influence on God's will. Are you trying to have outside
or JS to read?
The mafias. JS to the mafias. La Cosa Nostra. Yeah, the Doctor Strange argument.
The mafia.
Look, Brill,
you've got the mafia coming for you now.
Look, Brill. Look,
This
Brick.
is for you, Brick.
Oh, this is a long one, honestly. What do you mean?
You're going to have to get saved by reading super chats to win this debate, Brick.
Thank you for this fantastic fun stuff. It's a good night. Big up, Dino.
Appreciate you.
Come on. Come on, back to
Don't
your.
try to jump. Don't try to jump to free will. Your only winning move.
I'm not. I'm just. There
you got your pieces.
There
You got your dub. You know, you got a round. Don't try to go back to free will. Stick on alcohol.
I'm just using your own logic. I'm using your own logic.
Other than selfishness, and lack of consideration for future generations of children and grandkids, why do we need to keep alcohol legal and sold and mass produced and distributed and profiteered and taxed? Why do we need to keep doing that? Tell me
because
why.
God put these people on this earth.
You're
to
the
do
affirmative.
That,
you say we should.
No,
I guess I'm
because yeah, and I'm going to use your logic against you.
Well, I've argued.
God created all of us to do what we're doing. God created us, and by your metrics, God created us and knew what we were going to do.
Going back
so
to
He
free
already
will,
knows.
Dude. I'm not
going back to free will.
I'm not going back to free will. If you had a computer, look.
So I'm not allowed to reference stuff about what you
just because you don't know what computational irreducibility
it's just
means
very
doesn't
inconsistent.
mean that I didn't address
yeah,
your
very
point.
Inconsistent. Yes,
no, it's very consistent. So we can't see the future. God can. Therefore, we act as if we have free will.
Does God tell you to do what you're doing?
JS.
Name change JS a fishy troll. I'm not trolling.
No, you read that wrong.
Name change JS to minus. Name change lower dash JS. Dash
minus one fishy troll.
Minus
fishy troll.
Minus one fish. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I think the joke was lost on you.
Yes, Brick. Yeah. We can't see the future, so we have to minus one. And that's why that accounts for consequences and repercussions for actions. Is practicality.
Yes, William Grammer says, "Don't attack." Fuck's sake!
Sorry.
William Grammer says for 2. Don't attack the chat, JS. Super chats are legal.
I'm not even reading the chat unless you guys attack me on the screen. I'm not looking at the chats, but
that's why you put it in a super chat and we read it out.
Yeah, how can I not react it if I have to read to it? I mean,
I don't know, but let's go back to this thing about this.
Let's focus on alcohol.
You want to have alcohol.
Attendances at churches, schools, and jobs increased, and attendance at welfare missions decreased during Prohibition. And after Prohibition ended with the passing of the 21st Amendment, all of these things reverted back to what they were before. And so each one, you could debunk each one maybe, but taken together, all of them decreasing during Prohibition and increasing after Prohibition was ended. And what was the problem? Mafia crime? Guess what? We got to lock up a bunch of mafia members because we could focus on just the mafia.
So how long were these stats taken over? Because how long was Prohibition? How long
Prohibition.
Was that?
During Prohibition, it was it's in my notes in the files. It was 1932 to 19 or like I'm bad with numbers, but it was like 20 years.
20 years, right? Okay, so these stats
from the 18th Amendment to the 21st or 22nd Amendment. So I don't have all my files pulled.
So
up,
these stats that you're citing here were taken through them 20 years.
Yeah.
Right. When about were these stats produced?
During Prohibition.
Yeah, at what time was it? A 20-year period. At what time were these stats produced?
By 1932 it ended or something. Look, I can pull it up.
Right. When was the survey that you're referencing to? Yeah. Like when was this? When was the data gathered? Right, and then like presented.
So this comes from. You can find this at prohibitionist.org, and they were. So you could say it's biased towards prohibition, but all of these data, I went through all of these things on my stream, and it's from multiple different sources.
You don't say it, do you? You don't say.
Prohibitionist.org. What do you mean?
Your stats are a bit biased. Your stats are a bit biased. Never.
No,
I'd never have thought. I'd have never thought, right, that you were getting stats that weren't. Oh, come on.
I already knew this was a thing. It's going to sound biased that it's prohibitionist.org, but I've looked into each of these claims and it seems accurate. Now, some of them, they'll say that it's kind of debunked, like the prison rates decreasing at the beginning of prohibition, but then they increase shortly after. And what people have said is that, well, they started arresting people for alcohol sales. So for a little while, there weren't as many drunks on the streets. And doctors gave people alcohol so they wouldn't die from alcohol withdrawals. And you were still allowed to have alcohol in your home.
Again, Jess, I would like this. Well, this evidence was gathered during the 20-year prohibition period. I'm taking it right, but
this isn't dinosaurs building the pyramids. Brick, there's data on it. I got the data. You want source?
When was the data? Yes, I do. I want the date. The data was produced.
Oh, source, and then you'll just attack the source.
No,
why don't you address what I'm saying?
Hang on a second. But wait there. Your source is very it's got a little bit. To do with
I've got a whole gathering.
You're still on telling me. You're still on telling me when this fit. When was it? I don't want. Can't send me the data. What the fuck am I going to do with data after this event? I want to know now if you're presenting evidence and data, then you should be able to cite the evidence.
Tell me why drunkenness.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You're not doing this. You've done this. You've done this on the first two, and I let you get away with it.
I'm not.
Go back and answer my question. Answer. No, you're not responding. Why do I need to respond to anything you're saying? Right? Okay. Don't make me start roasting you. Right? I'm trying to be serious. Okay, but you're now being unfair. Right? Okay, and you're being a little bit of a bully. Right?
Make an argument. Make a damn argument.
I just want to know when this data was presented. Like, when was it, produced? What year? Okay. And again, you've already gave us a source, but
this is from during the 1920s.
Do you have in the 1920s? But I thought prohibition was 32 to.
Look, it says even in the note, and this is what I said when I was explaining it to you. Note, none of the above were demonstrably caused by prohibition. There is only a temporal association of these events with prohibition. So
that's a bit of a disclaimer. Like, you should have read at the start, right? Okay.
But listen. Well, I'm not done yet. But
that's just like a reenactment, dramatized reenactment. Okay.
No. But listen. But taken all together and noting that these social indices rose toward their pre-prohibition levels after repeal, it is difficult to deny that the national prohibition was a beneficial.
That's for you, JS.
Beneficial influence on American society during the 20s. Name change JS to fake sources. I know, we're playing the source game now. My source is the dreaded conservative news network.
Right. So again,
I went into all of this in depth. I got all the. I've been doing the education.
Again, wait there. When was prohibition 32 to what?
It was the 20s.
The 20s, right? Okay. When was this data published that you're reading from?
I don't know, man. I'd have to go through all the files.
What do you mean you don't know?
Because I wasn't ready for a Google party. If I was, then
look,
if I'm just going off the top.
Don't come to the pew pew fight, right? With a little big plastic straw, right? If you're going to cite sources and evidence, right, and use them as fact, I think I've got the right to challenge you where it comes from. And already, by the sounds of it, right, I just want to know when the data was produced, right? Was it in the 20s and 30s, or was it name change? William Grammar with a name change, easy to king of receipts.
Based.
Unlike GS, right? Okay.
Okay. So from PubMed, when was this published?
I bet you the tax man loves you, GS.
February of 2006. February of 2006. The stringent prohibition imposed by the Volstead Act, however, represented a more drastic action than many Americans expected. Nevertheless, natural prohibition succeeded both in lowering consumption and in retaining political support until the onset of the Great Depression after altered voters' priorities. So what happened is we went into the Great Depression and they figured out we could vice tax and we could make a lot of money off selling alcohol to people. Let's make this legal again. And people voted for it. And we made it legal again because everybody was broke and depressed and they needed to drink. And they thought we can get rich off of this. Let's just make a bunch of drunk, not working people and bring in communism.
So 2006. So 2006. So somebody
Dumb us
wrote
down,
that in 2000.
demoralize
So
us,
somebody
make us less willing to stand up to-
somebody that wasn't even born back then, right? What they've done is they produced a study in 2006 and presented it, right, based off the evidence that they
dude, I
gathered.
can find you when that's from, but that's no, you're questioning the Prohibition Society that helped
wait there,
set
you do
all
this, you're doing it again, you're gish galloping, you're filibustering, you're talking shit,
I'm
you're
not
stirring,
gish galloping,
right?
filibustering.
Now,
I'm not just playing the source game with you.
So
You want to play the source game, but I've got,
so
I've got a whole file
your
on
source, you've already
I went
said
through
your
this in a
source was
stream, and I went
biased.
through each one
You've
step by
already
step.
said
I
your
talked
source
about
was
this months for
biased.
months.
So how do we not know that the source you were getting it from didn't use sources that were biased at the time? Because I'm sure we could find another study that was totally the opposite.
This is like the wackest debating strategy, and I think it's some sort of fallacy when you just attack the sources and you bring up source. My source is the dreaded conservative news network. I've reported on it. I've done extensive research into the topic on my stream live.
But you're using a source as evidence, right? That would be the place you would go to attack.
Brick, without the damn study, I could tell you that drunkenness
This
would
one's
go down
for
during
JS
alcohol
to read,
prohibition.
and we'll
Name
get
change
it in
JS
2
to I
minutes.
googled the debate.
And we'll get that in 2 minutes because we had a name change via Cash App as well. So I just
forget
did
the
that
source. Let's go through each of the points. Drunkenness decreased by 55%.
I googled the debate, but can't even tell you what the source is.
Weed legal, that weed use went up. Of course it did. Drunkenness went down during Prohibition. Yes or no?
Why didn't you just say your source was Google?
Let's go. Look, I said each of these points you could break down individually, but taking.
Yeah, you could get an opposite
my
stance
source is
to the
Google.
one you've got.
Yeah, my source is the internet, the greatest.
And I could find an opposite stance. I could find an opposite stance source on Google to counteract your source. What you're getting?
You use the.
I'm not citing sources, but I'm not doing it though. I'm not using the fucking internet.
What'd you use to research? Encyclopedia or just your brain or what, Britt? You just making shit up?
I'll answer that question.
I don't know who reads this.
I'm meant to be reading it. Right?
Read it.
Just hold your horses. Go and hold the dinosaurs. Hold the dinosaurs. Go on.
Read it.
William Grammer Jr. name change. King to I know what you did, JS.
I couldn't. I didn't will it. It was not of my own volition. What do you got, Brick? Do you think making alcohol illegal won't reduce drunkenness? Homeless people on the street should not be able to buy alcohol. Homeless drunks should not be able to buy alcohol at the gas station. They should be able to have alcohol
only you
once
can.
they get a job and
can.
make enough money to buy some land and make a brewery. Then they can drink a little alcohol.
That's a bit hypocritical and stereotypical of you, isn't it?
It encourages individuality, less government involvement. Because by doing this, we'd have to like fix the ATF. There's problems in the ATF. I'm going to help you out. I'll give you some of the arguments against what I'm saying. Is there's going to lead to an overreaching ATF or something like that.
Do you really want to do that? Do you want to do that with 8 minutes left to go because the end and the
end? You don't got nothing. I'll give you the arguments. The other argument is that health and safety. When the government is in control of making it, we're going to make sure that it's not going to. They say some of that moonshine will make you go blind.
I said that. I just said that before. That's exactly what I said. Regulations. Which wouldn't be implied, wouldn't be imposed.
So my rebuttal to the argument that I just made for you.
See, because this is what you do. I made all these arguments at the start, Jess, right?
My rebuttal would be
on a little fucking rant.
Hold up. My rebuttal would be when you want some good beef, do you go to the local farmer or do you go to the plastic section of Walmart?
That's for you, JS.
Name change Bricky to logic over stats. He don't have no logic. Of course, logically.
I think Kieran would say otherwise, but again,
whatever.
Just the way God creates it, isn't it? He planned
this one here is for you, Bricky, and thank you, Frankie.
Shout out, Frankie.
Frankie H says, as a member for 19 months. Big up, Frankie. Fucking member for 19 months. Thank you, Easy, for all you do for us. Blue love heart, an emoji that I really don't know what that is.
Was I supposed to read that one?
You just gotta read the words. You're good. Thank you, Frankie. Love you. You're amazing. 19 months. Let's go.
All right, where are we at, Brick? You're losing this one. You haven't even told me why. Can you defend why we should?
Yes, I did, but you don't listen to us for 2 seconds. You just go off on your little rants. So, like
you
I said,
black market.
You got again.
You said it's still going to happen anyways.
So then you don't need me to tell you again, and do you? Obviously,
I didn't finish. I was in the middle of making my argument against the safety and regulation thing.
Shit, yeah,
are you going to get more GMOs and chemicals in your alcohol if it's made by the government and it's made by mass retailers, or is it going to be cleaner if it's made by your?
Are you going to get more? Are you going to get more raccoon poop and squirrels in your fucking alcohol?
Farm.
Are you going to get more raccoon poop and squirrels in your alcohol?
Farmer.
You're not going to go
cleaner, safer meat than if I get the chemical shit from the government.
You're not going to go and just chop a backside off a cow, are you, and fucking drag it back?
No, but I'll go to a trusted butcher, and so that's why this is why. So distribution.
Right. So I don't understand. I don't understand the comparison. I don't understand the comparison because wouldn't that still be selling it under regulations? Because
no, you just give it.
With us, so your butcher's not selling it, right? With like health
people
and safety
probably
standards.
Still be selling it on the side amongst their friends and stuff, but but still that will be something illegal. It'll be a much smaller charge.
Right. But you've just said there you want that to be. That's how you want alcohol to be sold, amongst our friends. So isn't that illegal?
Just to discourage people from going outside doing it and stuff like that, but most people aren't going to get arrested.
But that's why you want it made with it. You want it made outside. You just said go to the back of the woods.
You'd be taking a little bit of a chance.
You just said you don't want people taking it outside.
But most likely, you just give it away to your neighbors, and you'd have your own. Everybody'd have a house, and they'd have a. Less people on welfare, less people on the streets.
So you don't want to do it outside, right? You don't want to do it outside. You don't want to do it outside. You don't want to do it outside. You don't want to do it outside, but you want it produced outside, do you?
No, I would prefer everybody make it on their own, but
while drinking his alcohol from the garage.
If you come to my house and I have alcohol there, I can give it to you. I ought not sell it to you. I ought just give it to you. But some people are going to sell it, and then
if I come to your house and you try and sell me alcohol, right? Okay, I'd be disgraced, right? Because I would be.
No, I'd probably just give it to you.
Yeah, I know you would because I'm a guest, right? Okay, but you'd have to purchase it from the garage, wouldn't you?
Then I'd hope that you have your own alcohol that you made in your own property at your house.
Nah, I've got a bottle of whiskey, right, that I bought from a shop.
There you go. Well, see, we got to take it out of the shops.
I'm not sure how to make whiskey
this
myself.
Is actually one of my farthest left positions because, it's authoritarian, but it's anti-capitalist. So usually I would be very pro-capitalist, but I don't think that we should be capitalizing off of sin taxes.
Yeah, I mean,
people want to have a little wine, they want to have a little liquor, they want to have a little beer in their house that they made. I'm fine with that.
I mean, you've honestly, you've got more sides in me of big potential faces than a fucking Rubik's Cube. I'm telling you,
people think differently. Brick, nobody fits into any box.
Well, Jeffrey Dahmer put people in boxes. They fit in nicely, didn't they? And you said he was good.
What do you keep talking? I don't know if he put people in boxes, but barrels. No, that's
barrels and
that's Gacy. I think maybe Jeffrey Dahmer has some barrels too.
Well, a fridge freezer.
Why do you keep going back to Jeffrey Dahmer? Just because you got one W, you want to keep jumping back to free will?
I didn't get the Jeffrey Dahmer one. What's the matter?
Computational irreducibility. This explains
our
responsibility, our accountability. It all comes from. It's practical to punish people when they do wrong because it's going to show all the other people.
What accountability? What accountability? What accountability?
We can't see the future, so we.
Yeah, so you have no accountability. You've already been programmed to do what you want.
Don't go back to free will. We're talking about alcohol prohibition here, Brick.
Yeah, no, but it's got a reference to what you're implying now. Like because you just don't. You're not consistent.
So, do you think people should be able to freely will themselves to do murder? Should we make murder legal? Why don't we just legalize all crimes, and this hopefully people will will themselves to do the right thing?
I'm so glad that you don't have any.
I'm so glad you can't respond to any of my points all night. You just,
well, that's probably better for you then, isn't it? Because can you imagine when I when I actually took a chance to sit and reflect on the stuff that you're saying? And
what are the benefits of alcohol being legal for you? It's easier to get, right? That's it. Convenience.
There's one.
What else? You give me answers. Why do I got to feed you all your answers all night?
Right. Hang on a second. Right. The fact that crime, okay, and taxes, you know, you've got all the regulations. So I know that when I'm drinking this bottle of whiskey, right, that it's went through strategic, stringent processes that to get it to this place.
So
it hasn't just been made.
It hasn't just been. We should tax vices. The government should profit off of vices of people.
So you ask. This is why I can't respond to any of your fucking questions.
No, I'm clarifying and I'm building on. I want to
go again. There you go again. As soon as I start to do so,
let's pin down on this one.
All you do is you just go off on a fucking rant. I mean, you should. I'm called Bricky on a rant. I'm the one with rant in my name, right? Okay,
don't obfuscate for time. You're obfuscating for time.
Yes, you've took all the time, right? Okay, and now you want me to try and defend it, right? With
because
31 seconds left.
I can't help that you've been backed into a corner.
Yeah, baby, you're dominating. You are GS, aren't you? I still don't know why you don't live by your own logic, right? And start producing your own alcohol instead of going to the garage and buying it, right?
I don't know what the fuck you just said.
I don't know why you don't stand by your own logic, right? And stop buying alcohol and produce it yourself.
One day I will. I'm working on it.
So you're still part of the problem then?
Yeah. Argument from hypocrisy.
Why was?
Alrighty. Fighters, get to your corners. It is time for the judgment of round 4. Chat, I put the poll up. So what I had did is I had sent like a pre-list of I usually do this for the fighters. So like they have like a list of what the 3 choices for round 5 would be. But I decided to switch it up on them right now. And I changed it to the last 3 rounds, like second most popular picks. I actually added those 3 into a list itself for you guys to pick from. Just because, I like to throw even the debaters get a curveball every now and then. All right. So I thought this would be a better way to do this right now. And because you guys seem to like these ones in second place, so figured to make it a little harder for you guys to choose. So get your votes in there while we're doing this. If I remember correctly, last round we started with King, right? Am I right? Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, so we started with King last round, so we'll start with Jeremy this round. Jeremy, who wins round 4 and why?
Man, I could actually go either way on this one. But I am going to give it to Bricky, and the reason I'm going to give it to Bricky is because what Bricky was actually doing at one point, where JS tried to call him out for some sort of fallacy, what Bricky was actually doing was calling you on a fallacy, which is false attribution, appealing to an irrelevant, unqualified, unidentified, biased, or fabricated source in support of an argument. That's what he was trying to dig into. He just didn't actually call that out. So you tried to call him on a fallacy when he was actually calling you on one.
Facts. All right, let's fucking go. So we got 1 to Brick. And now King. And I'm noticing the photo now. That's fucking hilarious. JS with his dinosaur. King, you're on mute. I don't know if you know that. If you want, I can unmute too. Because I muted you before. Oh, no, I can't unmute. Never mind. You got to unmute. King? Hello?
That means my vote counts twice. You lose, JS.
Did he fall asleep? What happened?
I have no idea.
They both lose because they put King to sleep. Shit. Let's see what happens here. Maybe King's having a connection issue. King! Now he gets one of these. I hope that was right in his ear and he was sleeping and got woken up from it.
No, I highly doubt King is sleeping. He works third shift, so
Maybe he went for a smoke or something. No.
if anything, he had to have stepped away.
Yeah. He must have thought we had more time. King! King! Maybe he messaged me that he was stepping away and I didn't see it. Let me see. FBI, open up. Nope. King! Give just a moment, folks. Might have some technical difficulties here. Judge is unavailable. Case dismissed. King! He's going to be like, wait a minute. Just in case. Hello, King. Where are you? Hello, hello. By the way, while we're waiting here for a second, I just want to say to shout out again to both the fighters for tonight's UVC. Can the mods once again share the fighters' channels for us, both JS and Bricky on a rant there. Absentee ballot. Well, let me see. I'm gonna say maybe he's taking a dump. He says, "Fucking Jeremy or Kieran." I was gonna say Jeremy. I think because I'm pretty sure that King just stepped away. I don't think he would have fell asleep. Even if King was to choose JS, my pick would have actually also been for Brick as well, because well, first off, I agree with your reasoning on him saying that Brick was doing a fallacy while calling out him doing a fallacy. But I also think the argument that JS uses, and then he kind of pulls back on them by saying, yeah, but a lot of them are like, yeah, sure, you can say that a lot of them are debunked and because of this and that. And I was like, dude, I was thinking in my head, why is he giving this away? Don't say all that shit. Why are you doing all that? Like, come on, bro. You're basically saying, yeah, my argument's wrong, but here's my argument. You know, and even if that's not what you're saying, it seems like that's what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like, so I actually would have gave this round to Brick as well, which means that the tiebreaker would have gave this round to Brick, even if King was. I'm doing an 8 Mile, he says. I am white. I am a fucking bomb. And I tell them something they don't know about me. Shit. Yeah, Bobby, that was the sentence where I was like, why would JS say that? The sentence he said was, I know you could debunk them individually, but all together. And I was like, wait a minute, why would you?
Isn't that another fallacy when arguing from ambiguity or whatever? I forget what the name of it is.
Yeah. It's just, oh man. I was like, why'd you say that? Oh shit. And also, I'm gonna give a couple criticisms real quick. So again, you know, I have to give kudos to Bricky for like challenging arguments. He's getting good at the challenging arguments. He just has to get good at the giving the arguments part too. And,
yeah, I mean, Bricky clearly did put in the work for tonight.
Yeah,
at least some work.
Yeah, exactly. So W for that. And then again for JS, I would say incorporate you know, I think the strongest version of prohibition that I've seen is the way that UK is going to do it with tobacco. And I think if you incorporate this into your argument, it may make it stronger and more appealing to people, you know. But yeah, so I'm surprised King hasn't come back. I mean, I feel bad for his toilet. He's gonna need to call the plumber. If he did, I mean, I don't think he did, but if he did fall asleep or something like that, next round we'll just have you know, maybe is Alicia the only? I don't want two of us to be the judges though, because that would seem unfair. It just seemed we're picking the same, even if we don't mean to. So, what other mods are in the chat right now? None, eh? Okay. You know what? If King's not back by the end of the next round, then I will pick at random a chat member. You know what? Actually, no. Chat will be the second judge altogether. They'll vote as a second judge if King's not back. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Or no? You don't get what I'm saying? You look confused. Jeremy.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking me. No, I get you.
Shit. Hey, shout out to Andrew and the Crucible crew and Mr. E. Shout out to everybody coming in. I see we got a raid. Let's fucking go. I'm streaming. We're streaming a UVC tonight. We weren't even supposed to be streaming on Saturdays normally, but decided to do a special event here. So I can get. So this is not. If you've been here for Verbal Combat, it's not the same, but it's kind of has some similar things here. Chat is voting on the topics for each round. We're actually into the final round here. It's a 30-minute round unless it's extended. There's just 2 debaters. We have 3 judges up here that judge each round. Unless someone pays to solo judge. So there's some some different chat attacks that we do here on UVC as well. So I'll run you through them quick, and there's a 5-minute grace period between each attack. Like you can't, not each attack, sorry, you can't stack attacks. So like if you do a mute, you can't stack a mute because like we're not having people muted for whole rounds and shit. So we have the $2 name change, $5 random sound attacks, $10 2-minute mute, $20 to take away 4 minutes from the round, $40 to force a topic switch. So like if you don't like the topic they're doing, you want to force a topic, you can make them switch the topic at $40, $60 to add 30 minutes to the round. So you'll make the round an hour. This can only be done once per round. And if you want to solo judge the round, it's $100 to solo judge the round. So you'll pick the round. So far, we've done 4 rounds. JS Urban Adventures has won 2 of the rounds. Bricky has won 2 of the rounds. So this round here is the deciding round of who will be the winner and the champion. Because JS is the current champion defending his belt tonight. UVC is a little different. It's like a debate league that I'm putting together where we start off with a main topic for an hour, and then we follow with 4 rounds that are voted by the chat, and they're 30 minutes each. So it's a little different than how I do verbal combat, but it's Oh, and every super chat, if you just want to send a super chat to make them read it, the debaters have to read every super chat. So like they read it back and forth. So if one reads it, the next one will read the next one and so forth. Shout out Marcus for the gifted 10 memberships. I appreciate that. Big shout out to you. And for the grift, Kieran, appreciate you for the grift. You got to do it. And Mosman member for 4 months. Let's fucking go. Have a good night. Appreciate you coming through. All right. King is still not back. So listen, usually we have, I was told Larry would be here. So normally we have 3 judges. King looks like he stepped away or something. So if King doesn't return, you, the chat, will be the second judge. So Jeremy will go first. You, the chat, will be second. And I will be the tiebreaker if you guys decide the same as Jeremy. So that's how we'll do it if King doesn't return by the next round. But let's see what you guys voted for the next round to be. All right. Let's end this poll. It looks like we got medical assisted self-deletion. So, okay, so fighters, we're doing medical assisted self-deletion. I need you to put in the back here real quick which side you're on, just so I have an idea of who's going to be arguing which side. So you're okay. So you're on the no side. Does that mean that you are taking the yes side, Brick? Is that what that means? Because I know Brick did say he was just going to take the opposite if he had to. But I also don't remember where Brick is on this one. I think he's just going to take the opposite. Maybe he just doesn't want to type it in the back. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's going to take the opposite. So Brick is going to be on the yes for the medically assisted self-deletion side. And we should allow it. And then JS Urban Adventures is going to be on the no side. So let's get this ready to go. Let's take a listen in on the corners. Okay, get ready for round 5. Again, thank you everyone for being here. Hit that like, hit that sub. All right. And make sure you're here also for next week's verbal combat because it's a $300 prize. I gotta make sure everyone remembers that for this week coming up. So don't forget that too. Also, one more thing too. After this, whoever wins the UVC, if they're throwing an after panel, we're gonna send you guys all over to there for an after panel. Or if they're not, the other one can do it too. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, stick around. You know, there's gonna be plenty of show to go. Plenty of show to go. Okay, let's get into it, guys. Thanks for being here.
Oh, he's gonna run to survive. That's why we needed to get him out of there. Your volume of punches is too low. You're not punching. And it's not like you're tagging. You just gotta let your punches go, let him.
Fucking get it right on him now.
The fire's coming. Are you ready for the fire? We're firemen. We are firemen. The heat doesn't bother us. We live in the heat. We train in the heat. It tells us that we're ready. We're at home. We're where we're supposed to be. Flames don't intimidate us. What do? We control the flame. We control them. We move the flame when we want to. And then we extinguish them. Hey, look at me. This is where champions remain. You understand me?
Put the jab in the field, the close the distance. Start with the backside. Start looking for your run, but start with the backside, then finish. Okay?
Right hand, okay? Still down and drop your right hand, okay?
In the championship of UFC 6.
Let's get it on!
Yeah, medically assisted self-deletion is a misnomer. It's an oxymoron. It's just chemically induced murder.
That one's for you, JS.
Where's Larry? Who's Larry?
And that one's for you, Bricky.
Oh, Larry was the dude that they were saving Larry from
Ben Choxier's Crucible
invasion
Crew
last night. I was
Big
watching.
love to all of you who's come. I'll be honest with you, people. Right? Sorry, I do
Bricky
apologize.
I don't know who
right?
Brick reads that. Or who,
No, that's you. That's you, Jeff.
You.
I read it. Bricky name changed Larry. Save Larry. I was listening to that last night before I started streaming. That's funny.
So where were you?
Larry the new meme?
Obviously, where were you? Because you're just gonna obviously talk.
Yeah, medically assisted self-deletion is a misnomer. It's an oxymoron. It's not what it claims to be. It's actually chemically induced murder. You're killing somebody.
That by whose morals?
By whose morals?
Yeah, well,
I mean, is it justified that you're killing them? I don't think any time that just killing somebody because they old is a
So is
an acceptable reason to kill somebody.
Is
Unless they're guilty of something, I'm pro death penalty. So like,
hang on a second, Chess.
If they went out and did a bunch of murders, then we could...
will you seriously? Oh, I want some of what you're taking me. I really do. But anyway, is suicide right?
You're supposed to be the blood sports.
I'm asking you.
You talk over people. You
JS.
insult people. Name change Jeremy to I'm not Larry. I'm not Larry. Yeah. Everybody's Larry or not Larry. Where's King at?
Right.
King never mind that. Never mind that. By the way, I bodied you in that last round, Brick. Just so you know.
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't care what they say. They're saying, "Oh, Brick was just contending with your argument against his." You don't know what a fallacy is.
Can you shut up? Can you shut up? There's a name change. God's sake. Kieran Morgan says name change GS to confused libertarian.
I'm not a libertarian.
I would say, you're nearly a war. Anyway, to get back to the debate.
Yes, give me, okay, I always lay out my arguments. I'm not going to give you any help this time. What's your argument for why we should do this?
Well, why we should? Well, why is it murder, right? If self-deletion, is that classed as
how are they doing it themselves if they're not?
So if someone self-deletes herself,
usually this is they're not conscious.
Hang on, if someone puts a pew with their head and just boom, is that a criminal offense?
No, they're dead. It shouldn't. Actually, it can be. I think suicide. I think that stuff is illegal in some states. It's
who's getting prosecuted for it?
The people who fail.
I mean. Who's getting prosecuted for it?
The successful people aren't getting prosecuted for it.
Yeah.
So but that's not medically assisted. You're talking about a doctor injecting somebody with something to cause them to die before they should naturally die.
It's technically assisted, isn't it? What other weapon they use to do that, right? Okay, is that not the response? Is that not being assisted?
Okay, but that's
is that
not
responsibility. So should we then go? Should then we then go and charge, right, and make these criminal offences to these pew pew dealerships and stuff? But basically, then you're going to offend your Second Amendment. Is it a Second Amendment, right? Yeah,
No.
the Second Amendment, right? Okay. Now, I agree with you.
So
If a doctor does it, if a doctor does it to a patient,
can I steel man your argument?
If a doctor does it to a patient, if a doctor does it to a patient and they don't want it to happen to them, then I would class that as, you know.
So you're drawing an analogy between people pew-pewing themselves, and you're saying that that is medically induced self-deletion because they're using a tool and they're doing a medical procedure to end their lives on themselves.
I didn't say it was a medical procedure.
I'm trying to steel man, so tell me if I'm wrong. Am I misunderstanding? Maybe you're talking past me.
Yeah, I'm not using it as a comparison, right?
Yes, an analogy, yes.
I'm just trying to test your logic with this, right? Because you said
I'm trying to follow. So like, I am right so far.
But what I'm saying to you is, if by your logic, a doctor assisting somebody that wants to self-delete, right? Okay. Well, there you go. Shut the fuck up, will you? Listen, no, you're doing this all the time now, man, dickhead. Right? I'm trying. And then you'll see. You don't say anything. Right?
Is it medically induced or medically insisted?
Right. So listen, I'll just go back. I'll just do it again. Right.
Okay. Real quick. JS, you got one to read, then Brick, you got one to read, and then Brick finish off what you're saying.
Okay, but first, what's the prompt exactly? Medically assisted self-deletion, right?
Yeah.
Assisted is the key word there. Okay.
Yeah, we allow it, yeah.
Name change King to I'm back. Is he back? Is he alive? And who gave you a picture of me hugging a dinosaur?
You missed
and we got one for you, Brick.
Thomas Bixler says name change Larry.
I don't need this damn notebook. Brick's not going to say anything I have to write down.
Larry Doctor Kevorkian. Where you go? Well, you should have read it yourself.
Do you know who that is? Do you know who Dr. Kevorkian is?
No, I don't. I'm just paid to read.
He was a doctor who was helping people off themselves. Do you know what happened when they legalized it in Canada? A bunch of depressed 25-year-olds were like, the other side looks really great.
Chat, he's done this all fucking night, right? Honestly,
and they just start self-deleting themselves. It's not good.
All he's done, right? Okay, so do you want to hear me arguing or not, Jess? Because all you've done is talk shit, right? And then
it's UBC,
bro. Say something. It's not right. Okay, so I
should have won all rounds. It should have already been over. I should have won every round.
There's four
judges. And I can't call it the judges before the fight's over. These judges are awesome.
A lot of cool. I mean,
make an argument, Bricky.
Well, to be fair, you actually got a solo judge for this round.
What? Somebody already did a solo judge?
Yeah.
Damn, if somebody doesn't like me, they're just going to steal my bet. They
haven't picked the winner yet, so.
All right, Brick. Well.
Do you want to take this time to kiss the solo judges off as well? Because, the judges aren't in control now. Just give you a couple of minutes to do that as well. Right. Well, shut up and let me talk then, okay?
Go ahead.
Again, as a comparison I used, by your logic, you're saying that it's murder for a doctor to medically assist a patient that wants to end their life, okay? With a needle or something like that, whatever. But again, if I use a pew pew to end my life, right, self-delete, then is that murder? Is it a criminal offense? And you said no, right? So it's like I don't know why, because you're still being assisted. Like the doctor is technically the pew pew. That's what I'm using as a comparison. The doctor is the pew pew, right? But the difference is that this is assisted by somebody. Right?
Yeah, I don't think we should legalize people
so then
themselves in the head.
No, goodbye. But wait there, it's not. I don't think
we should probably discourage that.
But the fact is,
but you're taking this into another debate about. Do I think people? Should
the fact is it happens, right? But then, is it the fault of the pew pew or the person that sold it to them to be responsible? Because that would technically then be the doctor in extension.
Okay, this is a total different debate. The doctor should not be legally allowed to pew pew the person in the head.
He's not pupil. It's a
The
comparison.
doctor has a moral responsibility under the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm.
Sure. Look, I'm almost certain, right? If self-deletion, if where it is legal, they don't just walk in a room, right? Kids,
Doctors are supposed to provide health care, not death care. Name change JS to grandma self-deleted. No, she didn't. Well, no. My grandma's still alive. One of them. My other grandma smoked a lot of cigarettes.
You had to think about that there.
Yeah, I did have to think about that for a second. But that's irrelevant. That's neither here nor there. Why don't you rebuttal one of my arguments? Rebut.
Give me one of your arguments. I just have. Give me one of your arguments. Another one. Give us another one.
We don't know that some sort of medical advancement won't come on along the next day to save their lives. So we shouldn't be playing God and killing people who are innocent. It'd be the same with like abortion. I don't think we should kill innocent children. I don't think we should kill unconscious grannies. Now, pulling somebody off of life support would not be the same thing because we're keeping them alive artificially. But no, you can't inject something into them to make them die quicker just because they're suffering a little bit.
But wait there,
in no other situation would we advocate
could they do it
somebody because of their suffering.
Could they do it themselves if you handed them the needle?
Unless you're like in war or something, you're in a damn battlefield.
Yes, answer the question. Could they do that themselves if you handed them the needle?
Yeah, but that's not medically assisted. That's the person's doing it themselves.
Yeah, but
I don't think we should let them do that.
He was assisted by medicine and a doctor. I would class that as medically.
Nah, I think they should just die. I don't think we should help them. We should allow them to do it themselves. Now, if they do something when you're not in the room, because now you're morally culpable. If you're there and you're watching them and you're handing them the thing to put into their arm to off themselves, you're culpable in their death. If they do it while you're not in the room and it happens, then
okay, I get that, right? So now, based off what you just said before there, unless we're in war on a battlefield or something, right? Okay, so by your logic, again, you should just leave that man.
Semantic argument, like that. Well, since it's medically drugs that they're doing it with, now it's medically assisted
you did just say that it would be okay in a war zone place or something like that, wouldn't it? You know, where there was different scenarios and circumstances.
Yeah, I don't consider that medically assisted. That's battle zone assisted self-deletion.
By your logic,
my buddy is not going to make it.
You should just leave. You should leave him, right?
But I don't think even the military would do that
in the jungle, right?
I'm not going to say I know about this, but I don't think in the military you're supposed to pop your buddy in the head. You're supposed to try to drag him out and save him.
You just said that in a.
But I'm sure there's situations where but that's a tough situation for them, and if they. If they have to do that, but that's not, I don't consider that medically assisted.
But you said it shouldn't be allowed. It would be
Let's
murder.
define our terms. What do you mean by medically assisted self-deletion? What is it?
I mean, someone that's medically assisting you, like handing you like some medicine or some form of thing. I mean, that would not be medically assisted, would it? In the jungle.
If someone dies from an OD on the streets, is that a medically assisted self-deletion?
Self-induced.
Okay, so we're gonna have.
So again, go back to the point that I said before. Is it okay if they hand them the needle and they induce it themselves, but say this will do what you want?
We're trying to play some semantics game to win this debate, Brick. I know where you're going. You're going to get me to say, well, if they do. No, it's still not okay. We shouldn't allow that either. We shouldn't allow people to shoot up drugs and die. That's not medically. No, none of it's good. Make an argument.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. That's fine.
So because I think I see where you're going.
So again, going back to your point with the war, right, in war-torn countries, and you're allowed to take that person's life because of the situation that they're in. Okay, but you should just leave them there to be captured, right, and tortured. And I mean, is that what you're saying? Or would you gladly take your troop member's life if you knew that was the only way, right? And you could get away. He's never going to get away. Would you do that?
Medical assisted self-deletion. Should we allow it? No, we shouldn't allow it. But there could be a time and a place for things. Like if you're in a battlefield and you're going to hit somebody with enough morphine that they're going to OD,
Right.
But there's no way they're going to make it out, and that's a better way to go than
right. But if you're all right, if you're okay with that happening, right? Okay, then why wouldn't you have a medically assisted method? Right. Okay. 2 seconds. William Grandma says name change JS to Grandma would have smoked in the boys' room.
She was cool, Grandma.
She was a tranny granny.
Dr. Kevorkian's got no chance. It's over. It's over. Yeah, Greg out here trying to.
Kevorkian, number one. Draco says once more into the fray for Larry. The fry, as I meant to say, into the fray. The fray. I said it the way it was spelled. I hope it was right. Anyway, Jess, come on. Back to your justification.
No, I'm going to focus on your weakness, Brick. Why don't you tell me why we should legalize it? Since all you're doing is telling me why what I'm saying is wrong. Why do I have to be the affirmative all night? Why don't you affirm something?
Well, because it would assist a lot of people.
Your name's Brick. You should be able to affirm things. That was a bad pun.
Because it would basically be able to assist and help people that were in undeniable pain, right? That's never going to go away at all, right? And it's like, I mean, 65, 70 years old, 90 years old, some cases. It's like they're sitting and they're happy and content. I just.
Would you put a pillow over their head?
That's a bit harsh, isn't it? I mean, that's it. What goes through your head?
So does the medically? Because I think that would be a lot harder, right?
That's not medically assisted, is it? That's just viciousness.
So the medical system has given you a way to do it with less physical connection to it, less remorse for it. You can say, well, the doctor's going to do it with a needle and a drippy thing, and it's going to happen. But you won't put the pillow over Granny's head.
Yes, if me and you are in the jungle, right? Okay.
Let's legalize it. But let's say if you want to do it, you got to put the pillow on Granny's head.
Can I give you a scenario? Are you going to allow us to present a scenario?
Yeah. No, hold on. I think I got you.
Just while we've got time left.
I think I found the damn chink in the.
Oh wait, where's your source? Google. You've been Googling.
No, I just thought of this. Would you be willing to do that if that was, let's say, pillows are medical now? Let's make some medical grade pillows and let's give Bricky a medical grade pillow. Would you medically assist a family member in that situation?
They see that is just absolutely ridiculous. Right? Okay.
That's for JS to read.
Name James Bricky to JS's grandma's boy toy. What the?
Yeah, baby. Me and Granny.
Which one? The living one or the dead one?
Hey,
this one here is for Brick.
What's that name of it?
Sprinkler.
Stochastic decay says my sprinkler goes like this. Sorry, I got your name wrong there. My apologies.
You got a broken ass sprinkler. It's supposed to go. Are we done with this? Brick, it's time for you to lose this debate.
Sounds like you're going to the toilet. That start.
Who paid for a 1v1? Am I allowed to know, or do I have to scroll up to figure it out?
No, you're gonna continue on with this debate, right? Okay. So as I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna set out a scenario for you. If me and you are comrades,
you got bodied on that last point. You ain't gonna put the pillow on.
It's not a medically assisted. It's not a medical.
But the doctor can do it for me.
No, Jess. No, I mean that's. You see that like, come on, stop being stupid.
It leads to problems. How are you going to regulate this?
Stop being stupid, right? So answer me this. I've just said no. I wouldn't allow that, right? So no. There's your answer to the question. No, I wouldn't allow medical grade pillows to be used to end somebody's life. All right.
What if all the poor people were convinced through propaganda?
My turn now. My turn now. Right? Would you take my life, right? If I was in the jungle with you, right? Okay, and I can't move, I'm dying, right? Okay, there's nothing we're gonna do. You're gonna end up coming with us, right, and getting captured, right? Would you take my life from me if I asked you to, right? But or would you let us leave us to be captured? Like I'm asking you, Jess, I'm looking you in the eye, I'm going, brother, come on, just take it. We can't do the two. It's going to be me or the two. You know, would you just stay with us and
I mean, I don't even think you'd have to ask that much. I'll probably do it pretty quick.
Right. So there you go. There you go. I mean, if that's okay, why is somebody in a hospital medically assisted? Okay.
Because I think drastic times. Well, let me answer. Why is it different? I get what you're saying. Why is it different? Battlefield scenario is not a medical situation. It's not a doctor who signed a Hippocratic oath to do no harm. You're a soldier who's there to do harm, and you know people are going to die. And there's a time and a place for everything. So there might be. I've lost both my legs.
I've lost both my legs, right? And I've lost one arm, right? And it's me good arm. So even if I got home, right, I would have to learn how to do that all over again. Right, okay.
Oh, so you're not for sure gonna die? I could belt you up, my boy.
No. This is the thing.
Lieutenant Dan started a whole crab company after he lost his leg.
Yes, the enemy are within 20 feet of me, right? Okay, and you've been dragging me for miles.
I'm about to Rambo they ass.
I'm bleeding out. Right? Okay, and it's like, okay, and within another 30 seconds, they're gonna have, right? Just put a bullet in my head, right? Be done with this, because if I get caught, right, it's just like, would you not? That would be okay.
No, there's a chance you might make it out. You might be all right. I can't do it, Brick. I can't take you out. If there's a chance we're surviving, then we're gonna fight for it.
No, there's no chance.
Maybe we both die in the process. I'd rather
that. Well, fair enough then, right? So then, then what was your point before when you said that in a
because it's
war
more
situation?
Honorable that I pick you up with nubs and everything and throw you over my shoulder and I fight the damn commies.
Oh, you're
try to
making
get out of the battlefield and we both go down in a blaze of glory. I'm not going to self-delete you. I'm not.
This isn't a dirty dancing reenactment, you know. Stop flirting with us, right?
No.
Okay.
So what's your point? Dancing. That was your hypothetical. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, but you did say that's what you would do prior to that. You literally said in a war situation.
No, there could be some situations where men have made the other decision, and then they got to make that decision at that time.
So you're backtracking now. You're saying that you don't want to do that.
It's not a mentally ill teenager. What is that about? I don't know. It's not a mentally ill teenager. Oh, he's talking about assisted self-deletion. Yes.
There you go.
This is what it leads to when you legalize it and you start normalizing it. Dude, there's ads on YouTube like
no, that's why I swear I heard a self-deletion. This is where regulations will come into the This is where regulations.
I could picture a self-deletion ad. Come out today.
Right, Jess, I'm not advocating for anybody just to walk through the door, right, and go, yeah, I just want to end the day.
You don't have
step into
money.
The chair.
Just step into the chair. Yeah. I could see it happening already, and it's a horrible utopianistic future of they're going to turn us into robots. They're going to get us to kill ourselves and then download it. This could get crazy, Brick. No, we do not allow people. We don't allow this because once you open the floodgates, it's a problem.
Like the chat member just said, like the chat member just said there, like you read out, right? We're not talking about a mentally ill teenager here, right? We're not talking about somebody just walking in off the street and randomly saying that.
Well, we are because
there he goes again. There he goes. Didn't take long, did it? Didn't take fucking long. Do you want to turn this into a fucking roast? Do you want us to turn this into a roast there?
You'll lose that too. You want to roast me for 8 minutes? Give it a shot, buddy.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Yeah. Yeah.
You ain't got nothing.
You're more like a spit roast, you though, don't you? So I'll just get somebody else in with us there.
No, we should not allow medically assisted self-deletion. It's not.
So you want to go back? You want to go back to the topic now, do you?
Yeah. What do you make an argument, Brick?
Yeah. Let's stay on topic. Yeah.
Right, so come on, Jess. But all you're doing is, I'm trying to
coming
give you
up with these other scenarios where I might allow somebody to off somebody, but
is that not valid though? Is that not a valid point?
No, it's not a valid point. I already got you. You're not willing to do it to your aunt or your mother or your, God forbid, anybody else.
I never said I wouldn't. Who's so good to? You never asked me that question.
I did. I asked you, would you hold the pillow?
Would you
let's make it more medical. Would you hold the syringe?
I'd give it to them.
So why do
I'd pass it to them?
You know
I'd pass them. I'd give them the syringe themselves. Okay, there you go. What's wrong with that?
if that's what you think medically assisted suicide is, then I don't think it's that. I think it's more technical than I think it makes ending somebody's life more convenient. And yeah, they might be suffering. They might be going through a hard time.
Sorry. So it makes it more convenient. Isn't convenience a good thing?
Maybe we shouldn't have kept them alive using things, like so. For example, with cancer, they'll keep somebody alive for an extra 6 years on chemo, where they're gonna die anyway. And all you've done, the reason that their pain has been extended is because of the medical procedures we've done to them. Now that we're gonna use another medical procedure to end it, when it should have just ended naturally 3 years ago.
I don't understand what they
didn't have to suffer for 8 years, but because of the medical industry, they bring them to the last inch of their lives where they're suffering their worst.
So wait there. Now you're saying we shouldn't be.
And then it's like, well, let's also charge you to kill them.
Hang on a second. So what I'm getting this right. You're now saying that we shouldn't be using medical advancements to try and keep people alive, because you said the reason for not doing it is in case an advancement comes along the next day. Now you're saying that you're not for using these advancements that keep them alive. I don't understand what you.
Yeah, but if they would have died naturally, if you did something to keep them alive and they would have died naturally before the cure comes out, then that's just God's plan. That's when they would have died. So if we
still doesn't
that one there is for Brick to read.
This one is from Thomas Bixler. Do not harm. Death is pretty harmful.
Yeah, I think that relates to something you said earlier, Brick. You're like, we want to do as little harm to them as possible and let them out of their suffering in the least harmful way by killing them.
And I'm all right with you bringing stuff up I said in the past, right, and using it against us, right? Okay, but just do it correctly, because when I do it to you, you sit and moan like a bitch, right?
No, shut up. I wasn't moaning.
So come on with that. Why aren't we allowed to use these type of why are these medicines that are advancing people's lives, which would keep them alive?
It's not a contradiction. Why
are you saying we shouldn't use it? No, it's an absolute contradiction, because you just said something might come along tomorrow. Something might come along tomorrow where they can save their life, okay? But you're now saying that we shouldn't have kept them alive with all this stuff that saves their life for them, right?
Yes.
So that is, in a sense, it's a contradiction.
No, it's not a contradiction.
All right, wait a minute. Hold up. So, Kieran just forced a new topic.
Fetus deletus. Abortion?
I'm guessing that's where we're going here. Yeah.
Well, me and Brick are going to agree on this.
I'm on the same side. No, I'm on the exact same side. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even take the opposite stance. Not because it's just I've got so much of a strong, like, honestly, that's one thing I will never ever take.
I could take the opposite in an abortion. I could take the opposite in an abortion debate, but I'm pretty much throwing at that point. Like, we're kind of, damn, but Kier paid for it, so
that's something I'm actually trying. I'm learning. I'm thinking a bit more. But again, for me, look, if chat gets what chat wants, I ask them who wants to take what side, and let's just spin a coin, because it's not fair. I'd rather somebody else decide.
One of you read it. It would be JS reading. So JS read this and then decide where we're going. But we only have 3 minutes left. If someone wants to extend it by 30 minutes, it's 60.
I'll do 3 minutes of pro-abortion after I read this. If we can't get better medicine or medicinal help with pain, etc., when somebody is suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's, ALS, cancer, etc., that's my mom and that's my grandma who's still alive, and my dad. It's very tough to say that they can't stop their own suffering medicinally. Yeah, this is what my aunt argues too, and she's a nurse, and she thinks she's pro this stuff, because some people are I get it. Brick's not even interacting much.
What? Right, come on then. Why is abortion good?
Because
if I can't take my granny's life, right? Okay, you can't take my child's life.
The type of mothers who are willing to commit.
If I'm not allowed to end my granny's life at the end of life, you're not allowed to take an unborn child's life.
Let him make the argument, Brick. Yeah.
Let me make the argument. The type of mother that would be willing to kill a child in the womb is the type of mother that should not be raising a child in the first place. So the kid might actually be better off going straight to heaven than having to deal with this bullshit for however long the mom keeps them alive. So that's my argument.
So you're a murderer.
No, I'm just saying if the mom's going to destroy the child anyway, might as well just let her send it to heaven quicker. It doesn't have to be made corrupted by
So
this world.
wait there. What about if mom's destroyed her 15-year-old son's life? Does that mean that she can go home and just end his life? Because like he's done for. Well, he's no good. Let's just take his life.
I mean, if we're allotting for if we're not allotting for often the babies, why not the children too?
We got 20. We got 20.
Jeremy's Ryan with a big $20 towards the extension.
Yeah, so if you want to extend this round, there's 40 left to extend this round.
Yeah, Brick, they're evil. I'm pro the gays
and
the
a minute
Democrats
left to
and
do
the
it.
commies. I'm pro them just reducing their population as quick as possible.
But you just said as well in the other like debate.
We let them do that.
Why am I not allowed to self? Why are people not allowed? Why are people not allowed to self-delete if you're allowed to like abort babies?
Well, let's not go to another debate where I was taking my legit stance and now bring that into a debate where I'm playing
Not
devil's
my problem.
advocate.
That's not my fault. That's not my fault, mate.
Let's stop jumping to other debates.
Don't hate
Brick.
the player. Don't hate the player. Hate the fucking game.
So both
everybody
of you,
wants to extend this now.
Both of you need to read one of this. So, JS, read this one.
Extend, and I saw another one said extend.
Bricky, read that one.
Read that one, Brick.
Right, goose extended.
Let's go.
All these people are gonna hate me because I'm about to make the best argument for why we should allow baby murder.
I'm gonna make them hate.
Guys, I'm big time anti-abortion, so this.
Hey, remember, there's a solo judge, right? And yeah, you made it clear that you're actually anti-abortion. You're just trying to present the best argument, and the judge is gonna. I'm pretty confident that the person who paid for solo judge is gonna judge based on the arguments, not what side they're on. So let's go get it.
So let's debate it, Brick. Rebuttal me. And don't bring up another debate. Don't bring up free will. Don't bring up damn assisted suicide.
No. You're not setting out laws and rules, regulations, right? Okay.
All right, then do it. Just obfuscate and waste the time.
So why is it good? Why is it good and allow okay to kill babies, right? But then not kill or end people's lives at the later stage of it, assistedly? I don't understand. This is another.
Well, it depends what you mean by kill, because they don't have personhood yet. Kill is a legal term.
When's a baby born? When do you?
I like to say termination.
What's it called?
We're terminating. We're gonna let them terminate themselves into deletion. We're just gonna let them. We let the abortion people abortion. We let the gay people.
So when do you think life begins? Where do you think the life begins?
And it saves children from going through the hardship of a horrible world.
Where do you think the life begins?
At human life begins at conception.
Right. Okay. So by that metrics, right, if you're gonna take a life, isn't that murder?
Well, murder's a legal term, so we would call it something different for this. We'd call it
Wait, that was this just to make you feel? Is this just to make you feel a bit better? Because it gives you the ick. Call it something that's a bit less.
Dude, this is hard. This is hard. Hold on. Okay.
Just how the call
no, I think it's logical. It makes sense that we have less. Because again, the type of woman that's going to go through with this probably shouldn't be having a kid. She's not ready for the kid. She doesn't want the kid. The kid's just going to be brought into a horrible world. And so
there's no reason for that woman to have to raise that child, but there's no reason for that woman to have to take that child's life either, is it?
And there's other choices. She could give it up for adoption.
Yeah,
or something.
so then exactly. So then that would go to my point where she shouldn't have bought it and be allowed.
Bricky, that's for you to read.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, fuck! I just slipped back into. This is hard.
Kieran Martin says, "Shout out to GS for giving the interwebs all the clips. It's good in good faith." 07. Whatever that means. 07.
I don't know.
And this one's for you, JS.
To grandma deleted my baby. Grandma deleted my baby.
That's twisted in so many ways.
Yes, Brick, it is murder. Okay, so I'm sorry. I need to get in the right mindset. Yes, it is murder, but murder is a legal term, so we're going to change the conditions and we're going to call it something different. It is killing a life. Yeah, we're ending a life.
You do realize you're just winning this debate for me, aren't you? Like, I'll be honest with you. If you're going to let me speak, you're going to have more chance of winning. Right, yes, that's one.
But I'm saying we ought to
now.
allow this to happen, to let them wipe themselves off the earth quicker, and then we can eventually make it illegal. But currently, we need to just let it.
Right, I'm not really debating you on this. I'll be honest with you, Jess. I do appreciate the opposite.
You're not doing. I'm making arguments.
If you're going to take, no, you're arguing yourself. You're literally arguing with yourself. So, I mean, if you want to just do it, just.
I made my argument. What are you saying?
Let me
isn't
speak.
It murder?
Let me speak.
It's murder.
Let me. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Read this, Bricky.
Right. We have William Grammar. Name change easy to goat status or status, whatever one you want to call it. Pronunciation. Big up, William.
So abortions.
Big up that goat.
Abortions are going to happen.
Should be illegal. They should be illegal. And they should be illegal as well. If we catch them and find them, we should punish them for doing it.
That's awfully authoritarian of you. Why do you want to restrict people's medical access?
I don't give a shit. I really do not give a shit. I'll turn into a dictator if it means I've got to stop stuff like that. Seriously.
So you're. Well, now.
But that child will be well looked. That child will be well looked after, though. If that mother would be encouraged to just give the birth to that child, if she doesn't want it, and pass it over, right, and we'll find a lovely home for it, okay? And as a government, I believe that more money should be put into finding good homes.
All these things are going to discourage righteous women from getting pregnant out of wedlock, which is great. But there's still going to be the women who get pregnant out of wedlock and don't care about the baby and don't care about that man, he a bitch. They don't care about the father. They don't care about the baby. These women, instead of having them bring these children into the world, let them do what their evil heart is going to do. They're going to murder it. But guess what? That baby's going straight to heaven and doesn't have to deal with this satanic planet.
I don't understand how, it's not really washing with us that. So they're going straight to heaven. It's a baby going straight to heaven. So it is murder, isn't it? And you're okay.
I'll take it farther. I'd say the mother. Ooh, I shouldn't say this because I've said this
the mother's a meth head. So the mother's a meth head, right? Okay, you okay with that? Are you okay with the mother smoking meth?
Now I'm talking about medically induced self-deletion. The mother should, maybe that would be a thing. And then
but you were against that before.
We lose two in that. We lose the child.
Yeah, this one's yours.
Name change blackout to let me shit in peace. He's taking a dump.
That's what I tell you. What, that's one hell of a dump. Right? But anyway, Jess, you are against self-deletion.
Were you picking up what I was putting down before? Just now?
You were against medically self-deletion before. Okay,
no, we're literally in the same debate now, so I gotta.
I don't give a shit. This is a debate, right?
No, now I'm pro medically induced self-deletion.
Right. Okay, so you're contradicting yourself.
Yeah, because I'm pretending to be the devil right now. So yes, I'm pro medically induced self-deletion of the mothers who want to get abortions.
Right. It's well, I'll be honest with you, it's not going to work. Right. I didn't use this excuse when I had to debate You know,
if you want to do
so
that, you should just but
give a good argument, give a
them.
consistent argument. Are you now admitting, right, that what you said in the past contradicts what you're saying in the future?
I'm playing devil's advocate, Brick. So everything I say right now is going to contradict with all of my.
Yeah, well, so that's a cop out. That's a cop out, then, isn't it? That's
not a cop out. You're messing up the bit, Brick. Argue with my points.
What point is what was your point? Because you're arguing with yourself.
We're going to reduce the population of degenerates by letting them get abortions, and in the process, we're going to save children who would have been born into a corrupt world.
How are you going to save children? What about these children, right? What about their life that could otherwise be used and have good outcomes and positive outcomes if that woman was
we don't see the future.
Disencouraged to not self-delete the baby by not being allowed.
Yeah, that's a fun imaginary future that we don't know that's going to happen. The baby could be the next Tupac. It could also be the next damn Genghis Khan or Schmittler.
Right, it could be, but again, that's free will. To have free will to do that.
You're playing the multiverse game. Like there's a million possible. Anything could happen. Like. It's
but you're not giving.
World.
You're not giving.
Most
you're not
likely
actually
this
giving.
Kid is gonna
you're not
grow
actually.
Up to be, not a. It's not going to be a good situation.
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that? You see, there you go. There's you playing God, isn't it? Most likely they're probably going to. Most likely they're going to do this. Most likely they're going to do that. Yes, there's been a lot of very good things that have come out with bad stuff. Right, okay, and that being one of them. So even in all cases, right, but. Even the worst case, the grape case.
What's the best? What's the good thing that's come from abortion?
Bricky.
What? Oh shit!
That's you.
Kieran Martin says name change Bricky to the Devil's Pitbull. Come on, Jess. Again, that child
we still have
that you admitted was a child.
Do you have any exceptions? Do you have any exceptions for when you would allow for abortion?
Again, there's one exception, right? And that would be it. And it's I'm not going to lie.
The health of the mother.
That would be it, but only in extreme circumstances. Like if her life could be saved.
How do you determine that? What do you mean by health? What about the financial health, the mental health, the emotional health, the social health of the mother?
So let us answer. Life, health. So if she's going to give birth to that baby and her life is going to end, right? Okay. It's like, and you're not sure of the outcome of the baby either. For me, it's like, we need to weigh these scenarios up. And even that would be on a case by case scenario, because if for me, if that mother is like giving you the option, look, get me baby, be born, I'm not bothered about me, right? Then that would be, again, free will. And that would also be like a medically assistant, like it's giving up a life for a life. The scenarios that would be one that I would be torn on, but everything else, I think you shouldn't be allowed to do it. I really don't, like, come on. In the worst case scenarios, get yourself to the chemist the next day. The problem is, take the pill, take the morning after pill, and just eliminate the whole thing.
I haven't interrupted. Listen, the problem is when you make abortion illegal, those medical exceptions that you're talking about are going to be made illegal. Like we saw in Georgia and like we saw in Texas, the doctors are afraid to do abortions because of the laws in those areas. So what happens is the mother is going to end up dying. She's not going to have her free will to choose. She's going to die because they need to get this out of there, and they think it might be an abortion, so they can't do it. So when you put this restriction in place, mothers are going to die.
How far would you go? How far would you go for an age bracket in like?
No, are you okay with mothers dying? Because some of them are going to die because of this.
That's exactly what I said would be the only reason for that. But no, if the mother's life,
you got to be willing to say, I'm okay with some mothers dying to save the babies.
Again, I just said that. Okay. If that's a scenario where the mother,
he's want to let the women die, people.
To save the baby if she's all right with it. I mean, free will, her choice, isn't it? But there's no way.
She might not even have the choice. There's no way. No, if we make abortion legal, she doesn't get the choice anymore.
Yeah, well, exactly. So neither does that child. Neither does that child, does it?
They're going to
say. So how far on would you be willing to do this? How far on would you be willing to have an abortion?
So real quick, I got a Cash App to read because obviously I'm the one who sees it. This says abortion is taking a life, where assisted self-deletion is taking your own life.
No, a doctor takes your life. That doesn't even make sense. Why would it be assisted if you're doing it yourself? Somebody else is
medically, right? But the idea being where they give you the medicine to do it yourself, and it's your own choice. And
you have a choice where the baby doesn't have a choice.
So somebody ties the noose on my neck and puts my feet on the stool and pushes the stool out. They're
just pointing out the separation between it. But I mean, I'm not debating here, so
I disagree. I think it's murder. Anyway.
Abortion's murder? So you agree with abortion's murder?
No, you're arguing with old me and new me. Right now, I'm playing new me. New me.
I'm not even looking at the tablet, my friend. Right? Okay, I'm focusing
new
right
me
ahead.
Says you are okay with women dying in hospitals because they can't get the abortions that they need.
Never said that.
You just did. You said it. I asked you specifically.
You asked me
to be consistent. You have to be willing to say that some moms are going to die and they're not going to have a choice whether to live or die to save the baby, because the doctor's not going to be allowed to do the procedure, even if it is like the way the laws are written and stuff.
That is absolutely nothing what I said.
Sometimes they'll consider an ectopic pregnancy an abortion.
You asked me. You asked me. Have I got? You asked me. You asked me a question. Have I got any circumstances where I would be not for it? Okay, and I said to you the specific circumstances, which would then have to be like when they come, you'd have to evaluate them. It would be when the mother's life is in danger. And the child's life, okay, and then you've got to weigh up the odds and what's happening. That there would be the only case, okay. And again, we'd have to judge the parameters. We'd have to judge the parameters.
Why are we doing meta? We've already been through this. I was there. I heard it, and I said, "What did I say?" I said,
"So then, why are you saying all this bullshit that you said that I did say and I didn't?"
This one here is for Brick.
Name change just to Devil's Advocates.
I know, I'm getting so twisted around backwards because I keep wanting to go to how I would usually argue this, but this is tough. So I keep making arguments that are.
And then this one here is for Brick.
Again,
about the death penalty.
Thomas Bixler says, "What about the death penalty?"
I don't know if that's enough for a topic change, but you.
Well, no, it's not enough for a topic change, but they still get it read.
Yeah, just a super chat and get it read. Okay,
you can respond if you want, but.
Right.
Okay, Brick. So medical emergencies, those are the only exception.
That's the only exception. Not though, that there. Like I've just said, if the mother's life's in danger, otherwise it's all murder to me. I don't really see how.
I don't know why people did extensions on this. I
don't really see how you can justify taking a child.
What if the mother did? What if the mother gets raped? She never gave her consent.
And tough shit. The child doesn't have a fucking. It wasn't the child's fault. Like I really do feel sorry for her, right? I feel horrible that the actual fact happened, right? And it's less than 1% of cases by the stats, I think, right? Okay, but even if so, it's like. That does not give you the right to commit murder. It doesn't. On an innocent child, right? Okay, because you can have the baby and give it to a family that wants to take it. But there's no justification of you doing that at all.
You know how with the alcohol prohibition, you were like, but it's still going to happen anyway.
We're there. You weren't allowed to go back to past debates. But go on, I'll let you.
I got to. Because you're not playing devil's advocate. I am. So in the alcohol, if we prohibit it, it gets done in the... Hold on. Shit, where am I going with this? Oh, I lost it.
I don't know, but you've got like 12 minutes to get it out. You know, if you can do it,
it should be legal so it doesn't happen in the back alleys and stuff, because that's going to be more dangerous to the mother. It should be legalized. That way, we just let these degenerates reduce their population on their own, and we just let it happen.
Totally disagree.
We can tax it. We can profit off of it. It's healthcare for women, you know. Plus, it'll get you votes if you're running for politics. You can. A lot of women, 80% of women agree that they need women's healthcare rights, and so
you're okay. You're just begin.
Women form consensus. If I'm a populist, I'm trying to win the presidency, then I'm going to say I'm not going to do a federal ban.
How far through a pregnancy would you be okay with terminating that child? How far through it? Have you got any restrictions?
No, I have restrictions. I'm not a 9-monther.
What are you?
I don't know. Maybe we could be after birth, or like up to like 3 years. They're still dependent on the mother. Maybe then.
What?
No, but I think we could go.
Hats off to you. Hats off to you, my friend, for taking. I mean, even Rogan was shocked there with that comment there, Jess. Look, I live and I learn, right? Okay. I hope you're going to learn something, because I have, right? I'll have, but I hope you're going to learn something from this debate where you took the stance on something that you didn't agree with at all, right? At all. And you were slagging me off on your channel the other night for doing exactly the same when Andrew done that to me, weren't you? Saying, I'd never do that. I wouldn't make myself. Come on.
No, but if I was you, I would have made a good argument for sucking another guy's dick. And I would have.
You heard it, your first people. You
don't
heard it, your first.
Listen.
You heard it, your first people.
Listen, it's not gay if a snake bit your best friend on the Pepe and you need to save his life. It's not gay. Sound effect.
How many times has your friend been bitten by a snake, Jess? I bet it's more than once.
It hasn't happened yet, but I'm gonna save him. Because I could have won that debate. That, you know,
but we're there. Why are you going to save? Why are you going to save him? Why don't you just let him die? You know what I mean? You know, like you would the unborn child, or you know how you're not for medically assisted suicide. Why don't you just let them die and suffer?
Nah, because my friend's a great guy. I'm talking about the DJ.
He sounds like a great guy. Sounds like you still have a lot of fun. Right, okay, but I think you need to keep that to yourself a little bit more. Yeah. But
we'd be looking for rattlesnakes every time we go camping.
I don't think Jake Rattlesnake would want anything to do with you. Right? Okay, so you just But anyway, I would.
Even in that case, you're not needed. Oh, I was supposed to read.
There's a book you need. There's a book you need to read. Yes, I think there's a book you need to read. And now this brilliant bloke, he does Bible studies. He's called Urban Adventures. Okay, I think you need to go and listen to him. Right.
I'll give him a listen. But listen. These women, they need to be. They need their rights.
Wouldn't that mean free will exists?
Nah, they
just saying you were all against it before, and now you're saying they need that right to have free will and choose what they want to do.
When I'm playing devil's advocate, I do believe in free will. And
I don't have
the free will. If they did not consent to a child, if that guy was wearing a condom and she was on birth control, she did not consent to that child, and she gets pregnant. No, she didn't consent to that. That was, you know, she should be able to freely will herself to remove that.
Right. And again,
this would be for JS to read.
JS, you make the most sense when you argue against your own position. I think on some things I could do way better, but this one's tough because this I'm like.
I'll give you props for it, man. For actually taking it on, you know that you do, but you do argue with yourself a lot. You've done it in the last 2 debates, and then accuse me of not actually saying anything.
It's because you suck, Brick.
I mean, to be honest with you, GS, right? Just letting you speak actually makes me win, right? Because you know some of the stances that you take. It's like I'm still learning this whole debate thing. By the way, everybody, this is my actually first ever proper debate, and I think me and GS have been here for nearly 2.5 hours, if not more, debating. And I've got one bit of paper in front of us that I can barely fucking read. Okay, GS has got Google, a computer in front of him.
You got Google. Don't pretend like you don't have Google.
You still get dodgy sources. It's like your source. I mean,
no, my source was based, and also I did extensive research into that topic. I just didn't want to have you wanted to have the Google party, not me.
I've never used Google once. Look at Jess. I'll prove it. I'll prove it.
Listen, I don't want these children.
Look at that there. Look at that there.
This.
It's a bit of paper, right? All it is, a bit of paper.
Shit. Brick took notes. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
But look, you know what I've done with them? I went like that. I hide them in the fucking air, right? And I went, let's just have a fucking go of it. I didn't use Google.
He's over there writing in hieroglyphs and doodles.
I'll be honest with you, it's more like gibberish. It does. I mean, even I can't fucking read it after I've wrote it. It's disgraceful. It is. That's why I rely on my brain, right?
No, I think the only good argument is that it's better for these children to go straight to heaven than to have to deal with the world. Doesn't mean that the mom has like the right to kill them.
They're still getting murdered, aren't they? So like, thou shalt not.
But we just let them do it. We just let it.
Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not murder. That's one of the commandments, isn't it? So if thou shalt not murder, I'm almost certain.
Liberals. Oh, that's Brick.
GS2. I'm a liberal's baby. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm a liberal baby.
I'm
so
not.
Why don't you kill me?
My mom and my dad are. Well, no. Yeah, my dad is kind of a liberal. Yeah.
You see what I mean about you defeating yourself, Jess?
My mom's not liberal, but my dad's kind of
okay. What's your gran? What's your gran? The one that's alive still.
My grandma that's alive?
Yeah.
She's Catholic. She's Republican.
She's not, you know.
She's probably against abortion.
She's a lovely woman, right? We speak a lot, okay? Well, let's face it, Jess. I mean, it's murder whichever way you look at it, isn't it? And you're taking an innocent life off this earth. That could have
murder's a legal term that implies personhood. You're not murdering somebody until they have personhood.
Right. So what do you want to call it to make it sound better to you?
Like if I found some like
what do you want to call it? With that, what would you call it? What would you call it and make it sound better?
Termination.
Like gender affirming care is basically like child abuse.
No, look, if I found you in the woods and you were born in the woods, and
just saying, it makes it sound a bit better. Makes it sound a bit better that he has done it.
And you were just this like lost nomad in the woods, and I ended you. It wouldn't be murder because they couldn't legally prosecute it because you're not on any sort of record. You don't even exist.
So what would you call it? Just ending somebody.
Yeah, like deletion or termination.
Yeah, that the way you said that there had a lot behind the voice.
There's got to be a bit of evil in this.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, well, the humane level is totally out the window, isn't it? Because you're a murderer already. Okay. And now you're wanting to justify it and just make your ick feel a little bit better by not saying and using the term murder because it's a legal term, right? And you want to say termination.
Yeah, murderers gonna murder. I'm just saying we just let them do it. So
and terminators are gonna terminate and deleters are gonna delete. Okay?
Yeah.
The same outcome comes from two things can mean the same thing, right? Deletion, termination, and murder.
And we can profit off of it in the process.
Have you ever heard of a similarity? A similarity.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of a similarity.
We can use certain words.
A similarity.
Similarity. Yeah. Similarity. Yeah. Okay. Is this where we're going to?
This one here is for JS.
It's not murder because it isn't a person. It isn't gay because my friend just needed help. He was gonna die. He was gonna die, guys.
Plus, he bought his alcohol from the garage to make it feel better. And you're against alcohol. You're against alcohol as well.
Oh man.
Come on, Jez. You've got 2 minutes left.
You haven't contended with my argument, Bricky.
I don't need a contest. I'm having so much fun just actually doing this to you. Okay. Believe us, right? Honestly, this is so much
I'm
fun
the only one that took an opposite stance tonight, and you said
no. I took the opposite. I took the opposite stance. The prohibition one. Ask easy. The prohibition one. I just took the opposite stance. I didn't say I was. I wasn't.
I don't.
I haven't got a stance on it at all. I just took the opposite stance. And don't say like I've never took the opposite stance at all, right?
Yeah, but you didn't. But I took the opposite stance tonight. I don't think you would be. You are not prohibition.
It's not the topic.
Anyway,
we're talking about abortion.
Yeah,
and how it's murder, right? And you should be.
It's God's plan.
Under the.
Do you guys not remember what you started this?
We started with something else other than. What was the other first
do you
topic?
not remember?
No, I can't remember.
It was self-deletion. Self-deletion.
Yeah, and he took the opposite stance.
Yeah, I took the opposite stance on that as well.
He's against medically assisted self-deletion, but
I mean, there you go, Jess. Thank you. He didn't even fucking. I'm against that.
All right. Well, either way. Okay. Well.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that as well. Caught up in the moment.
That's what I thought was cool about this, is you both took an opposite stance for this round.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Yeah, well, the only thing I got for abortion is that
go on for the last 20 seconds. Tell all these unborn babies how you're going to murder them in the womb.
We're going to cull the herd.
Tell all these unborn babies for the last 16 seconds
we're going to let
how you're
natural
going to murder them in the
its
womb.
part, and we're going to let them delete themselves, and it will. And then eventually we can make it illegal. So that's it's a benefit.
So it's not free will, it's your will.
It's God's will and Satan's will, but God's will rules.
Fighters back to the corners for the final round here. So listen, we have a solo judge for this round. Normally, us three would be the judges for this round, but because we had a solo judge paid to solo judge, we're gonna have them decide who the winner is, and this is round 5, the deciding round here. So we need to know who you pick.
So, do we provide any feedback while you're waiting for that pick, or?
Yeah. So I was gonna say, why don't we have both? All three of us will do it, but we'll start with. Why don't we start with you, Jeremy?
Yeah. I mean, there's kind of a few points on either side. So the one thing where which was a point JS kind of did, but he didn't speak clearly on it. Where he was speaking about like the war buddy, and you overdose your war buddy on morphine or whatnot. Like that would not be assisted self-deletion in that regard. At that point, he's going to do it, so you're offering him pain meds so he doesn't go out in pain. He's still gonna pass. So that was kind of a bad way to phrase the defense on that from Bricky's side. But the other point is I did put it in chat, but regarding birth control, whatnot, right? You made a comment about the morning after pill. That would still be a form of abortion. Just so you know, because conception can happen within like half an hour of ejaculation, in which case conception is when life begins. So the morning after pill would be killing of such.
Right, exactly. Exactly. King, what do you think? What is your feedback here?
So I guess one of my feedbacks on the medically assisted self-deletion was when JS took it to the place that I hate when people take it into is like, oh, because I'm depressed, it just goes instantly. You know, he always takes it to like the most shallow. But then Bricky made it pretty clear, in my opinion, that he was talking about, you know, in extreme life circumstances. And then on the flip side, for the abortion, it's not. JS was trying to use the fact that Bricky would concede that in the event of a mother's health, I wouldn't even consider that actual abortion if it's a medical necessity for the mother. If her life is dependent over the child, then I wouldn't consider that abortion at all. So that, I feel like that's kind of just a wrong ground of argumentation to stand on.
So me, I like how they both took the opposite stances. That's why I had to say it, because when JS was like, "You didn't take an opposite stance," I was like, "Wait a minute, this whole thing was an opposite stance for both." I like that. And see, we were right all along. Brick not only prepared, my guy had notes the whole time, right? Not something we would expect from Brick. So again, good job to Brick for that. That was good. But yeah, for the
you could tell Brick had prepared for this, dude. His whole, it was not his normal style.
Right, exactly.
Right, yeah. You could tell the first hour he actually made a half-assed debate. Like he didn't just spurg out. He didn't go.
Well,
straight
you know
into
what?
attacks. It was good. I'm surprised.
I think so. JS prepared more in a way where he had more like information ready kind of thing, where he like got information together. But Brick looks like he prepared more in the sense of the style he was gonna do and what he was gonna do. That's why I noticed he's challenged the arguments very good tonight compared to before. So yeah. And with JS's so I don't know if everyone, like, for everyone that was here when he was doing the first, because like the first topic, the dinosaur pyramid one, when he's actually doing a topic he's like into, I feel like he's good at it, and he's good at giving the arguments. This, he should have never took the opposite stance, or if he did, you need to come with better arguments. There is better, like, they can all be crushed. I get it. The abortion one's a hard one to take. You know, you kind of, but your whole like, well, you know, these chicks are gonna kill babies anyway, so we might as well just let them. It was like, what? I was expecting something more. So yeah, lazy devil's advocate. That would be the criticism. You got to go harder with the devil's advocate. And I find when I find the best opposite arguments to my own worldview, it's what makes mine stronger, is when I really like dig for those. But we do have a winner of this round decided. So let's bring up the fighters. Oh, wait. Back to the stage. All right. And let me go up here where
So you guys' decision doesn't matter. It's just the solo judge.
Just the
final decision goes up to the judge.
Yeah, that's why I
Who is
didn't.
it?
That's why I didn't actually favor anybody in that last one. I just gave critiques.
Either way, GS, right? Honestly, my friend, you have literally learnt me a lot, right? Okay, you have. And again, thanks to Easy platform, shit like that. It's been fun, brilliant. I know I'm a bit like, if I was professional debate, as this is just me getting started, right? So I promise you, I won't just have bits of paper with ink written on it, right? In the future, I'll have
no, man, I do it all the time. I write notes all the time. That's how you do it.
Ricky, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Yeah, just notes. That's all you need is notes. You don't need to have Google at your fingertips, bro.
Yeah,
I did tell you so the other day. I was going to take this seriously, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. That's why I was expecting way more roasting back and forth. I was like, oh shit, this is actually.
No, I'll leave that for the after party. I'll leave that for the after party.
I was like, I don't have to step in at all. Look at that shit. But William, can you write the winner again? Because I'm scrolling here and I can't find it. So can you write the winner again? And while we're waiting for that, quick question for JS: when does an unborn child become a candidate for citizenship?
In my real views from conception, but
right? Yeah,
and I don't know. Yeah, it is hard to do.
I think
it's hard to do devil's advocate for what you're most against. Like abortion is probably one of my biggest things against.
Right. William has decided that the winner of round 5 is Bricky, which means Bricky won the tiebreaker round and stole.
Wait.
Championship.
Bro, this is BS.
Easy. Wait, you said you were going to let King give his feedback from the previous round.
What, the one where he wasn't there?
But it doesn't matter because you two voted for Brick in the previous round.
Oh, from the round. Oh yeah. So King, who would you have voted? Might as well just get it quick. Who would you have voted for round 4?
So that was the Prohibition round. I was gonna go with JS on that one, just because one of the arguments that Bricky made was that having no prohibition some sort of way made like crime less or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. I can't see my notes now, but that's what it was. It's something to that effect. And my only retort to that would be, well, even if you legalize it, there will always be an underground market because there will all be somebody that you exclude from legalization, like age, like people based on age. So that was my only argumentation on that one. But
words. Well, listen, Brick.
Damn you, William.
Brick has now become. Let me actually open the UVC Discord and make sure which belt you have. Let me see. It is the light heavy verbal championship belt that my boy Bricky just came and stole from my boy JS.
Damn. Well, I held it forever. I've had it for a long time.
Yeah, you have actually. Yeah. But that means you either need to take it back, steal someone else's, or because there's
I'm moving up a weight level.
How many belts is it? I thought I had a photo that showed all of them.
Well, Fredo said he wanted to challenge the winner of this.
Right.
I don't know. Fredo should have to work through me to get to. Otherwise, I want a rematch.
Well, if
you I like that.
If you and Fredo were to do one,
and then that determines who gets to go against Brick. Do I get a rematch?
Because we still have belts to
more
be
belts.
Won.
So then there would still be another belt.
Yeah, you would have another belt, but you can win somebody else's belt when you have a belt.
Who's got the heavyweight?
Who's got the heavyweight belt? That is, hold up. Where was it?
I think I picked light heavyweight when I won. So, but I don't know.
Teriak.
Yeah, I want him.
So how about we just give Brick a new belt and let me keep my belt?
Fuck off.
Can't do it that way. We gotta do it the way we set it up. Where is the picture? Oh, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3 more belts and another tag team verbal championship belt.
Me and Chris are going to get that one. Me and Chris are going to get that one.
But listen, we're gonna get I'm gonna be like going heavy on the UVC again and like cleaning it up, tightening everything up, and we're gonna like have an actual scheduling for it. So there might there might be some people that aren't around that might have to just
forfeit the belts. It's gonna be an interim championship.
Yeah, they might have to forfeit their belts if they don't compete, because that was the point of it originally. But obviously, I can't hold nobody to that because it kind of got lost in the sauce there.
Don't worry, Ben Tuck. I'll not let us go at me head. But I mean, it'll take a couple hours to
action.
Yeah, I'm always down as long as I'm not. If it fits in my schedule, I was like, somebody challenge me. Let's do a challenge. But Bricky challenged me. Took the belt. Damn.
I mean, did you ever? I'm not joking, Jess. Right? I have learned a fucking shitload from this, my friend. Okay, thank you, thank Easy.
I disagree with the judge decision.
Thank the judges. You disagree with the judge's decision?
I disagree with the judge's.
You disagree with the judge's decisions, apart from on the first two. Apart from on the first
4 rounds, easy.
Yes, your problem. The problem is, and I told you round number 3. The problem is you didn't let Chair speak at all, bro. You lost.
I'm not gonna get up and let my chair talk.
Lost.
Yeah, I'll be a chair next time. I
had a poll in the chat there going of who is winning so far, and it hasn't been ended yet. 126 votes. First choice was Bricky got this in the bag, and there was 40% on there, with 60% on JS is smashing this.
Oh shit! So see the audience agrees with me.
That was on JS's side. So,
this is why all voting systems are flawed.
Wait, JS.
When we go off the electorate, I want to go off the popular vote.
This wasn't
go off the popular vote.
Yeah, I was gonna say this wasn't on an election system. This is literally one person decided.
Yeah,
this the election system would have worked in.
Big up the William grammar.
Yeah, William got it.
So if you wanna, I'll tell you that in just a second, Kieran. I'm gonna make a couple announcements after this. But before we go, we're gonna do some little outros and quick. I just want to know, Brick, are you planning on doing?
No, JS has got so much of a better setup. Again, so much more.
You're gonna continue streaming?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna send everyone over to you then. Hold up. Let me get that set up before we do this.
Brick, I think I killed you on the Prohibition one.
Hang on a second. So you self-deleted us?
That would have been. Was that medically
assisted?
And then I could have taken no thought.
Did you medically assist
us
in doing it? Did you medically assist us, or did you just murder us?
That last round was a mess. If I would have won the 4th round, then it would have been easy sailing on the 5th round. But sometimes that happens.
So, real quick, again, thank you to everyone in the chat who came and hung out. Shout out to the Crucible crew and Andrew for the raid. All right. Make sure you guys sub up to both fighters' mods. Put both fighters' links in the chat. All right. Brick, I'll give you like your own copy. I don't know if you saw I made your UVC character as well. So I'll give you your own copy. That's the thing with UVC. Everyone who competes in it gets a character. So yeah. I don't know, JS, if you want an updated version with your shorter hair, you could always send me a picture with your shorter hair.
I like the
with your
dreadlocks.
with your head in your hands, crying.
All right.
Shut up.
William, shout out to you. Welcome back, UBC. Here, let me change that real quick for you. Welcome back, UBC. And again, shout out to the judges, both of you, for coming up and helping out. That's a huge, huge help. So thank you. Shout out to everybody for the attacks. Amazing. Both fighters both did amazing. Okay, we're going to do some little outros here for everyone. So we'll start with the judges, okay? So King, go ahead. Give everybody a little outro.
All right. Well, as always, it's an honor and a pleasure. Easy, Bricky, awesome job. JS, also awesome job. It was an honor to be up here and to actually get to sit through one of these. You guys will all find me. I mod in JS's. I mod for Bricky. I mod for Chris. I mod for Easy. I mod around. I'll be around in chat. That's it.
Word. Always a pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Legend Blackout, thank you very much.
Take care, y'all.
Let's fucking go. Jeremy.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, same thing here. You won't find me streaming anywhere. I don't stream. I mod here for Easy. I mod for Bricky. JS doesn't like me, so I don't mod for him. But I do join us once in a while. No, I did. I mean, JS. I did judge based only on my interpretation of the debate, my personal preferences, or anything that's come in that. And I don't actually think you don't like it. It's just me being funny. So it was a good debate, both parts. Bricky, you did quite well and prepared. Surprisingly, even I thought you were gonna half-ass it through, but
Jeremy is a synth.
Simp.
Synth. Oh, am I not muted?
No, you're not.
Damn, sorry. I always do that. I read chat. I read chat out loud. Yeah. Synth, not simp. Are you AI?
But anyway, so yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I'll see you guys in chat.
Shout out to Jeremy. All right, one of the best fucking mods on YouTube, hands down.
Jeremy.
Right. Shout out to you. And again, before we do this one more time, shout out to all of you in the chat. Thank you all for coming. Stick around, okay? I'll do a couple announcements after the outros here, and then I'm sending you guys over to JS. He's going to do an open panel. Always gets good over there, so make sure you guys stick around for that. All right? Get him up in the algorithm. So let's start with JS, though. Our returning champion defended the belt, lost it just in the last round, just slipped your hands. Give everyone a shout out to where they go and find you, and tell us about the blood that's coming next time.
That's right. JS Urban Adventures, Monday nights, the dreaded conservative show. We cover news, politics, current events, and other fun stuff. On Monday nights, I do Bible studies in the morning when I get off work. I'll read the Bible for a little bit on my stream and talk about it. I'm not a preacher. I'm not a teacher. I'm just reading the Bible and just learning stuff from everything. And Friday and Saturday nights, we do, usually it's VK on Fridays or just panels or hanging out on my panel on Fridays. And Saturday nights is fight night, the UFC fights. And yeah, we need to bring back these UFCs. I held the belt for a long time. Feels bad to let it go, but I want it back. I want a belt or multiple belts. We're coming for them.
Let's fucking go. It's going to be the multi-belt champion coming soon.
Let's go.
Shout out to you, JS. Again, I'll be sending everyone over to you right after this.
Cool. Thank you, sir. Thanks for hosting, Easy.
Hey, no problem, bro. No problem.
See you soon.
Got me excited again to go hard at it. So, thank you. I appreciate it. And Bricky came in banging, lost the first two. He was down, by like Rocky in the movies. Came back and banged it out. got the last punch. Tell everybody where they can find you. Give them some
Right,
words from the champion.
You'll find us at GS's after here, but mostly normally you'll find us on here. I mean, if you hit the like and if you hit the sub button and you come over to see me, please just remember that that side's totally different, okay? And I am trying to learn a bit more the debating style, okay? But if you come to Bricky's house, please wipe your feet on the way out and make sure your feelings are left at the front door, because there's no room for snowflakes and feelings, right? And again, I mean, JS, thank you for the debate. Thank you, judges. Easy, Alicia, brilliant, mate, brilliant. I mean, I hope I've done half decent, right?
Bro,
because
you did great.
Well, again, this is literally if all I can do is get better, right? Okay, so I took everything you said on board, and again, I'll be reflecting on that. But I mean, this is a work in progress. So
Yep,
it's one of them ones, isn't it?
It's gonna be. It's it. We're gonna elevate it like we did with VK, and that's it.
It is, and I mean, I'm still a little bit. Look at 5-time VK, 1-time UVC. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've kind of like surpassed my expectations. But you do not think for 1 second I'm going to try and stop you. I am going to literally try. But hey, it's the way the world works, isn't it? You always strive for more, don't you? So big love to the chat as well. Absolute fantastic. That's So I'll see you over GS's.
Let's fucking go. Thank you for coming. Always a pleasure. Everyone go sub up to the fucking champion. And listen, chat, you guys absolutely amazing. I've missed you this week. You know, I've been home with the family. It's been important for me to be home and off of shit, you know, just sticking focused. But, you know, I've missed you guys. Always miss you guys when I'm gone. So it's been a pleasure Saturday. Okay. Here's a cheers to everyone. And I hope you all have a beautiful time over here at JS's. I also want to make an announcement quick. We have to have a celebration soon because I think we'll do it this week or next week. The channel has hit 7,000 subs. All right. So I need you to smash those fucking crowns and W's in the chat for chat. All right. 7,000 subs. We finally fucking hit it. Okay. And it's only up from here. Dump those crowns and W's in the chat. I hope everyone again has a good time over there at JS's. It's always fun. Always talking about all types of crazy shit, you know. They debate, talk shit, play chess, all types of things, you know. So make sure you go there, enjoy it. If you're not even gonna stay, just sit there and hit the sub and like before you go. All right, do that here too. If you haven't yet, hit that sub, hit that like. Verbal Combat this Friday coming up will be a $300 prize because the prize has been carried over from the previous one. So be ready for that this week. And, you know, I'm really going to dig this week. I think I'm going to change up some of those topics, and I'm really going to dig this week for some hard shit that even people on the same side are going to disagree on almost with all of them. I think I'm going to be able to hit that for you, where everyone's just going to hit lightning. All right. I think I can do that. I think I can pull it off. All right. So let me make sure. I just want to make sure again this is set up correctly. And again, thank you guys. Like I can't thank you guys. 7,000 subs. Like I really, when I started the channel, I actually got the thing for my channel being 2 years old not too long ago. 2 years old, my channel. Yeah, 7,000 subs. That's fucking. You guys are insane. You guys are awesome. All right. You guys are fucking awesome. The bot's still begging to hit 5K subs. I know. I don't understand why the stream element bot is doing that. The night bot doesn't do it. It's only the stream element one. And the stream element, I'm going to fix it. I'll figure it out. Listen, you guys are absolutely amazing. All right. Absolutely amazing. Have fun over there at JS's. Make sure you hit the like and sub when you get in there. Drop a bunch of bears and crowns and W's. All right. Go join his Discord. If you want to be someone on UVC, hit me up in my Discord. Just send me a personal message. I'll get back to you and we'll set something up. All right. Listen, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 1,500 in the chat. Best fucking chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. And actually, that's what it was. It was like 40 in the chat, and then we got up to like 1,500. That's crazy. Best fucking chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. God bless. I love you guys. I will see you guys. I'm not gonna see you guys Monday. I'll see you Tuesday. All right. Monday, I have plans. Yeah, won't see you Monday, but I'll see you Tuesday. All right. Love you guys. God bless, and have a beautiful rest of your weekend. And JS, don't do too much crazy stuff over there. All right.